Transcribers Note. Text marked like this hash was printed in blackletter, Gothic, type. Nested lines represent emphatic Roman text within italic body text. The notation represents a pointing finger. The editor's introduction says, "No attempt has been made to correct any oddities of spelling that are not clearly mere misprints." The same principle was used in the e-text. Unless otherwise noted, spelling, punctuation, and capitalization are as in the original. Typographical errors are listed at the end of the text. Footnotes are numbered by book and are shown at the end of each chapter. All footnotes to the word volume have the same text. Except for footnotes and similar obvious additions, all brackets are in the original. Everyman's Library, edited by Ernest Rhys. Fiction. Tristram Shandy. With an introduction by George Saintsbury. This is number 617 of Everyman's Library. The publishers will be pleased to send freely to all applicants a list of the published and projected volumes, arranged under the following sections: Travel, Science, Fiction, Theology, and Philosophy History, Classical for Young People Essays, * Oratory Poetry, and Drama Biography, Reference Romance. In 4 styles of binding: cloth, flat back, colored top leather, round corners, gilt top, library binding in cloth, and quarter pigskin. London, J.M. Dent & Sons Limited. New York, E.P. Dutton & Co. Decorative text. A tale which holdeth children from play and old men from the chimney corner. Sir Philip Sidney. Decorative text. The Life and Opinions of Tristram Shandy * Gentleman by Laurence Sterne. London and Toronto, J.M. Dent & Sons Limited. New York, E.P. Dutton & Co. First issue of this edition 1912 reprinted, 1917. Introduction. It can hardly be said that Sterne was an unfortunate person during his lifetime, though he seems to have thought himself so. His childhood was indeed a little necessitous, and he died early and in debt after some years of very bad health. But from the time when he went to Cambridge, things went on the whole very fairly well with him in respect of fortune. His ill health does not seem to have caused him much disquiet. His last 10 years gave him fame, flirting, wandering, and other pleasures and diversions to his heart's content, and his debts only troubled those he left behind him. He delighted in his daughter. He was able to get rid of his wife, when he was more than usually fatigatus et gratis of her, with singular ease. During the unknown, or almost unknown, middle of his life he had friends of the kind most congenial to him, and both in his time of preparation and his time of production in literature, he was able to indulge his genius in a way by no means common with men of letters. If his wish to die in a certain manner and circumstance was only bravado and borrowed bravado, still it was granted. And it is quite certain that to him an old age of real illness would have been unmitigated torture. Even if we admit the ghastly stories of the fate of his remains, there was very little reason why anyone should not have anticipated Mr. Swinburne's words on the morrow of Sterne's death, and said, "Oh, brother, the gods were good to you," though even then he might have said it with a sort of mental reservation on the question whether Sterne had been very good to the gods. Nemesis, for the purpose of adjusting things, played him the exceptionally savage trick of using the intervention of his idolized daughter. Little or nothing seems to be known of Lydia Sterne de Medel, as she was pleased to sign herself, Mrs. Medel, as her bluff British contemporaries call her, but that she must have been either a very silly, a very stupid, or an excessively callous person appears certain. It would seem, indeed, to require a combination of the flightiness and lack of taste which her father too often displayed, with the stolidity which, from rather unfair inference through Mrs. Shandy, is sometimes supposed to have characterized her mother, to prompt or permit a daughter to publish such a collection of letters as those which were first given to the world in 1775. Charity, not unsupported by probability, has trusted that Madame de Medel could not read Latin, but she certainly could read English, and only an utterly corrupted heart, or an incurably dense or feather-brained head, could hide from her the fact that not a few of the English letters she published were damaging to her father's character. Her alleged excuse that her mother, who was then dead, had desired her, if any letters should be published under her father's name, to publish these, and that the Yorick and Eliza correspondence had appeared, is utterly insufficient. For Mrs. Sterne, of whose conduct we know nothing unfavorable and one or two things decidedly to her credit, could only have meant such of these as will put your father in a favorable light, else she would have published them herself. Yet though Lydia could, while taking no editorial trouble whatever, go out of her way to make a silly missish apology for publishing a passage in which her charms and merits are celebrated, she seems never to have given a thought to what she was doing in other ways. Nor were Sterne's misfortunes in this way over with the publication of these things, for the subsequently discovered Formentel correspondence sunk him, with precise judges, a little deeper. No doubt Tristram Shandy, the sentimental journey, and the curious stories or traditions about their author were not exactly calculated to give Sterne a very high reputation with grave authorities. But it is these unlucky letters which put him almost hopelessly out of court. Even the slight relenting of fortune which gave him at last, in Mr. Percy Fitzgerald, a biographer very good-natured, very indefatigable, and with a natural genius for detecting undiscovered facts and documents, only made matters worse in some ways. And the consequence is that it has become a commonplace and almost a necessity to make up for praising Sterne's genius by damning his character. Johnson, while declining to deny him ability, seems to have been too much disgusted to talk freely about him. Scott's natural kindliness, warm admiration for my Uncle Toby, and total freedom from squeamish prudery seem yet to have left him ill at ease and tongue-tied in discussing Sterne. Thackeray, as is well known, exceeded all measure in denouncing him. And his chief recent critical biographer, Mr. Traill, who is probably as free from cant, Britannic or other, as any man who ever wrote in English, speaks his mind in the most unsparing fashion. For my own part, I do not hesitate to say that I do not think letters of this kind ought to be published at all, and though it may seem paradoxical or foolish, I am by no means sure that, if they are published, they ought to be admitted as evidence. That which is not written for the public is no business of the public, and I never read letters of this kind, published for the first time, without feeling like an eavesdropper. Unluckily, the evidence furnished by the letters fits in only too well with that furnished by the published works, by his favorite cronies and companions, and by his general reputation, so that what the prisoner says must, no doubt, be used against him. Footnote I1. It is perhaps barely necessary to observe that the parallel does not extend to a further parallel between republication and tale-bearing. Once published, the thing is public. It may be doubted whether it was accident or his usual deliberate fantasticality that made Sterne, in the well-known summary of his life which, very late in it, he drew up for his daughter, devote almost the whole space to his childhood. Perhaps it may be accounted for, reasonably enough, by supposing that of his later years he thought his daughter knew quite as much as he wished her to know, while of the middle period he had little or nothing to tell. In fact, of the two earlier divisions we still know very little, but what he has chosen to tell us in one of the most characteristic and not the least charming excursions of his pen. Laurence Sterne was, with two sisters, the only permanent child, to borrow a pleasant phrase of Mr. Traill's, out of a very plentiful but most impermanent family, born in the most inconvenient circumstances possible by Agnes Nuttall or Herbert or Sterne, a widow and daughter or stepdaughter of a sutler of our army in Flanders, to Roger, second son of Simon Sterne of Elvington, in Yorkshire, who was the third son of Dr. Richard Sterne, Archbishop of York. The Sternes were of a gentle if not very distinguished family, which, after being seated in Suffolk, migrated to Nottinghamshire. After the promotion of the Archbishop, who had been a stout cavalier, as Master of Jesus at Cambridge in the bad times, they obtained, as was fitting, divers establishments by marriage or benefice in Yorkshire itself. Very little endowment of any kind, however, fell to the lot of Roger Sterne, who was an ensign in what ranked later as the 34th Regiment. Laurence, his eldest son, was born at Clonmel in Ireland, where his mother's relations lived, and just after his father's regiment had been disbanded. It was shortly re-established, however, and became the most marching of all marching corps, for though its headquarters were generally in Ireland, it was constantly being ordered elsewhere, and Roger Sterne saw active service both at Vigo and Gibraltar. In this latter station he fought a duel of an extremely Shandian character, about a goose. He was run through the body and pinned to the wall, whereupon, it is said, he requested his antagonist to be so kind as to wipe the plaster off the sword before pulling it out of his body. In despite of this thoughtfulness, however, and of an immediate recovery, the wound so weakened him that, being ordered to Jamaica, he took fever and died there in March 1731. As Laurence had been born on November 24, 1713, he was nearly 18, and the family had meanwhile been increased by 4 other children who all died, and a youngest daughter, Catherine, who, like the eldest, Mary, lived. Till he was about 9 or 10, the boy followed the exceedingly fluctuating fortunes of his family, which he diversified further on by falling through, not a mill race, but a going mill. Then he was sent to school at Halifax, in Yorkshire, and soon after practically adopted by his cousin Sterne of Elvington, who, when the time came, sent him to Jesus College at Cambridge, the family connection with which had begun with his great-grandfather. He was admitted there on July 6, 1733, being then nearly 20, and took his degree of B.A. in 1736, and that of M.A. in 1740. The only tradition of his school career is his own story that, having written his name on the school ceiling, he was whipped by the usher, but complimented as a boy of genius by the master, who said the name should never be effaced. This anecdote, as might be expected, has not escaped the aquafortis of criticism. We know practically nothing of Sterne's Cambridge career except the dates above mentioned. The fact of his being elected first to a sizarship, and then as founder's kin to a scholarship endowed by Archbishop Sterne, and the incident told by himself that he there contracted his lifelong friendship with a distant relative and fellow Jesus man, John Hall, or John Hall Stevenson, of whom more presently. But Sterne had further reason to acknowledge that his family stood together. He had no sooner taken his degree than he was taken up by a brother of his father's, Jack Sterne, a great pluralist in the Diocese of York, a very busy and masterful person, and a strong Whig and Hanoverian. Under his care, Sterne took deacon's orders in March 1736 at the hands of the Bishop of Lincoln, and as soon as 2 years later he had been ordained priest, he was appointed to the living of Sutton-on-the-Forest, 8 miles from York. The uncle and nephew some years later quarreled bitterly according to the latter's account, because he would not write dirty paragraphs in the newspapers, being no party man. That Sterne would have been particularly squeamish about what he wrote may be doubted, but it is certain that he shows no partisan spirit anywhere, and very little interest in politics as such. However, for some years his uncle was certainly his active patron, and obtained for him 2 prebends and some other special preferments in connection with the diocese and chapter of York, so that he became, as Tristram shows, intimately acquainted with cathedral society there. It has been a steady rule in the Anglican Church, if not, as in the Greek, a sine qua non, that when a man has been provided with a living, he should, if he has not done so before, provide himself with a wife. And Sterne was a very unlikely man to break good custom in this respect. Very soon, at least after his ordination, he fell in love with Elizabeth Lumley, a young lady of a good Yorkshire family and of some little fortune, which, however, for a time she thought not enough to share with him, but which, as she told him during a fit of illness, she left to him in her will. On the strength of 2 quite unauthenticated, and I believe, not now traceable portraits seen by this or that person in print shops or elsewhere, she is said to have been plain. Certain expressions in Sterne's letters seem to imply that she had a rather exasperatingly steady and not too intelligent will of her own. And some 25 and 20 years after the marriage, M. Tolot, a gossiping Frenchman, with French ideas on the duty of husbands and wives going separate ways, said that she wished to have a finger in every pie and pestered the good and agreeable Tristram with her presence. But Sterne, despite his reckless confessions of conjugal indifference, and worse, says nothing serious or even ill-natured of her, and 1 or 2 traits and sayings of hers, especially her refusal to listen to a meddlesome person who wished to tell her tales about Eliza, seemed to argue sense and dignity. That in the latter years she cared little to be with a husband who had long been tired and sick of her is not to her discredit. Their daughter, with the almost invariable ill luck or ill judgment which seems to have attended her, printed certain letters of this courtship time, though she gave nothing for many years afterwards. The use made of these Strephon or Damon blandishments, in contrast with the expressions used by the writer of his wife, and of other women long afterwards, is perhaps a little unfair. But it must be admitted that though far too characteristic and amusing to be omitted, they are anything but brilliant specimens of their kind. In particular, Thackeray's bitter fun on the ineffably lackadaisical passage, "My L has seen a polyanthus blow in December," is pretty fully justified. If, however, the marriage, which, difficulties being removed, took place on Easter Monday, March 30, 1741, did not bring lasting happiness to Sterne, it probably brought him some at the time, and it certainly brought him an accession of fortune. For in addition to what little money Miss Lumley had, a friend of hers bestowed the additional living of Stillington on her husband. These various sources of income must have made a tolerable revenue, which, after the publication of Tristram, was further supplemented by yet another benefice given him by Lord Falconbridge at Coxwold, a living of no great value, but a pleasant place of residence. Add to this the profits of his books in the last 8 years of his life, which were for that day considerable, and it will be seen that, as has been said above, Sterne might have been much worse off in this world's goods than he was. He seems, like other people, to have made some rather costly experiments in farming, and his way of life latterly, what with his own journeys and sojourns in London, and the long separate residence of his wife and daughter in France, was expensive. But he complains little of poverty, and though he died in debt, much of that debt was due to no fault of his, but to the burning of the parsonage of Sutton. It is all the more remarkable in one way, though the absence of any pressure of want may explain it in another, that Sterne's great literary gifts should have remained so long without finding any kind of literary expression, unless it was in the newspaper way, in respect to which he first obliged and afterwards disobliged his uncle. There is, I believe, no dispute about the fact that he distances, and that by many years, every other man of letters of anything like his rank except Cowper, whose affliction puts him out of comparison in the lateness of his fruiting time. All but a quarter of a century had passed since he took his degree when Tristram Shandy appeared, and, putting sermons aside, the very earliest thing of his known, the history of a good watchcoat, only antedated Tristram by 2 years or rather less. He was no doubt making himself all this time, but the making must have been an uncommonly slow process. Nor did he, like a good many writers, occupy the time in preparing what he was afterwards to publish, unless in the case of a few of his sermons. It is positively known that Tristram was written merely as it was published, and the Journey likewise, nor is even the first by any means a long book. It is as nearly as possible the same length as Fielding's Amelia when printed straight on, and even then more allowance has to be made, not merely for its free and audacious plagiarisms, but for its constantly broken paragraphs, stars, dashes, and other trickeries. If it were possible to squeeze it up, as one squeezes a sponge, into the solid texture of an ordinary book, I doubt whether it would be very much longer than Joseph Andrews. It will probably be admitted, however, that the idiosyncrasy of the writings of Sterne's last and incomplete decade, even if it be in part only an idiosyncrasy of mannerism, is almost great enough to justify the nearly 3 decades of Leajar, starting from his entrance at Cambridge, which preceded it. It is true that of the actual occupations of these years we know extremely little indeed. What we know as distinguished from what is guesswork and inference is mostly summed up by Sterne's own current and curveting pen thus. I remained near 20 years at Sutton, doing duty at both places, i.e., Sutton and Stillington. I had then very good health. Books, painting, fiddling, and shooting were my amusements, to which he adds only that he and the Squire of Sutton were not very good friends, but that at Stillington the Croft family were extremely kind and amiable. From other sources, including, it is true, his own letters, though the dates and allusions of these are so uncertain that they are very doubtful guides, we find that his chief crony during this period, as during his life, was the already mentioned John Hall, who had taken to the name of Stevenson, and was master of Skelton Castle, a very old and curious house on the border of the Cleveland moors, not far from the town of Gisborough. The master of Crazy Castle, he liked to give his house this name, which he afterwards used in entitling his book of crazy tales His Ways and his library, have usually been charged with debauching Sterne's innocent mind, which I should imagine lent itself to that process in a most docile and morigent fashion. But whether this was the case or not, it is clear that Stevenson bore no very good reputation. It is not certain, but was asserted, that he had been a monk of Medmenham. He gathered about him at Skelton a society which, though no such imputations were made on it as on that of Wilkes and Dashwood, was of a pretty loose kind. He was a humorist, both in the old and the modern sense. And his crazy tales were, if not very mad, rather sad and bad exercises of the imagination. Amid all this dream and guesswork, almost the only solid facts in Sterne's life are the births of two daughters, one in 1745 and the other 2 years later. Both were christened Lydia. The first died soon after she was born. The second lived to be the darling of both her parents, the object of the most respectable emotions of Sterne's life, the wife of an unknown Frenchman, M. de Medel, and, as has been said, the probably unwitting destroyer of her father's last chance of reputation. Our exuberant nescience in matters Sternian extends up to the very publication of Tristram, as far as the determining causes of its production are concerned. It is true that in passages of the letters Sterne seems to say that his experiment with the pen was prompted by a desire to make good some losses in farming, and elsewhere that he was tired of employing his brains for other people's advantage, as he had done for some years for an ungrateful person, that is to say, his uncle. This last passage was written just before Tristram came out, but at no time was Sterne a very trustworthy reporter of his own motives, and it would seem that the quarrel with his uncle must have been a good deal earlier. At any rate, the year 1759 seems to have been spent in writing the first 2 volumes of the book, and the life and opinions of Tristram Shandy, Gent. Published by John Hinksam, Stonegate, York, but obtainable also from divers London booksellers, appeared on the 1st of January 1760. I wish Sterne had thought of keeping it till the 1st of April, which he would probably then have done. The comparatively short last scenes of his life were as busy and varied as his long middle course had been outwardly monotonous. Although his book was nominally published at York, he had gone up to London to superintend arrangements for its sale there, perhaps not without a hope of triumph. If so, fortune chose not to play him her usual tricks. In York, the extreme personality of the book excited interest of a twofold and dubious kind. But to play on some words of Dryden S., London liked grossly, and swallowed Tristram Shandy whole with singular avidity. Its author came to town just in time to enjoy the results of this, and was one of the chief lions of the season of 1760, a position which he enjoyed with a childish frankness that is not the least pleasant thing in his history. One, probably of the least important, though by accident one of the best known of his innumerable flirtations, with a Miss Formantel, was apparently quenched by this distraction when it was on the point of going such lengths that the lady had actually come up alone to London to meet Sterne there. He was introduced to persons as different as Garrick and Warburton, from the latter of whom he received, in rather mysterious circumstances, a present of money. He haunted ministers and knights of the Garter. He was overwhelmed with invitations and callers, and, as has been said, he received one very solid present in the shape of the living of Coxwold. Tristram went into a second edition rapidly. Its author was enabled to announce a collection of sermons by Mr. Yorick in April, and he went to his new living in the early summer, determined to set to work vigorously on more of the work that had been so fortunate. By the end of the year he was ready with 2 more volumes, again came up to town, and again, when vols, Roman 3 and Roman 4, had appeared at the end of January 1761, was besieged by admirers. For these 2 he received £380 from Dodsley, who had fought shy of the book earlier. They were quite as successful as the first pair, and again Sterne stayed all the spring and earlier summer in London, returning to Yorkshire to make more Shandy in the autumn. He was still quicker over the 3rd batch, and it was published in December 1761, when he was again in town, but he now meditated a longer flight. His health had been really declining, and he obtained leave from the Archbishop for a year certain, and perhaps, too, that he might go to the south of France. He was warmly received in Paris, where his work had obtained a popularity which it has never wholly lost, and the framework of fact, including the passport difficulties, for the sentimental journey, as well as for the 7th volume of Tristram, was laid during the spring. His plans were now changed, it being determined that his wife and daughter, who had inherited his constitution, should join him. They did so after some difficulties, and the consumptive novelist, having spent all the winter in one of the worst climates in Europe, that of the French capital, started with his family in the torrid heats of July for Toulouse, where at last they were established about the middle of August. Toulouse became Sterne's abode for nearly a year, his headquarters for a somewhat longer period, and the home of his wife and daughter, with migrations to Bagnères, Montpellier, and a great many other places in France, for about 5 years. He had been ill at Toulouse, and worse at Montpellier reached England again, after a short stay in Paris, during the early summer of 1764. Nor was it till January 1765 that the 7th and 8th volumes of Tristram appeared. As usual, Sterne went to town to receive the congratulations of the public, which seemed to have been fairly hearty. For though the installment immediately preceding had not been an entire success, the longer interval had now had its effect not merely on the art and materials of the caterer, but on the appetite of his guests. He followed this up with 2 more volumes of sermons, of a much more characteristic kind than his earlier venture in this way, and published partly by subscription. These, however, were not actually issued till 1766. Meanwhile, in October 1765, Sterne had set out for his second attempt in travel on the continent, which was to supply the remaining material for the sentimental journey and to be prolonged as far as Naples. Little is known of his winter stay at that city and in Rome. On his way homeward, he met his wife and daughter in Franche-Comté, but at Mrs. Sterne's request left them there and went on alone to Coxwold. He reached England in extremely bad health and never left it again, but he had still nearly 2 years of fairly well-filled life to run. The 9th, or last volume of Tristram, occupied him during the autumn of 1766, and was produced with the invariable accompaniment of its author's appearance in London during January 1767. This visit, which lasted till May, saw the flirtation with Eliza Draper, the young wife of an Indian official who was at home for her health, an affair which exalted Sterne in the eyes of 18th-century sensibility, especially in France, about as much as it has depressed him in the eyes not merely of the propriety, not merely of the common sense, but of the romance of later times. He was very ill when he got back to Coxwold, but recovered, and in October was joined by his wife and daughter. Even then, however, the community was a very temporary and divided one, for he took a house for them at York, and they were not to stay in England beyond the spring. He himself finished what we have of the sentimental journey and went to London with it, where it was published rather later than usual, on the 27th February 1768. 3 weeks later its author, at his lodgings at 41 New Bond Street, in the presence only of a hired nurse and a footman, who had been sent by some of his friends to inquire after him, took a journey other than sentimental and so far unreported. Some odd but not very well authenticated stories gathered round his death, which occurred on Friday the 18th March. It was said, and it is probable enough, that his gold sleeve links were stolen by his landlady. After his funeral, scantily attended, at the burying ground of St. George's, Hanover Square, opposite Hyde Park, which used to be known by the squalid brown of its unrestored, and afterwards made more hideous by the bedizened red of its restored chapel, his body is said to have been snatched by resurrection men. And the myth is rounded off by the addition that the remains, having been sold to the professor of anatomy at Cambridge, were dissected there in public. One of the spectators, a friend of Sterne S., recognizing the face too late and fainting. His affairs, which had never been managed in a very businesslike manner, were in considerable disorder. Some years before, the carelessness of his curate had caused or allowed the parsonage at Sutton to be burnt to the ground, and Sterne, besides losing valuable effects of his own, was of course liable for the rebuilding. He managed to put this off till his death, after which his widow and administratrix was sued for dilapidations. These, as she was in very poor circumstances, had to be compounded for £60 only, but they probably ranked for a much larger sum in the £1,100 at which Sterne's indebtedness was reckoned. His widow had a little money of her own. £800 was collected for her and her daughter at York races. There must have been profits from the copyrights, and a fresh collection of sermons was issued by subscription. But though very little is known about the pair, they are said to have been ill off. They applied first to Wilkes and then to Stevenson to write a life of Sterne to prefix to his works, but neither complied. Mr. Fitzgerald, who seldom deserves the curse laid on those who use harsh judgment, is very severe on both for this. Yet surely each, considering his own reputation, must have felt that he was the last person to set Sterne right with the stricter part of society, and that to write a crazy or Shandian life of him would be a cruel crime. It is not known exactly when Lydia married, or when either she or her mother died. Mrs. Sterne must have been dead by 1775, the date of the publication of the letters. Lydia is said to have perished in the French Revolution. Beginning authorship very late in life, having schooled himself to an intensely artificial method, both in style and in construction, and not allowed by fate more than a few years in which to write at all, Sterne, as is natural, displays a great uniformity throughout his work. Indeed, it might be said that he has written but one book, Tristram Shandy. The sentimental journey, as to the relative merits of which, compared with the earlier and larger work, there is a polymos espondos between the Bigendians and the little endians of Sternism, is after all only an expansion of the seventh book of Tristram, with fioriture, variations, and new divertisements. The sermon which occurs so early is an actual sermon of Yorick S., and a sufficient specimen of his more serious concionatory vein. Many, if not most of his letters might have been twined into Tristram, without being in the least degree more out of place than most of its actual contents. And so there is more propriety than depends upon the mere fact that Tristram Shandy is the earliest and the largest part of its author's work, in making no extremely scholastic distinction between the specially Shandian and the generally Sternian characteristics. For, indeed, all Sterne is in it more or less eminently. No less a critic than M. Scherer has given his sanction to the idea that in Sterne we have a special, if not even the special, type of the humorist, and probably few people who have given no particular thought or attention to the matter would refuse to agree with him. I am myself inclined rather to a demur, or, at any rate, to a distinction, though few better things have been written about humor itself than a passage in M. Scherer's essay on our author. Sterne has no doubt in a very eminent degree the sense of contrast, which all the best critics admit to be the root of humor, the note of the humorist. But he has it partially, occasionally, and I should even go as far as to say, not greatly. The great English humorists, I take it, are Shakespeare, Swift, Fielding, Thackeray, and Carlyle. All these, even Fielding, whose 18th-century manner, the contemporary and counterpart of Sterne S., cannot hide the truth, apply the humorist contrast, the humorous sense of the irony of existence, to the great things, the prima et novissima. They see and feel and show the simultaneous sense of death and life, of love and loss, of the finite and the infinite. Sterne stops a long way short of this, less grand sujets lui sont défendus in another sense than La Bruyère's. It is scarcely too much to say that his ostentatious preference for the bagatelle was a real, and not in the least affected fact. Nowhere, not in the true pathos of the famous deathbed letter to Mrs. James, not in the, as it seems to me, by no means wholly true pathos of the Lefevre episode, does he pierce to the accepted hells beneath. He has an unmatched command of the lesser and lower varieties of the humorous contrast over the odd, the petty, the queer, above all, over what the French untranslatably call the saugrenu. His forte is the foible, his cheval de bataille the hobby horse. If you want to soar into the heights or plunge into the depths of humor, Sterne is not for you. But if you want what his own generation called a frisk on middle, very Middle-earth, a hunt in curiosity shops, especially of the technically curious description, a peep into all manner of coulisses and behind-scenes of human nature, a ride on a sort of intellectual switchback, a view of moral, mental, religious, sentimental dancing of all the kinds that have delighted man from the rope to the skirt, then have with Sterne in any direction he pleases. He may sometimes a very little disgust you, but you will seldom have just cause to complain that he disappoints and deceives. The Life and Opinions of Tristram Shandy, Gent., which, as it has been excellently observed, is in reality based on the life of the gent's uncle, and the opinions of the gent's father, is the largest and in every way the chief field for these diversions. The apparatus and, so far as there can be said to have been one, the object with which Sterne marked it out and filled it up, are clear, and even the former must have been clear enough to anybody of some reading and some intelligence long before the excellent Dr. Ferrier, in the spirit of a reverent iconoclast, set himself to work to point out Sterne's exact indebtedness to Rabelais, Burton, Birolda, if Birolda wrote the Moyen de Parvenir, Bruscambille, and the rest. Of this particular part of the matter, I do not think it necessary to say much. The charge of plagiarism is usually an excessively idle one, for when a man of genius steals, he always makes the thefts his own, And when a man steals without genius, the thefts are mere fairy gold which turns to leaves and pebbles under his hand. No doubt Sterne lifted in Tristram, and still more in the sermons, with rather more freedom and audacity than most men of genius. But when we remember that he took Burton's denunciation of the practice and reproduced it, all but in Burton's very words as his own, it must be clear to anyone who is not very dull indeed that he was playing an audacious practical joke. Where he is best, he does not steal at all, and that is the only point of real importance. It is somewhat more, I think, the business of the critic, who is here more especially bound not to look only at the stopwatch to note the far more striking way in which Sterne borrowed, not actual passages and words, but manner and style. Here, perhaps, we shall find him accountant for a greater debt, and here also we may think that though his genius is indisputable, he gives more reason to those who should deny him the highest kind of genius. Beyond doubt not merely his reading, but his temper and his characteristics of all kinds inclined him to the style to which the French 15th and 16th centuries gave the name of fatracy or pillar-to-post divagation, with more or less of a covert satiric aim. But if we compare the dealing of Swift with Cyrano de Bergerac, the dealing of Fielding with the romance and novel as it existed before his time, nay, the dealing of Shakespeare with the Marlowe drama, we shall note a marked difference in Sterne's procedure. Nobody, even in his own day, who knew Rabelais at all could fail to detect the almost servile following of manner in great things and in small which Tristram displays. No one a much smaller designation who knows the strange, unedifying, but very far from commonplace book of which, as I have hinted, I never can quite believe that Berolde de Verville was the author, can fail to detect an even closer, though a somewhat less obvious, and, so to speak, less verifiable following here. In another region, the purgatory of all Sterne's commentators, we can trace this corrupt following as distinctly at least, though it has, I think, been less often definitely attributed. Sterne's too celebrated indecency is, with one exception, sui generis. No doubt much nonsense has been and is talked about indecency in general literature. When it is indulged, as it has been, for instance, in French of late, it becomes a nuisance of the most loathsome kind. It is always perhaps better left alone. But if it be a sin to laugh now and then frankly at what were once called gentlemen's stories, then not merely many a gallant, noble, and not unwise gentleman, but I fear not a few ladies, both fair and fine, are damned, with Shakespeare and Scott and Southey, with Margaret of Navarre and Marie de Sévigné, to keep them in countenance. Yet to merit indulgence, this questionable quality, in addition to being treated as genius treats, must have certain sub-qualities or freedoms from quality of its own. It must not be brutal and inhuman, since the quality of humanity is the main thing that saves it. It must not be underhand and sniggering. It must be frank and jovial or frank and passionate. Perhaps, in some cases, it may be saved, as Swift's is to a great extent, by the overmastering pessimism of despair, which enforces its contempt of man and man's fate by bringing forward these evidences of his weakness. But Sterne can plead none of these exemptions. He has neither the frank laughter of Aristophanes and Rabelais, nor the frank passion of Catullus and Donne. He was incapable of feeling any siva indignatio whatever. The attraction of the thing for him was, I fear, merely the attraction of the improper, because it is improper, because it shocks people, or makes them blush, or gives them an unholy little quiver of sordid shamefaced delectation. His famous apology of the child playing on the floor and showing in innocence what is not usually shown was desperately unlucky, for his displays are those of educated and economic uninnocency. And he took this manner, I am nearly sure, wholly and directly from Voltaire, who enjoys the unenviable copyright and patent of it. The third characteristic which Sterne took from others, which dyed his work deeply, and which injured more than it helped it, was his unrivaled sensibility or sentimentalism. A great deal has been written about this admired 18th century device, and there is no space here for discussing it. Suffice it to say, that although Sterne certainly did not invent it, it had been inculcated by 2 whole generations of French novelists before him, and had been familiar in England for half a century. He has the glory, such as it is, of carrying it to the farthest possible. The dead donkey and the live donkey, the latter, as I humbly but proudly join myself to Mr. Thackeray and Mr. Trail in thinking, far the finer animal. Lefevre and Lafleur, Maria and Eliza, Uncle Toby's fly, and poor Mrs. Sterne's antenuptial polyanthus. The Stoics that Mr. Sterne, with a generous sense that he was in no danger of that lash, wished to be whipped, and the critics from whom he would have fled from Dan to Beersheba to be delivered. All the celebrated persons and passages of his works, all the decorations and fireworks thereof, are directed mainly to the exhibition of sensibility, once so charming, now, alas, hooted and contemned of the people. And now it will be possible to have done with his foibles, all the rest in Sterne being for praise, with hardly any mixture of blame. We have seen what he borrowed from others, mostly to his hurt. Let us now see what he contributed of his own, almost wholly to his credit and advantage. He had, in the first place, what most writers when they begin almost invariably and almost inevitably lack, a long and carefully amassed store, not merely of reading, but of observation of mankind. Although his nearly 50 years of life had been in the ordinary sense uneventful, they had given him opportunities which he had amply taken. A son of the regiment. He had evidently studied with the greatest and most loving care the ways of an army which still included a large proportion of Marlborough's veterans, and it has been constantly and reasonably held that his chief study had been his father, whom he evidently adored in a way. Roger Sterne is the admitted model of my Uncle Toby, and I at least have no doubt that he was the original of Mr. Shandy also, for some of the qualities which appear in his son's character of him are Walter's, not Toby's. It would have required, perhaps, even greater genius than Sterne possessed, and an environment less saturated with the delusive theory of the ruling passion, to have given us the mixed and blended temperament instead of separating it into two gentlemen at once, and making Walter Shandy all wayward intellect, and Tobias all gentle goodness. But if it had been done as Shakespeare perhaps alone could have done it, we should have had a greater and more human figure than either. Mr. Shandy would then never have come near, as he does sometimes, to being a bore, and my Uncle Toby, if I may say so without taking the wings of the morning to flee from the wrath of the extreme Tobiolators, would have been saved from the occasional appearance of being something like a fool. Still, these two are delightful even in their present dichotomy, and Sterne was amply provided by his genius, working on his experience, with company for them. His fancy portrait of himself as Yorick, his unfeigned Shakespeareanism is one of his best traits, is a little vague and fantastic, and that of Eugenius, which is supposed to represent John Hall Stevenson, is almost as slight as it is flattering. But Dr. Slop, who is known to have been drawn, with somewhat unmerciful fidelity in externals, but not at all unkindly when we look deeper, from Dr. Burton, a well-known Jacobite practitioner who had suffered from the Hanoverian zeal of Yorick's Uncle Jacks in the 45, is a masterpiece. The York dignitaries are veritable etchings in outline, more instinct with life and individuality than 1,000 elaborately painted pictures. All the servants, Obadiah, Susanna, Bridget, and the rest, are the equals of Fielding's, or of Thackeray's domestics, and though Tristram himself is the shadow of a shade, I confess that I seem to see a vivid portrait in the 3 or 4 strokes which alone give us, my dear, dear Jenny. Mr. Fitzgerald, succumbing to a not unnatural temptation, considering the close juxtaposition in time, approximates this to the dear, dear Kitty of the letters to Miss Catherine de Formentel. But this, taking all things together, would be a rather serious scandalum dame, larum, and I do not think it necessary to identify, though the traits seem to me to suit not ill with the few genuine ones in the letters about Mrs. Sterne herself. That the dear, dear should be ironical more or less is quite Shandian. All these, if not drawn directly from individuals, the lower exercise, are first generalized and then precipitated into individuality from a large observation, which is the infinitely higher and better. I fear I must accept Widow Wadman, save in the sentry box scene, from this encomium. But then Widow Wadman is not really a real person. She is partly an instrument to put my Uncle Toby through some new motions, and partly a cue to enable Sterne to indulge in his worst foible. As for Trim, quis vituperavit Trim? The lover of the popish clergywoman is simply perfect, with a not much less good heart and a much better head than his master, and in his own degree hardly less of a gentleman. The manner in which these delightful persons, I observe with shame that I had omitted the modest worth of Mrs. Shandy, nearly the most delightful of them all, are introduced to the reader, may have suffered a little from that corrupt following of which enough has been said. I can only say that I would compound for a good deal more corruption of the same kind, allied with a good deal less genius. It can scarcely be doubted that there was a real pre-established harmony between Sterne's gifts and the fat racy manner. Certainly this manner, if it sometimes exhibited his weaknesses, gave rare opportunities to his strength. And the same may be said of his style. He might certainly have given us less of the typographical tricks with which he chose to bedizen and bedaub it, and sometimes in his ultra-Rabelaisian moods, I do not mean of gauloiserie, but of sheer fooling we feel the falsetto rather disastrously. It is constantly forgotten by unfavorable critics of Rabelais that his extravagances were to a great extent, at any rate, quite natural outbursts of animal spirits. The Middle Ages, though it has become the fashion with those who know nothing about them to represent them as ages of gloom, were probably the merriest time of this world's history. And the Reformation and the Renaissance, with their pedantry and their Puritanism, and worst of all their physical science, had not quite killed the merriment when Rabelais wrote. But though animal spirits still survived in Sterne's day, it cannot be said that in England, any more than elsewhere, there was much genuine merriment of the honest, childish, medieval kind, and thus his manner perpetually jars. Still the style, independently of the tricks, was excellently suited for the work. It is a moot point how far the extremely loose and ungirt character of this style, which sometimes, and indeed often reaches sheer slovenliness and solecism, was intentional. I think myself that it was nearly as deliberate as the asterisks and the black and marble pages. We know from the sermons that Sterne could write carefully enough when he chose, and we know from the Ms. of the Journey that he corrected sedulously. Nor is it likely that he had the excuse of hurry. The shortest time that he ever took over one of his 2-volume batches was more than 6 months. And looking at the practice, not of miracles of industry and facility like Scott, but of rather dilatory writers like Thackeray, one would think that the quantity, which is not more than a couple of 100 pages of one of these present volumes, might be written in little more than 6 weeks. At any rate, the style, conversational, unpretentious, too easy to be jerky, and yet too broken to be sustained, suits subject and scheme as few others could. But there is perhaps little need to say more about a book which, though some say that few read it through nowadays, is thoroughly well known in outline and in its salient passages, and which will pretty certainly lay hold of all fit readers as soon as they take to it. Of its writer, a very little more may perhaps be said, all the more so because those who, not understanding critical admiration, think that biographers and editors ought not only to be just and a little kind, but extravagantly partial to their subjects, may conceive that I have been a little unjust, or, at any rate, a little unkind to Sterne. If so, they have not read his own extremely ingenious, and in general, if not in particular, very sound attack on the adage de mortuis. But if not nil nisi, there is yet very much bonum to be said of Sterne. He was not merely endowed with a singular and essential genius. He was not merely the representative and mouthpiece, in a way hardly surpassed by anyone, of a certain way of thought and feeling more or less peculiar to his time. These were his merits, his very great merits as a writer. But he had others, and great, if not very great ones, as a man. Though never rich, he seems to have been free from the fault of parsimony, and albeit he died in debt, not deeply tainted with that of extravagance in money matters. For most of his later expenditure was on others, and he might justly calculate on his pen paying, and more than paying, his shot. Little love as there was lost between him and his wife, he always took the greatest care to provide for her wants in the rather costly severance of their establishments, and never even in his most indiscreet moments hints a grumble at her expenditure, a vice of which some people of much higher general reputation have been known to be guilty. Though he was certainly pleased at the attentions of the great, I do not know that there is any just cause for accusing him of truckling to or fawning on them beyond the custom and courtesy of the time. For all his reckless humor, there was no ill nature in him. His worst enemies have admitted that his affection for his daughter was very pretty and quite unaffected. And his letters to and of Mrs. James show that he could think of a woman nobly and wholesomely as a friend, for all his ignoble and unwholesome ways of thought in regard to the sex. If it had not been for the cruel indiscretion of his Lydia, which, however, has something of the old virtue of conveying the balm as well as the sting, he would probably have been much better thought of than he is. And considering the delightful books here once more presented, I think we may consent to forgive the faults which, after all, were mainly his own business, for the merits by which we so largely benefit, and for which he reaped no over-bounteous guerdon. George Saintsbury. Works: The Life and Opinions of Tristram Shandy, vols. I and Roman II, 1759, Roman III and Roman IV, 1761, v and Roman VI, 1762, Roman VII, and Roman VIII, 1765, Roman IX, 1767, first collected edition, 1767, numerous later editions, chiefly of recent date. Sermons of Mr. Yorick, vols. I and Roman II, 1760, Roman III and Roman IV, 1766, v Roman VI and Roman VII, 1769. A Sentimental Journey, 1768, many later editions. Letters from Yorick to Eliza, 1775. Sterne's letters to his friends on various occasions, 1775. Letters of Laurence Sterne to his most intimate friends, 1775. Original letters never before published, 1788. Letters of Yorick and Eliza, 1807. 7 letters written by Sterne and his friends, hitherto unpublished, 1844. Unpublished letters of Laurence Sterne, edited by J. Murray, 1856. Collected editions of the works of Laurence Sterne appeared in 1779, 1780. Edited by G. Saintsbury, 1894. By Wilbur L. Cross, 1906. Life: An account of the life and writings of the author is prefixed to the edition of his works, 1779. A life of the author written by himself in edition of works, 1780. By Sir W. Scott in edition of Life and Opinions of Tristram Shandy, 1867. By H. D. Trail, 1878. By P. H. Fitzgerald, 1896. Laurence Sterne in Germany by H. W. Thayer, 1905. Life and Times by Wilbur L. Cross, 1909. A Study by Walter S. Sichel, 1910. Life and Letters by Louis Melville, 1911. The text which has been here adopted is that of the 10-volume edition, first printed in 1781 and reprinted several times before the end of the century, which is as near as anything to the standard Sterne. It seems, however, to have had no competent editing, and the renumbering of the chapters to suit the 4 volumes, in which Tristram was printed, completely upsets the original and important division into 9 volumes, or books, which has here, as in some other editions, been restored. Another piece of thoughtlessness was that of sticking the dedication, which originally came between the 8th and 9th volumes, or books, at the beginning of the 4th volume as reprinted, thereby making nonsense or puzzle of Sterne's joke about a priori. It should be observed that the dedication to Pitt, which here leads off, was not prefixed till the 2nd edition of the original, and that sometimes in the last century editions it appears displaced at a later spot. No attempt has been made to correct any oddities of spelling that are not clearly mere misprints. Contents: Pay, Book 1, Book 2, Book 3, Book 4, Book 5, Book 6, Book 7, Book 8, Book 9. The Life and Opinions of Tristram Shandy. Gentlemen. Tau Alpha Rho letter 1 F71, Sigma Sigma, Epsilon Iota Tau Omicron letter 1 F7A, Sigma letter 1 F00, Nu Theta Rho letter 1 F7D, Pi Omicron Upsilon, Sigma Omicron letter 1 F50, Tau letter 1 F70, Pi Rho letter 1 F71, Gamma Mu Alpha Tau Alpha. Letter 1 F00, Lambda Lambda letter 1 F70, Tau letter 1 F70. Pi Epsilon Rho letter 1 F76, Tau letter 1 FF6, Nu Pi Rho Alpha Gamma Mu letter 1 F71 Tau Omega, Nu Delta letter 1 F79, Gamma Mu Alpha Tau Alpha. To the Right Honorable Mr. Pitt. Sir, never poor wight of a dedicator had less hopes from his dedication than I have from this of mine. For it is written in a by corner of the kingdom, and in a retired thatched house, where I live in a constant endeavor to fence against the infirmities of ill health and other evils of life by mirth, being firmly persuaded that every time a man smiles, but much more so, when he laughs, it adds something to this fragment of life. I humbly beg, sir, that you will honor this book by taking it, not under your protection, it must protect itself, but into the country with you, where, if I am ever told, it has made you smile, or can conceive it has beguiled you of one moment's pain, I shall think myself as happy as a minister of state, perhaps much happier than anyone, one only excepted, that I have read or heard of. I am, great sir, and what is more to your honor, I am, good sir, your well-wisher and most humble fellow subject. The author. The Life and Opinions of Tristram Shandy, Gent. Book 1. Chapter 1. I wish either my father or my mother, or indeed both of them, as they were in duty both equally bound to it, had minded what they were about when they begot me, had they duly considered how much depended upon what they were then doing. That not only the production of a rational being was concerned in it, but that possibly the happy formation and temperature of his body, perhaps his genius and the very cast of his mind. And, for aught they knew to the contrary, even the fortunes of his whole house might take their turn from the humors and dispositions which were then uppermost. Had they duly weighed and considered all this, and proceeded accordingly, I am verily persuaded I should have made a quite different figure in the world from that in which the reader is likely to see me. Believe me, good folks, this is not so inconsiderable a thing as many of you may think it. You have all, I dare say, heard of the animal spirits, as how they are transfused from father to son, and a great deal to that purpose. Well, you may take my word, that 9 parts in 10 of a man's sense or his nonsense, his successes and miscarriages in this world depend upon their motions and activity, and the different tracks and trains you put them into, so that when they are once set a-going, whether right or wrong, 'tis not a halfpenny matter, away they go cluttering like hay go mad. And by treading the same steps over and over again, they presently make a road of it, as plain and as smooth as a garden walk, which, when they are once used to, the devil himself sometimes shall not be able to drive them off it. Pray, my dear, quoth my mother, have you not forgot to wind up the clock? Good G, cried my father, making an exclamation, but taking care to moderate his voice at the same time, did ever woman, since the creation of the world, interrupt a man with such a silly question? Pray, what was your father saying? Nothing. Chapter 2. Then, positively, there is nothing in the question that I can see, either good or bad. Then, let me tell you, sir, it was a very unseasonable question at least, because it scattered and dispersed the animal spirits, whose business it was to have escorted and gone hand in hand with the homunculus, and conducted him safe to the place destined for his reception. The homunculus, sir, in however low and ludicrous a light he may appear, in this age of levity, to the eye of folly or prejudice, to the eye of reason in scientific research, he stands confessed being guarded and circumscribed with rights. The minutest philosophers, who, by the by, have the most enlarged understandings, their souls being inversely as their inquiries, show us incontestably that the homunculus is created by the same hand, engendered in the same course of nature, endowed with the same locomotive powers and faculties with us, that he consists as we do, of skin, hair, fat, flesh, veins, arteries, ligaments, nerves, cartilages, bones, marrow, brains, glands, genitals, humors, and articulations, is a being of as much activity, and, in all senses of the word, as much and as truly our fellow creature as my Lord Chancellor of England. He may be benefited, he may be injured, he may obtain redress. In a word, he has all the claims and rights of humanity, which Tully, Puffendorf, or the best ethic writers allow to arise out of that state and relation. Now, dear sir, what if any accident had befallen him in his way alone, or that, through terror of it, natural to so young a traveler, my little gentleman had got to his journey's end miserably spent, his muscular strength and virility worn down to a thread, his own animal spirits ruffled beyond description, and that in this sad disordered state of nerves, he had lain down a prey to sudden starts, or a series of melancholy dreams and fancies, for 9 long, long months together. I tremble to think what a foundation had been laid for 1,000 weaknesses both of body and mind, which no skill of the physician or the philosopher could ever afterwards have set thoroughly to rights. Chapter 3. To my uncle Mr. Toby Shandy do I stand indebted for the preceding anecdote, to whom my father, who was an excellent natural philosopher, and much given to close reasoning upon the smallest matters, had oft and heavily complained of the injury. But once more particularly, as my Uncle Toby well remembered, upon his observing a most unaccountable obliquity, as he called it, in my manner of setting up my top, and justifying the principles upon which I had done it, the old gentleman shook his head, and in a tone more expressive by half of sorrow than reproach, he said his heart all along foreboded, and he saw it verified in this, and from 1,000 other observations he had made upon me, that I should neither think nor act like any other man's child. But alas, continued he, shaking his head a second time, and wiping away a tear which was trickling down his cheeks, my Tristram's misfortunes began 9 months before ever he came into the world. My mother, who was sitting by, looked up, but she knew no more than her backside what my father meant, but my uncle, Mr. Toby Shandy, who had been often informed of the affair, understood him very well. Chapter 4. I know there are readers in the world, as well as many other good people in it, who are no readers at all, who find themselves ill at ease, unless they are let into the whole secret from first to last of everything which concerns you. It is in pure compliance with this humor of theirs, and from a backwardness in my nature to disappoint any one soul living, that I have been so very particular already. As my life and opinions are likely to make some noise in the world, and, if I conjecture right, will take in all ranks, professions, and denominations of men whatever, be no less read than the Pilgrim's Progress itself, and, in the end, prove the very thing which Montaigne dreaded his essays should turn out, that is, a book for a parlor window. I find it necessary to consult everyone a little in his turn, and therefore must beg pardon for going on a little farther in the same way. For which cause, right glad I am that I have begun the history of myself in the way I have done, and that I am able to go on, tracing everything in it, as Horace says, ab ovo. Horace, I know, does not recommend this fashion altogether, but that gentleman is speaking only of an epic poem or a tragedy. I forget which. Besides, if it was not so, I should beg Mr. Horace's pardon, for in writing what I have said about, I shall confine myself neither to his rules, nor to any man's rules that ever lived. To such, however, as do not choose to go so far back into these things, I can give no better advice than that they skip over the remaining part of this chapter. For I declare beforehand, Tease wrote only for the curious and inquisitive. Shut the door. I was begot in the night, betwixt the first Sunday and the first Monday in the month of March, in the year of our Lord 1718. I am positive I was. But how I came to be so very particular in my account of a thing which happened before I was born is owing to another small anecdote known only in our own family, but now made public for the better clearing up this point. My father, you must know, who was originally a turkey merchant, but had left off business for some years, in order to retire to, and die upon, his paternal estate in the county of, was, I believe, one of the most regular men in everything he did, whether 'twas matter of business or matter of amusement that ever lived. As a small specimen of this extreme exactness of his, to which he was in truth a slave, he had made it a rule for many years of his life, on the first Sunday night of every month throughout the whole year, as certain as ever the Sunday night came, to wind up a large house clock, which we had standing on the backstairs head with his own hands. And being somewhere between 50 and 60 years of age at the time I have been speaking of, he had likewise gradually brought some other little family concernments to the same period, in order, as he would often say to my Uncle Toby, to get them all out of the way at one time, and be no more plagued and pestered with them the rest of the month. It was attended but with one misfortune, which, in a great measure, fell upon myself, and the effects of which I fear I shall carry with me to my grave. Namely, that from an unhappy association of ideas, which have no connection in nature, it so fell out at length, that my poor mother could never hear the said clock wound up, but the thoughts of some other things unavoidably popped into her head and vice versa. Which strange combination of ideas, the sagacious Locke, who certainly understood the nature of these things better than most men, affirms to have produced more wry actions than all other sources of prejudice whatsoever. But this by the by. Now it appears by a memorandum in my father's pocket-book, which now lies upon the table, that on Lady Day, which was on the 25th of the same month in which I date my geniture, my father set out upon his journey to London with my eldest brother Bobby to fix him at Westminster School. And, as it appears from the same authority, that he did not get down to his wife and family till the second week in May following. It brings the thing almost to a certainty. However, what follows in the beginning of the next chapter puts it beyond all possibility of doubt. But pray, sir, what was your father doing all December, January, and February? Why, madam, he was all that time afflicted with a sciatica. Chapter 5. On the 5th day of November, 1718, which to the era fixed on, was as near 9 calendar months as any husband could in reason have expected, was I Tristram Shandy, gentleman, brought forth into this scurvy and disastrous world of ours. I wish I had been born in the moon, or in any of the planets, except Jupiter or Saturn, because I never could bear cold weather, for it could not well have fared worse with me in any of them. Though I will not answer for Venus, than it has in this vile, dirty planet of ours, which, oh my conscience, with reverence be it spoken, I take to be made up of the shreds and clippings of the rest. Not but the planet is well enough, provided a man could be born in it to a great title or to a great estate, or could anyhow contrive to be called up to public charges and employments of dignity or power. But that is not my case, and therefore every man will speak of the fair as his own market has gone in it. For which cause I affirm it over again to be one of the vilest worlds that ever was made. For I can truly say, that from the first hour I drew my breath in it to this, that I can now scarce draw it at all. For an asthma I got in skating against the wind in Flanders. I have been the continual sport of what the world calls fortune. And though I will not wrong her by saying, she has ever made me feel the weight of any great or signal evil. Yet with all the good temper in the world, I affirm it of her, that in every stage of my life, and at every turn and corner where she could get fairly at me, the ungracious Duchess has pelted me with a set of as pitiful misadventures and cross accidents as ever small hero sustained. Chapter 6. In the beginning of the last chapter, I informed you exactly when I was born, but I did not inform you how. No, that particular was reserved entirely for a chapter by itself. Besides, sir, as you and I are in a manner perfect strangers to each other, it would not have been proper to have let you into too many circumstances relating to myself all at once. You must have a little patience. I have undertaken, you see, to write not only my life, but my opinions also, hoping and expecting that your knowledge of my character, and of what kind of a mortal I am by the one, would give you a better relish for the other. As you proceed farther with me, the slight acquaintance which is now beginning betwixt us will grow into familiarity, and that, unless one of us is in fault, will terminate in friendship. O deem preclarum, then nothing which has touched me will be thought trifling in its nature, or tedious in its telling. Therefore, my dear friend and companion, if you should think me somewhat sparing of my narrative on my first setting out, bear with me, and let me go on, and tell my story my own way. Or, if I should seem now and then to trifle upon the road, or should sometimes put on a fool's cap with a bell to it, for a moment or two as we pass along, don't fly off, but rather courteously give me credit for a little more wisdom than appears upon my outside. And as we jog on, either laugh with me, or at me, or in short do anything, only keep your temper. Chapter 7. But for heaven's sake, let us not talk of quarts or gallons, let us take the story straight before us. It is so nice and intricate a one, it will scarce bear the transposition of a single tittle. And, somehow or other, you have got me thrust almost into the middle of it. I beg we may take more care. Chapter 8. My Uncle Toby and the corporal had posted down with so much heat and precipitation to take possession of the spot of ground we have so often spoke of, in order to open their campaign as early as the rest of the allies, that they had forgot one of the most necessary articles of the whole affair. It was neither a pioneer's spade, a pickaxe, or a shovel. It was a bed to lie on, so that as Shandy Hall was at that time unfurnished, and the little inn where poor Lefevre died not yet built, my Uncle Toby was constrained to accept of a bed at Mrs. Wadman's for a night or two, till Corporal Trim, who to the character of an excellent valet, groom, cook, sempster, surgeon, and engineer, superadded that of an excellent upholsterer too, with the help of a carpenter and a couple of tailors, constructed one in my Uncle Toby's house. A daughter of Eve, for such was Widow Wadman, and 'tis all the character I intend to give of her. That she was a perfect woman, had better be 50 leagues off or in her warm bed or, playing with a case knife or anything you please than make a man the object of her attention, when the house and all the furniture is her own. There is nothing in it out of doors and in broad daylight, where a woman has a power, physically speaking, of viewing a man in more lights than one but here. For her soul, she can see him in no light without mixing something of her own goods and chattels along with him till, by reiterated acts of such combination, he gets foisted into her inventory. And then good night. But this is not matter of system. For I have delivered that above nor is it matter of breviary for, I make no man's creed, but my own nor matter of fact at least that I know of, but 'tis matter copulative and introductory to what follows. Chapter 9. I do not speak it with regard to the coarseness or cleanness of them or the strength of their gussets, but pray, do not night shifts differ from day shifts as much in this particular, as in anything else in the world, that they so far exceed the others in length, that when you are laid down in them, they fall almost as much below the feet as the day shifts fall short of them. Widow Wadman's night shifts, as was the mode I suppose in King William's and Queen Anne's reigns, were cut however after this fashion. And if the fashion is changed, for in Italy they are come to nothing, so much the worse for the public. They were 2 Flemish ells and a half in length, so that allowing a moderate woman 2 ells, she had half an ell to spare, to do what she would with. Now from one little indulgence gained after another, in the many bleak and Decemberly nights of a 7 years' widowhood, things had insensibly come to this pass, and for the 2 last years had got established into one of the ordinances of the bedchamber, that as soon as Mrs. Wadman was put to bed, and had got her legs stretched down to the bottom of it, of which she always gave Bridget notice Bridget, with all suitable decorum, having first opened the bedclothes at the feet, took hold of the half-ell of cloth we are speaking of, and having gently and with both her hands drawn it downwards to its furthest extension, and then contracted it again sidelong by 4 or 5 even plates, she took a large corking pin out of her sleeve, and with the point directed towards her, pinned the plates all fast together a little above the hem. Which done, she tucked all in tight at the feet, and wished her mistress a good night. This was constant, and without any other variation than this, that on shivering and tempestuous nights, when Bridget untucked the feet of the bed, and to do this she consulted no thermometer but that of her own passions, and so performed it standing, kneeling, or squatting, according to the different degrees of faith, hope, and charity she was in, and bore towards her mistress that night. In every other respect, the etiquette was sacred, and might have vied with the most mechanical one of the most inflexible bedchamber in Christendom. The first night, as soon as the corporal had conducted my Uncle Toby upstairs, which was about 10 misses, Wadman threw herself into her armchair, and crossing her left knee with her right, which formed a resting place for her elbow, she reclined her cheek upon the palm of her hand, and leaning forwards ruminated till midnight upon both sides of the question. The second night she went to her bureau, and having ordered Bridget to bring her up a couple of fresh candles and leave them upon the table, she took out her marriage settlement, and read it over with great devotion. And the third night, which was the last of my Uncle Toby's stay, when Bridget had pulled down the night shift, and was essaying to stick in the corking pin, with a kick of both heels at once, but at the same time the most natural kick that could be kicked in her situation, for supposing to be the sun in its meridian, it was a northeast kick. She kicked the pin out of her fingers, the etiquette which hung upon it. Down it fell to the ground, and was shivered into 1,000 atoms. From all which it was plain that Widow Wadman was in love with my Uncle Toby. Chapter 10. My Uncle Toby's head at that time was full of other matters, so that it was not till the demolition of Dunkirk, when all the other civilities of Europe were settled, that he found leisure to return this. This made an armistice, that is, speaking with regard to my Uncle Toby, but with respect to Mrs. Wadman, a vacancy of almost 11 years. But in all cases of this nature, as it is the second blow, happen at what distance of time it will, which makes the fray I choose for that reason to call these the amours of my Uncle Toby with Mrs. Wadman, rather than the amours of Mrs. Wadman with my Uncle Toby. This is not a distinction without a difference. It is not like the affair of an old hat cocked and a cocked old hat, about which your reverences have so often been at odds with one another, but there is a difference here in the nature of things. And let me tell you, gentry, a wide one too. Chapter 11. Now as Widow Wadman did love my Uncle Toby, and my Uncle Toby did not love Widow Wadman, there was nothing for Widow Wadman to do, but to go on and love my Uncle Toby or let it alone. Widow Wadman would do neither the one or the other. Gracious heaven, but I forget I am a little of her temper myself, for whenever it so falls out, which it sometimes does about the equinoxes, that an earthly goddess is so much this, and that, and t'other, that I cannot eat my breakfast for her, and that she careth not 3 halfpence whether I eat my breakfast or no. Curse on her, and so I send her to Tartary, and from Tartary to Terra del Fuogo, and so on to the devil. In short, there is not an infernal niche where I do not take her divinityship and stick it. But as the heart is tender, and the passions in these tides ebb and flow 10 times in a minute, I instantly bring her back again. And as I do all things in extremes, I place her in the very center of the Milky Way. Brightest of stars, thou wilt shed thy influence upon someone. The Duce take her, and her influence too, for at that word I lose all patience, much good may it do him. By all that is hirsute and gashly. I cry, taking off my furred cap, and twisting it round my finger, I would not give 6pence for a dozen such. But 'tis an excellent cap too, putting it upon my head, and pressing it close to my ears and warm and soft, especially if you stroke it the right way, but alas! That will never be my luck, so here my philosophy is shipwrecked again. No, I shall never have a finger in the pie, so here I break my metaphor. Crust and crumb, inside and out. Top and bottom I detest it, I hate it, I repudiate it, I'm sick at the sight of it. 'Tis all pepper, garlic, sterigin salt, and devil's dung by the great archcook of cooks, who does nothing, I think, from morning to night, but sit down by the fireside and invent inflammatory dishes for us. I would not touch it for the world. "Oh, Tristram, Tristram," cried Jenny. "Oh, Jenny, Jenny," replied I, and so went on with the 12th chapter. Chapter 14. Upon looking into my mother's marriage settlement, in order to satisfy myself and reader in a point necessary to be cleared up, before we could proceed any farther in this history, I had the good fortune to pop upon the very thing I wanted before I had read a day and a half straight forwards. It might have taken me up a month. Which shows plainly that when a man sits down to write a history, though it be but the history of Jack Hickathrift or Tom Thumb, he knows no more than his heels what lets and confounded hindrances he is to meet with in his way, or what a dance he may be led, by one excursion or another, before all is over. Could a historiographer drive on his history, as a muleteer drives on his mule, straight forward, for instance, from Rome all the way to Loretto, without ever once turning his head aside either to the right hand or to the left, he might venture to foretell you to an hour when he should get to his journey's end. But the thing is, morally speaking, impossible. For if he is a man of the least spirit, he will have 50 deviations from a straight line to make with this or that party as he goes along, which he can no ways avoid. He will have views and prospects to himself perpetually soliciting his eye, which he can no more help standing still to look at than he can fly. He will moreover have various accounts to reconcile, anecdotes to pick up, inscriptions to make out, stories to weave in, traditions to sift, personages to call upon, panegyrics to paste up at this door, pasquinades at that, all which both the man and his mule are quite exempt from. To sum up all, there are archives at every stage to be looked into, and rolls, records, documents, and endless genealogies, which justice ever and anon calls him back to stay the reading of. In short, there is no end of it. For my own part, I declare I had been at it these 6 weeks, making all the speed I possibly could, and am not yet born. I have just been able, and that's all, to tell you when it happened, but not how, so that you see the thing is yet far from being accomplished. These unforeseen stoppages, which I own I had no conception of when I first set out, but which I am convinced now will rather increase than diminish as I advance, have struck out a hint which I am resolved to follow. And that is not to be in a hurry, but to go on leisurely, writing and publishing 2 volumes of my life every year, which, if I am suffered to go on quietly and can make a tolerable bargain with my bookseller, I shall continue to do as long as I live. Chapter 15. The article in my mother's marriage settlement, which I told the reader I was at the pains to search for, and which, now that I have found it, I think proper to lay before him, is so much more fully expressed in the deed itself than ever I can pretend to do it, that it would be barbarity to take it out of the lawyer's hand. it is as follows. And this indenture further witnesseth, that the said Walter Shandy, merchant, in consideration of the said intended marriage to be had, and by God's blessing, to be well and truly solemnized and consummated between the said Walter Shandy and Elizabeth Molyneux aforesaid, and divers other good and valuable causes and considerations him thereunto specially moving, doth grant, covenant, condescend, consent, conclude, bargain, and fully agree to and with John Dickson and James Turner, Eskers, the above-named trustees and C, to wit, that in case it should hereafter so fall out, chance, happen, or otherwise come to pass, that the said Walter Shandy merchant shall have left off business before the time or times, that the said Elizabeth Molyneux shall, according to the course of nature, or otherwise, have left off bearing and bringing forth children. And that, in consequence of the said Walter Shandy having so left off business, he shall in despite, and against the free will, consent, and good liking of the said Elizabeth Molyneux, make a departure from the city of London, in order to retire to and dwell upon his estate at Shandy Hall in the county of or at any other country seat, castle, hall, mansion house, messuage or grange house, now purchased or hereafter to be purchased, or upon any part or parcel thereof. That then, and as often as the said Elizabeth Molyneux shall happen to be enceint with child or children severally and lawfully begot, or to be begotten, upon the body of the said Elizabeth Molyneux, during her said coverture, he the said Walter Shandy shall, at his own proper cost and charges, and out of his own proper moneys, upon good and reasonable notice, which is hereby agreed to be within 6 weeks of her, the said Elizabeth Molyneux's full reckoning, or time of supposed and computed delivery, pay or cause to be paid the sum of £120 of good and lawful money, to John Dickson and James Turner, Eskers, or assigns upon trust and confidence, and for and unto the use and uses, intent, end, and purpose following. That is to say, that the said sum of £120 shall be paid into the hands of the said Elizabeth Molyneux, or to be otherwise applied by them the said trustees, for the well and truly hiring of one coach, with able and sufficient horses, to carry and convey the body of the said Elizabeth Molyneux, and the child or children which she shall be then and there enceint and pregnant with, unto the city of London. And for the further paying and defraying of all other incidental costs, charges, and expenses whatsoever in and about, and for, and relating to, her said intended delivery and lying in the said city or suburbs thereof. And that the said Elizabeth Molyneux shall and may, from time to time, and at all such time and times as are here covenanted and agreed upon, peaceably and quietly hire the said coach and horses, and have free ingress, egress, and regress throughout her journey, in and from the said coach, according to the tenor, true intent, and meaning of these presents, without any let, suit, trouble, disturbance, molestation, discharge, hindrance, forfeiture, eviction, vexation, interruption, or encumbrance whatsoever. And that it shall moreover be lawful to, and for the said Elizabeth Molyneux from time to time, and as oft or often as she shall well and truly be advanced in her said pregnancy, to the time heretofore stipulated and agreed upon, to live and reside in such place or places, and in such family or families, and with such relations, friends, and other persons within the said city of London, as she at her own will and pleasure, notwithstanding her present coverture, and as if she was a femme sole and unmarried, shall think fit. And this indenture further witnesseth, that for the more effectually carrying of the said covenant into execution, the said Walter Shandy, merchant, doth hereby grant, bargain, sell, release, and confirm unto the said John Dickson and James Turner, Eskers, their heirs, executors, and assigns, in their actual possession now being, by virtue of an indenture of bargain and sale for a year to them the said John Dickson and James Turner, Eskers, by him the said Walter Shandy, merchant, thereof made, which said bargain and sale for a year bears date the day next before the date of these presents, and by force and virtue of the statute for transferring of uses into possession, that the manor and lordship of Shandy, in the county of, with all the rights, members, and appurtenances thereof, and all and every the messuages, houses, buildings, barns, stables, orchards, gardens, backsides, tofts, crofts, garths, cottages, lands, meadows, feedings, pastures, marshes, commons, woods, underwoods, drains, fisheries, waters, and watercourses, together with all rents, reversions, services, annuities, fee-farms, knights' fees, views of frank-pledge, escheats, reliefs, mines, quarries, goods, and chattels of felons and fugitives, felons of themselves, and put in exigent, diadans, free warrens, and all other royalties and seigneuries, rights and jurisdictions, privileges and hereditaments whatsoever. Hash and also hash the advowson, donation, presentation, and free disposition of the rectory or parsonage of Shandy aforesaid, and all and every the tenths, tithes, glebe lands. In 3 words, my mother was to lay in, if she chose it in London. But in order to put a stop to the practice of any unfair play on the part of my mother, which a marriage article of this nature too manifestly opened a door to, and which indeed had never been thought of at all, but for my Uncle Toby Shandy, a clause was added in security of my father, which was this: that in case my mother hereafter should, at any time, put my father to the trouble and expense of a London journey, upon false cries and tokens, that for every such instance, she should forfeit all the right and title which the covenant gave her to the next turn, but to no more, and so on, toties quaties, in as effectual a manner, as if such a covenant betwixt them had not been made. This, by the way, was no more than what was reasonable, and yet, as reasonable as it was, I have ever thought it hard that the whole weight of the article should have fallen entirely, as it did, upon myself. But I was begot and born to misfortunes. For my poor mother, whether it was wind or water or a compound of both, or neither, or whether it was simply the mere swell of imagination and fancy in her, or how far a strong wish and desire to have it so, might mislead her judgment. In short, whether she was deceived or deceiving in this matter, it no way becomes me to decide. The fact was this, that in the latter end of September 1717, which was the year before I was born, my mother having carried my father up to town much against the grain, he peremptorily insisted upon the clause, so that I was doomed, by marriage articles, to have my nose squeezed as flat to my face, as if the destinies had actually spun me without one. How this event came about, and what a train of vexatious disappointments, in one stage or other of my life, have pursued me from the mere loss, or rather compression, of this one single member, shall be laid before the reader all in due time. Chapter 16. My father, as anybody may naturally imagine, came down with my mother into the country, in but a pettish kind of a humor. The first 20 or 25 miles he did nothing in the world but fret and tease himself, and indeed my mother too, about the cursed expense, which he said might every shilling of it have been saved. Then what vexed him more than everything else was the provoking time of the year, which, as I told you, was towards the end of September, when his wall fruit and green gauges especially, in which he was very curious, were just ready for pulling. Had he been whistled up to London, upon a tom-fool's errand, in any other month of the whole year, he should not have said 3 words about it. For the next 2 whole stages, no subject would go down, but the heavy blow he had sustained from the loss of a son, whom it seems he had fully reckoned upon in his mind, and registered down in his pocketbook, as a second staff for his old age, in case Bobby should fail him. The disappointment of this, he said, was 10 times more to a wise man than all the money which the journey, etc., had cost him. Put together, wrought the £120, he did not mind it a rush. From Stilton, all the way to Grantham, nothing in the whole affair provoked him so much as the condolences of his friends, and the foolish figure they should both make at church, the first Sunday. Of which, in the satirical vehemence of his wit, now sharpened a little by vexation, he would give so many humorous and provoking descriptions, and place his rib and self in so many tormenting lights and attitudes in the face of the whole congregation, that my mother declared these 2 stages were so truly tragicomical that she did nothing but laugh and cry in a breath, from one end to the other of them all the way. From Grantham, till they had crossed the Trent, my father was out of all kind of patience at the vile trick and imposition which he fancied my mother had put upon him in this affair. Certainly, he would say to himself, over and over again, the woman could not be deceived herself if she could, what weakness? Tormenting word. Which led his imagination a thorny dance, and, before all was over, played the deuce and all with him. For sure as ever the word weakness was uttered, and struck full upon his brain, so sure it set him upon running divisions upon how many kinds of weaknesses there were. That there was such a thing as weakness of the body, as well as weakness of the mind, and then he would do nothing but syllogize within himself for a stage or 2 together. How far the cause of all these vexations might, or might not, have arisen out of himself. In short, he had so many little subjects of disquietude springing out of this one affair, all fretting successively in his mind as they rose up in it, that my mother, whatever was her journey up, had but an uneasy journey of it down. In a word, as she complained to my Uncle Toby, he would have tired out the patience of any flesh alive. Chapter 17. Though my father traveled homewards, as I told you, in none of the best of moods, pee-showing and pishing all the way down, yet he had the complacence to keep the worst part of the story still to himself, which was the resolution he had taken of doing himself the justice, which my Uncle Toby's clause in the marriage settlement empowered him, nor was it till the very night in which I was begot, which was 13 months after, that she had the least intimation of his design. When my father, happening, as you remember, to be a little chagrined and out of temper, took occasion as they lay chatting gravely in bed afterwards, talking over what was to come, to let her know that she must accommodate herself as well as she could to the bargain made between them in their marriage deeds, which was to lie in of her next child in the country, to balance the last year's journey. My father was a gentleman of many virtues, but he had a strong spice of that in his temper, which might, or might not, add to the number. 'Tis known by the name of perseverance in a good cause, and of obstinacy in a bad one. Of this my mother had so much knowledge, that she knew 'twas to no purpose to make any remonstrance, so she e'en resolved to sit down quietly and make the most of it. Chapter 18. As the point was that night agreed, or rather determined, that my mother should lie in of me in the country, she took her measures accordingly. For which purpose, when she was 3 days or thereabouts gone with child, she began to cast her eyes upon the midwife, whom you have so often heard me mention. And before the week was well got round, as the famous Dr. Manningham was not to be had, she had come to a final determination in her mind, notwithstanding there was a scientific operator within so near a call as 8 miles of us, and who, moreover, had expressly wrote a 5 shillings book upon the subject of midwifery, in which he had exposed not only the blunders of the sisterhood itself, but had likewise superadded many curious improvements for the quicker extraction of the fetus in cross births, and some other cases of danger, which belay us in getting into the world. Notwithstanding all this, my mother, I say, was absolutely determined to trust her life, and mine with it, into no soul's hand but this old woman's only. Now this I like, when we cannot get at the very thing we wish never to take up with the next best in degree to it. No, that's pitiful beyond description. It is no more than a week from this very day, in which I am now writing this book for the edification of the world, which is March 9, 1759, that my dear, dear Jenny, observing eye looked a little grave, as she stood cheapening a silk of 25 shillings a yard, told the mercer she was sorry she had given him so much trouble, and immediately went and bought herself a yard-wide stuff of 10 pence a yard. 'Tis the duplication of one and the same greatness of soul. Only what lessened the honor of it, somewhat in my mother's case, was that she could not heroine it into so violent and hazardous an extreme, as one in her situation might have wished, because the old midwife had really some little claim to be depended upon, as much, at least, as success could give her. Having, in the course of her practice of near 20 years in the parish, brought every mother's son of them into the world without any one slip or accident which could fairly be laid to her account. These facts, though they had their weight, yet did not altogether satisfy some few scruples and uneasinesses which hung upon my father's spirits in relation to this choice. To say nothing of the natural workings of humanity and justisor of the yearnings of parental and connubial love, all which prompted him to leave as little to hazard as possible in a case of this kind. He felt himself concerned in a particular manner that all should go right in the present case, from the accumulated sorrow he lay open to, should any evil betide his wife and child in lying in at Shandy Hall. He knew the world judged by events, and would add to his afflictions in such a misfortune by loading him with the whole blame of it. Alas, O day, had Mrs. Shandy, poor gentlewoman, had but her wish in going up to town just to lie in and come down again, which, they say, she begged and prayed for upon her bare knees, and which, in my opinion, considering the fortune which Mr. Shandy got with her, was no such mighty matter to have complied with. The lady and her babe might both of them have been alive at this hour. This exclamation, my father knew, was unanswerable. And yet, it was not merely to shelter himself, nor was it altogether for the care of his offspring and wife that he seemed so extremely anxious about this point. My father had extensive views of things, and stood moreover, as he thought, deeply concerned in it for the public good, from the dread he entertained of the bad use as an ill-fated instance might be put to. He was very sensible that all political writers upon the subject had unanimously agreed and lamented, from the beginning of Queen Elizabeth's reign down to his own time, that the current of men and money towards the metropolis, upon one frivolous errand or another, set in so strong as to become dangerous to our civil rights, though, by the by, a current was not the image he took most delight in, a distemper was here his favorite metaphor, and he would run it down into a perfect allegory. By maintaining it was identically the same in the body national as in the body natural, where the blood and spirits were driven up into the head faster than they could find their ways down. A stoppage of circulation must ensue, which was death in both cases. There was little danger, he would say, of losing our liberties by French politics or French invasions, nor was he so much in pain of a consumption from the mass of corrupted matter and ulcerated humors in our Constitution, which he hoped was not so bad as it was imagined. But he verily feared that in some violent push we should go off, all at once, in a state apoplexy. And then he would say, "The Lord have mercy upon us all." My father was never able to give the history of this distemper, without the remedy along with it. "Was I an absolute prince," he would say, pulling up his breeches with both his hands as he rose from his armchair, "I would appoint able judges at every avenue of my metropolis, who should take cognizance of every fool's business who came there. And if, upon a fair and candid hearing, it appeared not of weight sufficient to leave his own home, and come up, bag and baggage, with his wife and children, farmers' sons, and see, at his backside they should be all sent back, from constable to constable, like vagrants as they were, to the place of their legal settlements. By this means I shall take care that my metropolis tottered not throw its own weight, that the head be no longer too big for the body, that the extremes, now wasted and pinned in, be restored to their due share of nourishment, and regain with it their natural strength and beauty. I would effectually provide that the meadows and cornfields of my dominions should laugh and sing, that good cheer and hospitality flourish once more, and that such weight and influence be put thereby into the hands of the squirrality of my kingdom, as should counterpoise what I perceive my nobility are now taking from them. Why are there so few palaces and gentlemen's seats?" he would ask, with some emotion, as he walked across the room, "throughout so many delicious provinces in France? Whence is it that the few remaining shadows amongst them are so dismantled, so unfurnished, and in so ruinous and desolate a condition? Because, sir," he would say, "in that kingdom no man has any country interest to support. The little interest of any kind which any man has anywhere in it is concentrated in the court and the looks of the grand monarch, by the sunshine of whose countenance, or the clouds which pass across it, every French man lives or dies." Another political reason which prompted my father so strongly to guard against the least evil accident in my mother's lying in the country was that any such instance would infallibly throw a balance of power, too great already, into the weaker vessels of the gentry, in his own or higher stations, which, with the many other usurped rights which that part of the Constitution was hourly establishing, would in the end prove fatal to the monarchical system of domestic government established in the first creation of things by God. In this point he was entirely of Sir Robert Filmer's opinion, that the plans and institutions of the greatest monarchies in the eastern parts of the world were, originally, all stolen from that admirable pattern and prototype of this household and paternal power, which, for a century, he said, and more, had gradually been degenerating away into a mixed government, the form of which, however desirable in great combinations of the species, was very troublesome in small ones, and seldom produced anything, that he saw, but sorrow and confusion. For all these reasons, private and public, put together, my father was for having the man midwife by all means, my mother by no means. My father begged and entreated she would for once recede from her prerogative in this matter, and suffer him to choose for her. My mother, on the contrary, insisted upon her privilege in this matter, to choose for herself, and have no mortal's help but the old woman. What could my father do? He was almost at his wit's end, talked it over with her in all moods, placed his arguments in all lights, argued the matter with her like a Christian, like a heathen, like a husband, like a father, like a patriot, like a man. My mother answered everything only like a woman, which was a little hard upon her, for as she could not assume and fight it out behind such a variety of characters, 'twas no fair match, 'twas 7-1. What could my mother do? She had the advantage, otherwise she had been certainly overpowered, of a small reinforcement of chagrin personal at the bottom, which bore her up, and enabled her to dispute the affair with my father with so equal an advantage, that both sides sung Te Deum. In a word, my mother was to have the old woman, and the operator was to have license to drink a bottle of wine with my father and my Uncle Toby Shandy in the back parlor, for which he was to be paid 5 guineas. I must beg leave, before I finish this chapter, to enter a caveat in the breast of my fair reader. And it is this, not to take it absolutely for granted, from an unguarded word or two which I have dropped in it, that I am a married man. I own the tender appellation of my dear Jenny, with some other strokes of conjugal knowledge, interspersed here and there, might, naturally enough, have misled the most candid judge in the world into such a determination against me. All I plead for, in this case, madam, is strict justice, and that you do so much of it, to me as well as to yourself, as not to prejudge or receive such an impression of me, till you have better evidence than, I am positive, at present can be produced against me. Not that I can be so vain or unreasonable, madam, as to desire you should therefore think that my dear Jenny is my kept mistress. No, that would be flattering my character in the other extreme, and giving it an air of freedom, which perhaps it has no kind of right to. All I contend for is the utter impossibility, for some volumes, that you, or the most penetrating spirit upon earth, should know how this matter really stands. It is not impossible, but that my dear Jenny, tender as the appellation is, may be my child. Consider, I was born in the year 18, nor is there anything unnatural or extravagant in the supposition that my dear Jenny may be my friend. Friend, my friend. Surely, madam, a friendship between the two sexes may subsist and be supported without Mr. Shandy, without anything, madam, but that tender and delicious sentiment which ever mixes in friendship where there is a difference of sex. Let me entreat you to study the pure and sentimental parts of the best French romances. It will really, madam, astonish you to see with what a variety of chaste expressions this delicious sentiment, which I have the honor to speak of, is dressed out. Chapter 19. I would sooner undertake to explain the hardest problem in geometry than pretend to account for it, that a gentleman of my father's great good sense, knowing, as the reader must have observed him, and curious too in philosophy, wise also in political reasoning, and in polemical, as he will find, no way ignorant, could be capable of entertaining a notion in his head, so out of the common track, that I fear the reader, when I come to mention it to him, if he is the least of a choleric temper, will immediately throw the book by. If mercurial, he will laugh most heartily at it. And if he is of a grave and saturnine cast, he will, at first sight, absolutely condemn as fanciful and extravagant. And that was in respect to the choice and imposition of Christian names, on which he thought a great deal more depended than what superficial minds were capable of conceiving. His opinion in this matter was that there was a strange kind of magic bias, which good or bad names, as he called them, irresistibly impressed upon our characters and conduct. The hero of Cervantes argued not the point with more seriousness, nor had he more faith, or more to say on the powers of necromancy in dishonoring his deeds, or on Dulcinea's name in shedding luster upon them, than my father had on those of Trismegistus or Archimedes, on the one hander of Nike and Simkin on the other. How many Caesars and Pompeys, he would say, by mere inspiration of the names, have been rendered worthy of them? And how many, he would add, are there, who might have done exceeding well in the world, had not their characters and spirits been totally depressed and Nicomedist into nothing? I see plainly, sir, by your looks, or as the case happened, my father would say that you do not heartily subscribe to this opinion of mine, which, to those, he would add, who have not carefully sifted it to the bottom, I own has an air more of fancy than of solid reasoning in it. And yet, my dear sir, if I may presume to know your character, I am morally assured I should hazard little in stating a case to you, not as a party in the dispute, but as a judge, and trusting my appeal upon it to your own good sense and candid disquisition in this matter. You are a person free from as many narrow prejudices of education as most men. And, if I may presume to penetrate farther into you, of a liberality of genius above bearing down an opinion, merely because it wants friends. Your son, your dear son, from whose sweet and open temper you have so much to expect. Your Billy, sir, would you, for the world, have called him Judas? Would you, my dear sir, he would say, laying his hand upon your breast, with the gentlest address, and in that soft and irresistible piano of voice, which the nature of the argumentum ad hominem absolutely requires, would you, sir, if a Jew of a godfather had proposed the name for your child, and offered you his purse along with it, would you have consented to such a desecration of him? Oh my God. He would say, looking up, if I know your temper right, sir, you are incapable of it. You would have trampled upon the offer. You would have thrown the temptation at the tempter's head with abhorrence. Your greatness of mind in this action, which I admire with that generous contempt of money, which you show me in the whole transaction, is really noble. And what renders it more so, is the principle of it. The workings of a parent's love upon the truth and conviction of this very hypothesis, namely, that was your son called Judas. The sordid and treacherous idea, so inseparable from the name, would have accompanied him through life like his shadow, and in the end made a miser and a rascal of him, in spite, sir, of your example. I never knew a man able to answer this argument. But indeed, to speak of my father as he was certainly irresistible, both in his orations and disputations. He was born an orator. Theta epsilon omicron delta, letter 1F77 delta alpha kappa tau, omicron sigma. Persuasion hung upon his lips, and the elements of logic and rhetoric were so blended up in him, and withal he had so shrewd a guess at the weaknesses and passions of his respondent that nature might have stood up and said, "This man is eloquent." In short, whether he was on the weak or the strong side of the question, 'twas hazardous in either case to attack him. And yet, 'tis strange, he had never read Cicero, nor Quintilian de Orator, nor Isocrates, nor Aristotle, nor Longinus amongst the Antients, nor Vossius, nor Scioppius, nor Ramus, nor Farnaby amongst the moderns. And what is more astonishing, he had never in his whole life the least light or spark of subtlety struck into his mind, by one single lecture upon Krakenthorpe or Burgerstitius, or any Dutch logician or commentator. He knew not so much as in what the difference of an argument ad ignorantium and an argument ad hominem consisted. So that I well remember, when he went up along with me to enter my name at Jesus College in Asterisk, it was a matter of just wonder with my worthy tutor, and 2 or 3 fellows of that learned society, that a man who knew not so much as the names of his tools should be able to work after that fashion with them. To work with them in the best manner he could was what my father was, however, perpetually forced upon. For he had 1,000 little skeptical notions of the comic kind to defend, most of which notions, I verily believe, at first entered upon the footing of mere whims and of a vive la bagatelle. And as such he would make merry with them for half an hour or so, and having sharpened his wit upon them, dismiss them till another day. I mention this, not only as matter of hypothesis or conjecture upon the progress and establishment of my father's many odd opinions, but as a warning to the learned reader against the indiscreet reception of such guests, who, after a free and undisturbed entrance, for some years, into our brains, at length claim a kind of settlement there, working sometimes like yeast, but more generally after the manner of the gentle passion, beginning in jest, but ending in downright earnest. Whether this was the case of the singularity of my father's notions, or that his judgment, at length, became the dupe of his wit, or how far, in many of his notions, he might, though odd, be absolutely right, the reader, as he comes at them, shall decide. All that I maintain here is that in this one of the influence of Christian names, however it gained footing, he was serious. He was all uniformity, he was systematical, and like all systematic reasoners, he would move both heaven and earth, and twist and torture everything in nature to support his hypothesis. In a word, I repeat it over again. He was serious and, in consequence of it, he would lose all kind of patience whenever he saw people, especially of condition, who should have known better, as careless and as indifferent about the name they imposed upon their child, or more so, than in the choice of Ponto or Cupid for their puppy dog. This, he would say, looked ill, and had moreover this particular aggravation in it, viz., that when once a vile name was wrongfully or injudiciously given, 'twas not like the case of a man's character, which, when wronged, might hereafter be cleared, and possibly some time or other, if not in the man's life, at least after his death, be somehow or other set to rights with the world. But the injury of this, he would say, could never be undone. Nay, he doubted even whether an act of Parliament could reach it. He knew as well as you that the legislature assumed a power over surnames, but for very strong reasons, which he could give, it had never yet adventured, he would say, to go a step farther. It was observable that though my father, in consequence of this opinion, had, as I have told you, the strongest likings and dislikings towards certain names, that there were still numbers of names which hung so equally in the balance before him that they were absolutely indifferent to him. Jack, Dick, and Tom were of this class. These my father called neutral names, affirming of them without a satire that there had been as many knaves and fools, at least, as wise and good men, since the world began, who had indifferently borne them. So that, like equal forces acting against each other in contrary directions, he thought they mutually destroyed each other's effects. For which reason, he would often declare, he would not give a cherry stone to choose amongst them. Bob, which was my brother's name, was another of these neutral kinds of Christian names, which operated very little either way, and as my father happened to be at Epsom when it was given him, he would oft-times thank heaven it was no worse. Andrew was something like a negative quantity in algebra with him. 'Twas worse, he said, than nothing. William stood pretty high, Numps again was low with him, and Nick, he said, was the devil. But of all the names in the universe, he had the most unconquerable aversion for Tristram. He had the lowest and most contemptible opinion of it of anything in the world, thinking it could possibly produce nothing in rerum natura, but what was extremely mean and pitiful. So that in the midst of a dispute on the subject, in which by the by he was frequently involved, he would sometimes break off in a sudden and spirited epiphoma, or rather erotses, raised a third and sometimes a full fifth above the key of the discourse, and demand it categorically of his antagonist, whether he would take upon him to say he had ever remembered, whether he had ever read, or even whether he had ever heard tell of a man, called Tristram, performing anything great or worth recording. No, he would say, Tristram, the thing is impossible. What could be wanting in my father, but to have wrote a book to publish this notion of his to the world? Little boots it to the subtle speculatist to stand single in his opinions, unless he gives them proper vent. It was the identical thing which my father did. For in the year 16, which was 2 years before I was born, he was at the pains of writing an express dissertation simply upon the word Tristram, showing the world, with great candor and modesty, the grounds of his great abhorrence to the name. When this story is compared with the title page, will not the gentle reader pity my father from his soul? To see an orderly and well-disposed gentleman, who though singular, yet inoffensive in his notions, so played upon in them by cross purposes, to look down upon the stage, and see him baffled and overthrown in all his little systems and wishes, to behold a train of events perpetually falling out against him, and in so critical and cruel a way, as if they had purposely been planned and pointed against him, merely to insult his speculations. In a word, to behold such a one in his old age, ill-fitted for troubles, 10 times in a day suffering sorrow, 10 times in a day calling the child of his prayers Tristram, melancholy dissyllable of sound, which, to his ears, was unison to nincompoop and every name vituperative under heaven, by his ashes. I swear it, if ever malignant spirit took pleasure, or busied itself in traversing the purposes of mortal man, it must have been here. And if it was not necessary I should be born before I was christened, I would this moment give the reader an account of it. Chapter 20. How could you, madam, be so inattentive in reading the last chapter? I told you in it that my mother was not a papist. Papist? You told me no such thing, sir. Madam, I beg leave to repeat it over again that I told you as plain, at least, as words by direct inference could tell you such a thing. Then, sir, I must have missed a page. No, madam, you have not missed a word. Then I was asleep, sir. My pride, madam, cannot allow you that refuge. Then I declare I know nothing at all about the matter. That, madam, is the very fault I lay to your charge. And as a punishment for it, I do insist upon it that you immediately turn back, that is, as soon as you get to the next full stop, and read the whole chapter over again. I have imposed this penance upon the lady, neither out of wantonness nor cruelty, but from the best of motives. and therefore shall make her no apology for it when she returns back. Tease to rebuke a vicious taste, which has crept into thousands besides herself, of reading straightforwards, more in quest of the adventures, than of the deep erudition and knowledge which a book of this cast, if read over as it should be, would infallibly impart with them. The mind should be accustomed to make wise reflections, and draw curious conclusions as it goes along. The habitude of which made Pliny the Younger affirm, that he never read a book so bad, but he drew some profit from it. The stories of Greece and Rome, run over without this turn and application, do less service, I affirm it, than the history of Parismus and Parismenus, or of the 7 champions of England, read with it. But here comes my fair lady. Have you read over again the chapter, madam, as I desired you? You have, and did you not observe the passage, upon the second reading, which admits the inference? Not a word like it. Then, madam, be pleased to ponder well the last line but one of the chapter, where I take upon me to say, it was necessary I should be born before I was christened. Had my mother, madam, been a papist, that consequence did not follow. It is a terrible misfortune for this same book of mine, but more so to the Republic of Letters, so that my own is quite swallowed up in the consideration of it, that this self-same vile pruriency for fresh adventures in all things has got so strongly into our habit and humor, and so wholly intent are we upon satisfying the impatience of our concupiscence that way, that nothing but the gross and more carnal parts of a composition will go down. The subtle hints and sly communications of science fly off, like spirits upwards, the heavy moral escapes downwards, and both the one and the other are as much lost to the world as if they were still left in the bottom of the inkhorn. I wish the male reader has not passed by many a one, as quaint and curious as this one, in which the female reader has been detected. I wish it may have its effects, and that all good people, both male and female, from her example, may be taught to think as well as read. Memoir présenté à Messieurs les Docteurs de Sorbonne. Un chirurgien accoucheur represent à Messieurs les Docteurs de Sorbonne, quil via des cas, quoique très rares, ou une mire ni scorade accoucher, and merm ou l'enfant est tellement renfermé dans le sein de sa mère. Quil ni fait paraître aucune partie de son corps, si qui serait un cas, suivant les rituels de lui confère, du moins sous condition le baptême. Le chirurgien, qui consulte, prétend, par le moyen d'une petite canal, de pouvoir baptiser immédiatement l'enfant, sans faire aucun tort à la mère. Il demande si moyen, quil vient de proposer, est permis en légitime, and est-il peut s'en servir dans les cas quil vient d'exposer. Footnote 1.1. The Romish rituals direct the baptizing of the child, in cases of danger, before it is born, but upon this proviso, that some part or other of the child's body be seen by the baptizer. But the doctors of the Sorbonne, by a deliberation held amongst them, April 10, 1733, have enlarged the powers of the midwives, by determining, that though no part of the child's body should appear, that baptism shall nevertheless be administered to it by injection, par le moyen d'une petite canal, a squirt. 'Tis very strange that St. Thomas Aquinas, who had so good a mechanical head, both for tying and untying the knots of school divinity, should, after so much pains bestowed upon this, give up the point at last, as a second law chose impossible, infants in maternis uterus existence, quoth St. Thomas, baptizari passant nullo modo. O Thomas, Thomas! If the reader has the curiosity to see the question upon baptism by injection, as presented to the doctors of the Sorbonne with their consultation thereupon, it is as follows. Réponse. Le conseil estim, que la question proposée souffre de grandes difficultés. Les théologiens posent d'un côté pour principe, que le baptême, qui est une naissance spirituelle, suppose une première naissance. Il faut erder né dans le monde, pour renaître en Jesus Christ, comme ils l'enseignent. S. Thomas, 3-part quist. 88 artic. Roman 2, sut cette doctrine comme une vérité constante. Elle en put, ditius doctor, baptizer les enfants qui sont renfermés dans le sein de leurs mères, and S. Thomas est fondé sur ci, que les enfants n'y sont point nés, and ni pouvant erder comptés parmi les autres hommes. Du il conclude, quils ni pouvant erder à l'objet d'une action extérieure, pour recevoir par leur ministère, les sacraments nécessaires au salut. Puri in maternis uteris existence non dum produrant in lucem ut, cum aliis hominibus vidam ducent. unde non possunt subjuci actioni humani, ut per aerum ministerium sacramenta recipient ad salutem. Les riddles ordinant dans la pratique si quelles theologians ont établi sur les mermes matieres, and ils defendant tous d'une manière uniforme, de baptiser les enfants qui sont renfermés dans le sein de leurs mères, et ils n'y font paraître quelque partie de leurs corps. Le concours des theologians, and des riddles, qui sont les règles des diocèses, parait former une autorité qui termine la question présente. Cependant le conseil de conscience considerant d'un côté, que le raisonnement des theologians est uniquement fondé sur une raison de convenance, and que la défense des riddles suppose qu'elles n'y put baptiser immédiatement les enfants ainsi renfermés dans le sein de leurs mères, si qui est contre la supposition présente. And d'un autre côté, considerant que les mermes theologians enseignant, qu'elles put risquer les sacraments que Jesus Christ a établis comme des moyens faciles, mais nécessaires pour sanctifier les hommes. And de leurs estimant, que les enfants renfermés dans le sein de leurs mères, pourrient être capables de salut, parce qu'ils sont capables de damnation. Pour ces considerations, and en égard à l'exposé, souvent l'équal en assure avoir trouvé un moyen certain de baptiser ces enfants ainsi renfermés. Sans faire aucun tort à la mire le conseil estime qu'elles pourrait s'y servir du moyen proposé. Dans la confiance qu'il, a quotidiana point laissé ces sorties d'enfants sans aucun secours. And supposant, comme il est exposé, que le moyen dont il s'agit est proper à leur procurer le baptême. Cependant comme il s'agirait, en autorisant la pratique proposée, de changer une règle universellement établie, le conseil croit que celui qui consulte doit s'adresser à son évêque, and à qui il appartient de juger de l'utilité, and du danger du moyen proposé. And comme, sous le bon plaisir de l'évêque, le conseil estime qu'il faudrait recourir au pape, qui le droit d'expliquer les règles de l'église, and d'y déroger dans le cas, où la loini scorait obliger. Quelque sage and quelque utile que parais la manière de baptiser, dont il s'agit. Le conseil n'y pourrait l'approuver sans le concours de ces du autorités. On conseil au moins à celui qui consulte, de s'adresser à son évêque, and de lui faire part de la présente décision, afin que, si le prélat entre dans les raisons sur lesquelles les docteurs s'assignés sapient, il puisse être autorisé dans le cas de nécessité, ou il risquerait trop de tendre que la permission fut demandée, and accordé d'employer le moyen qu'il propose si avantageux au salut de l'enfant. Au reste, le conseil, en estimant qu'elle pourrait s'en servir, croit cependant, que si les enfants dont il s'agit, venant au monde, contre l'espérance de ceux qui s'y serient service du même moyen, il serait nécessaire de les baptiser sous condition. And en cela le conseil s'y conforme à tous les riddles, qui en autorisant le baptême d'un enfant qui fait paraître quelque partie de son corps, enjoignant n'ayant moins, and ordonnant de le baptiser sous condition, est-il vint heureusement au monde. Délibéré en Sorbonne, le 10 avril 1733. Et le moyen L. de Romagny de Marseille. Mr. Tristram Shandy's compliments to Messrs. Le Moyne, de Romagny, and de Marseille, hopes they all rested well the night after so tiresome a consultation. He begs to know whether after the ceremony of marriage, and before that of consummation, the baptizing all the homunculi at once, slapdash by injection, would not be a shorter and safer cut still. On condition, as above, that if the homunculi do well, and come safe into the world after this, that each and every of them shall be baptized again, sous condition. And provided, in the second place, that the thing can be done, which Mr. Shandy apprehends it may, par le moyen d'une petite canal, and sans faire aucun tort au pied. Chapter 21. The Abbess of Andouillets, which, if you look into the large set of provincial maps now publishing at Paris, you will find situated amongst the hills which divide Burgundy from Savoy. Being in danger of an ankylosis or stiff joint, the synovia of her knee becoming hard by long matins, and having tried every remedy first, prayers and thanksgiving. Then invocations to all the saints in heaven, promiscuously, then particularly to every saint who had ever had a stiff leg. Before her then touching it with all the reliques of the convent, principally with the thigh bone of the man of Lystra, who had been impotent from his youth then, wrapping it up in her veil, when she went to bed then, crosswise her rosary then, bringing in to her aid the secular arm, and anointing it with oils and hot fat of animals, then treating it with emollient and resolving fomentations then with poultices of marshmallows, mallows, bonus henricus, white lilies and fenugreek then taking the woods. I mean the smoke of 'em. Holding her scapulary across her lap then decoctions of wild chicory, watercresses, chervil, sweet cecily and cachleria, and nothing all this while answering. Was prevailed on at last to try the hot baths of Bourbonceau, having first obtained leave of the visitor general, to take care of her existence she, ordered all to be got ready for her journey. A novice of the convent of about 17, who had been troubled with a whitlow in her middle finger, by sticking it constantly into the abbess's cast poultices, and C had gained such an interest, that overlooking a sciatical old nun, who might have been set up forever by the hot baths of Bourbon, Margarita, the little novice, was elected as the companion of the journey. An old calash, belonging to the abbess, lined with green frieze, was ordered to be drawn out into the sun, the gardener of the convent being chosen muleteer led out the 2 old mules, to clip the hair from the rumpens of their tails, whilst a couple of lay sisters were busied, the one in darning the lining, and the other in sewing on the shreds of yellow binding, which the teeth of time had unravelled. The under gardener dressed the muleteer's hat in hot wine lees, and a tailor sat musically at it. In a shed over against the convent, in assorting 4 dozen of bells for the harness, whistling to each bell, as he tied it on with a thong. The carpenter and the smith of Andwillits held a council of wheels, and by 7, the morning after, all looked spruce, and was ready at the gate of the convent for the hot baths of Bourbon. 2 rows of the unfortunate stood ready there an hour before. The abbess of Andwillits, supported by Margarita the novice, advanced slowly to the calash, both clad in white, with their black rosaries hanging at their breasts. There was a simple solemnity in the contrast. They entered the calash, and nuns in the same uniform, sweet emblem of innocence, each occupied a window, and as the abbess and Margarita looked up each, the sciatical poor nun excepted, each streamed out the end of her veil in the air, then kissed the lily hand which let it go. The good abbess and Margarita laid their hands saint-wise upon their breasts, looked up to heaven then to them, and looked, God bless you, dear sisters. I declare I am interested in this story, and wish I had been there. The gardener, whom I shall now call the muleteer, was a little, hearty, broad-set, good-natured, chattering, toping kind of a fellow, who troubled his head very little with the hows and whens of life. So had mortgaged a month of his conventicle wages in a borachio, or leathern cask of wine, which he had disposed behind the calash, with a large russet-colored riding coat over it, to guard it from the sun. And as the weather was hot, and he not a niggard of his labours, walking 10 times more than he rode, he found more occasions than those of nature, to fall back to the rear of his carriage, till by frequent coming and going, it had so happened that all his wine had leaked out at the legal vent of the borachio, before 1/2 of the journey was finished. Man is a creature born to habitudes. The day had been sultry, the evening was delicious, the wine was generous, the Burgundian hill on which it grew was steep, a little tempting bush over the door of a cool cottage at the foot of it, hung vibrating in full harmony with the passions, a gentle air rustled distinctly through the leaves. Come, come, thirsty muleteer, come in. The muleteer was a son of Adam. I need not say a word more. He gave the mules, each of 'em, a sound lash, and looking in the abbess's and Margarita's faces as he did it, as much as to say, here I am, he gave a second good crack, as much as to say to his mules, get on. So slinking behind, he entered the little inn at the foot of the hill. The muleteer, as I told you, was a little, joyous, chirping fellow, who thought not of tomorrow, nor of what had gone before or what was to follow it, provided he got but his scantling of Burgundy and a little chit-chat along with it. So entering into a long conversation, as how he was chief gardener to the convent of Andwillits, and C, and out of friendship for the abbess and Mademoiselle Margarita, who was only in her novitiate, he had come along with them from the confines of Savoy, and as how she had got a white swelling by her devotions, and what a nation of herbs he had procured to mollify her humours, and that if the waters of Bourbon did not mend that leg, she might as well be lame of both, and he so contrived his story, as absolutely to forget the heroine of it, and with her the little novice, And what was a more ticklish point to be forgot than both the two mules, who being creatures that take advantage of the world, inasmuch as their parents took it of them and, they not being in a condition to return the obligation downwards, as men and women and beasts are, they do it sideways and long ways and back ways and uphill, and downhill, and which way they can. Philosophers, with all their ethics, have never considered this rightly. How should the poor muleteer, then in his cups, consider it at all? He did not in the least. 'Tis time we do. Let us leave him then in the vortex of his element, the happiest and most thoughtless of mortal men, and, for a moment, let us look after the mules, the abbess, and Margarita. By virtue of the muleteers, 2 last strokes the mules had gone quietly on, following their own consciences up the hill, till they had conquered about 1/2 of it, when the elder of them, a shrewd crafty old devil, at the turn of an angle, giving a side glance, and no muleteer behind them. "By my fig," said she, swearing, "I'll go no further, and if I do," replied the other, "they shall make a drum of my hide." And so with one consent they stopped thus. Chapter 22. "Get on with you," said the abbess. "Ish ish," cried Margarita. Asa yushu ush, ashad the abbess. Wwwed Margarita, pursing up her sweet lips betwixt a hoot and a whistle. Thump 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 obstreperated the abbess of Andwillits, with the end of her gold-headed cane, against the bottom of the calash. The old mule let a f. Chapter 23. "We are ruined and undone, my child," said the abbess to Margarita. "We shall be here all night, we shall be plundered, we shall be ravished." "We shall be ravished," said Margarita, as sure as a gun. "Sancta Maria," cried the abbess, forgetting the O, "why was I governed by this wicked stiff joint? Why did I leave the convent of Andwillits? And why didst thou not suffer thy servant to go unpolluted to her tomb?" "Oh, my finger," cried the novice, catching fire at the word servant. "Why was I not content to put it here, or there, anywhere rather than be in this strait?" "Straight," said the abbess. "Straight," said the novice, for terror had struck their understandings, the one knew not what she said, the other what she answered. "Oh, my virginity, virginity," cried the abbess. Inite," said the novice, sobbing. Chapter 24. "My dear mother," quoth the novice, coming a little to herself, "there are 2 certain words, which I have been told will force any horse, or ass, or mule to go up a hill whether he will or no. Be he never so obstinate or ill-willed, the moment he hears them uttered, he obeys. They are words magic." Cried the abbess in the utmost horror. "No," replied Margarita calmly, "but they are words sinful." "What are they?" quoth the abbess, interrupting her. "They are sinful in the first degree," answered Margarita. "They are mortal, and if we are ravished and die unabsolved of them, we shall both, but you may pronounce them to me." Quoth the abbess of Andwillits, "They cannot, my dear mother," said the novice, "be pronounced at all. They will make all the blood in one's body fly up into one's face, but you may whisper them in my ear," quoth the abbess. "Heaven, hadst thou no guardian angel to delegate to the inn at the bottom of the hill? Was there no generous and friendly spirit, unemployed, no agent in nature, by some monitory shivering, creeping along the artery which led to his heart, to rouse the muleteer from his banquet? No sweet minstrelsy to bring back the fair idea of the abbess and Margarita with their black rosaries? Rouse, rouse, but 'tis too late, the horrid words are pronounced this moment. And how to tell them, ye, who can speak of everything existing with unpolluted lips, instruct me, guide me." Chapter 25. "All sins whatever," quoth the abbess, turning casuist in the distress they were under, "are held by the confessor of our convent to be either mortal or venial. There is no further division. Now a venial sin being the slightest and least of all sins, being halved by taking either only the half of it, and leaving the rest, or by taking it all, and amicably having it betwixt yourself and another person in course, becomes diluted into no sin at all. Now I see no sin in saying boo, 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 boo 100 times together, nor is there any turpitude in pronouncing the syllable jur, 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 were it from our matins to our vespers. Therefore, my dear daughter, continued the abbess of Andwillits, I will say boo, and thou shalt say jur. And then alternately, as there is no more sin in foo than in boo, thou shalt say foo, and I will come in like fa, sol, la, re, mi, at our compliance with ter." And accordingly the abbess, giving the pitch note, set off thus: "Abbess, boo, 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 Margarita, jur, 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 Margarita, foo, 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 abbess, ter, ter, ter." The two mules acknowledged the notes by a mutual lash of their tails, but it went no further. "Will answer by and by," said the novice. "Abbess boo 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 Margarita. Jur 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 jur." "Quicker still," cried Margarita. "Foo foo 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 foo." "Quicker still," cried Margarita. "Boo boo 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 boo." "Quicker still, God preserve me," said the abbess. "They do not understand us," cried Margarita. "But the devil does," said the abbess of Andwillits. Chapter 25. The wound in my Uncle Toby's groin, which he received at the siege of Namur, rendering him unfit for the service, it was thought expedient he should return to England, in order, if possible, to be set to rights. He was 4 years totally confined, part of it to his bed and all of it to his room. And in the course of his cure, which was all that time in hand, suffered unspeakable miseries, owing to a succession of exfoliations from the os pubis, and the outward edge of that part of the coccyx called the os ileum, both which bones were dismally crushed, as much by the irregularity of the stone, which I told you was broke off the parapet, as by its size, though it was pretty large, which inclined the surgeon all along to think that the great injury which it had done my Uncle Toby's groin was more owing to the gravity of the stone itself than to the projectile force of it, which he would often tell him was a great happiness. My father at that time was just beginning business in London, and had taken a house. And as the truest friendship and cordiality subsisted between the two brothers, and that my father thought my Uncle Toby could no where be so well nursed and taken care of as in his own house, he assigned him the very best apartment in it. And what was a much more sincere mark of his affection still, he would never suffer a friend or an acquaintance to step into the house on any occasion, but he would take him by the hand and lead him upstairs to see his brother Toby, and chat an hour by his bedside. The history of a soldier's wound beguiles the pain of it. My uncle's visitors at least thought so, and in their daily calls upon him, from the courtesy arising out of that belief, they would frequently turn the discourse to that subject. And from that subject the discourse would generally roll on to the siege itself. These conversations were infinitely kind, and my Uncle Toby received great relief from them, and would have received much more, but that they brought him into some unforeseen perplexities, which, for 3 months together, retarded his cure greatly. And if he had not hit upon an expedient to extricate himself out of them, I verily believe they would have laid him in his grave. What these perplexities of my Uncle Toby were, 'tis impossible for you to guess. If you could, I should blush. Not as a relation, not as a man, nor even as a woman, but I should blush as an author, inasmuch as I set no small store by myself upon this very account, that my reader has never yet been able to guess at anything. And in this, sir, I am of so nice and singular a humor, that if I thought you was able to form the least judgment or probable conjecture to yourself of what was to come in the next page, I would tear it out of my book. Book 2. Chapter 1. I have begun a new book, on purpose that I might have room enough to explain the nature of the perplexities in which my Uncle Toby was involved, from the many discourses and interrogations about the siege of Namur, where he received his wound. I must remind the reader, in case he has read the history of King William's wars, but if he has not, I then inform him that one of the most memorable attacks in that siege was that which was made by the English and Dutch upon the point of the advanced counterscarp, between the gate of St. Nicholas, which enclosed the great sluice or water-stop, where the English were terribly exposed to the shot of the counter-guard and demi-bastion of St. Roch. The issue of which hot dispute, in 3 words, was this, that the Dutch lodged themselves upon the counter-guard, and that the English made themselves masters of the covered way before St. Nicholas Gate, notwithstanding the gallantry of the French officers, who exposed themselves upon the glacis sword in hand. As this was the principal attack of which my Uncle Toby was an eye-witness at Namur, the army of the besiegers being cut off, by the confluence of the Meuse and Sambre, from seeing much of each other's operations, my Uncle Toby was generally more eloquent and particular in his account of it. And the many perplexities he was in arose out of the almost insurmountable difficulties he found in telling his story intelligibly, and giving such clear ideas of the differences and distinctions between the scarp and counterscarp, the glacis and covered way, the half-moon and ravelin, as to make his company fully comprehend where and what he was about. Writers themselves are too apt to confound these terms, so that you will the less wonder if in his endeavors to explain them, and in opposition to many misconceptions, that my Uncle Toby did oft times puzzle his visitors, and sometimes himself too. To speak the truth, unless the company my father led upstairs were tolerably clear-headed, or my Uncle Toby was in one of his explanatory moods, 'twas a difficult thing, do what he could, to keep the discourse free from obscurity. What rendered the account of this affair the more intricate to my Uncle Toby was this, that in the attack of the counterscarp, before the gate of St. Nicholas, extending itself from the bank of the Mease, quite up to the great water-stop, the ground was cut and cross-cut with such a multitude of dikes, drains, rivulets, and sluices on all sides, and he would get so sadly bewildered, and set fast amongst them, that frequently he could neither get backwards or forwards to save his life, and was oft times obliged to give up the attack upon that very account only. These perplexing rebuffs gave my Uncle Toby Shandy more perturbations than you would imagine, and as my father's kindness to him was continually dragging up fresh friends and fresh inquirers, he had but a very uneasy task of it. No doubt my Uncle Toby had great command of himself, could guard appearances, I believe, as well as most men. Yet anyone may imagine that when he could not retreat out of the ravelin without getting into the half-moon, or get out of the covered way without falling down the counterscarp, nor cross the dike without danger of slipping into the ditch, but that he must have fretted and fumed inwardly. He did so. And the little and hourly vexations, which may seem trifling and of no account to the man who has not read Hippocrates, yet whoever has read Hippocrates or Dr. James Mackenzie, and has considered well the effects which the passions and affections of the mind have upon the digestion, why not of a wound as well as of a dinner, may easily conceive what sharp paroxysms and exacerbations of his wound my Uncle Toby must have undergone upon that score only. My Uncle Toby could not philosophize upon it. 'Twas enough he felt it was so, and having sustained the pain and sorrows of it for 3 months together, he was resolved some way or other to extricate himself. He was one morning lying upon his back in his bed, the anguish and nature of the wound upon his groin suffering him to lie in no other position, when a thought came into his head that if he could purchase such a thing and have it pasted down upon a board, as a large map of the fortification of the town and citadel of Namur, with its environs, it might be a means of giving him ease. I take notice of his desire to have the environs along with the town and citadel, for this reason, because my Uncle Toby's wound was got in one of the traverses, about 30 toises from the returning angle of the trench, opposite to the salient angle of the demi-bastion of St. Roch, so that he was pretty confident he could stick a pin upon the identical spot of ground where he was standing on when the stone struck him. All this succeeded to his wishes, and not only freed him from a world of sad explanations, but in the end, it proved the happy means, as you will read, of procuring my Uncle Toby his hobby horse. Chapter 2. There is nothing so foolish, when you are at the expense of making an entertainment of this kind, as to order things so badly, as to let your critics and gentry of refined taste run it down. Nor is there anything so likely to make them do it, as that of leaving them out of the party, or, what is full as offensive, of bestowing your attention upon the rest of your guests in so particular a way, as if there was no such thing as a critic, by occupation, at table. I guard against both, for in the first place I have left 6 places purposely open for them, and in the next place I pay them all court. Gentlemen, I kiss your hands, I protest no company could give me half the pleasure. By my soul, I am glad to see you. I beg only you will make no strangers of yourselves, but sit down without any ceremony and fall on heartily. I said I had left 6 places, and I was upon the point of carrying my complaisance so far as to have left a 7th open for them, and in this very spot I stand on. But being told by a critic, though, not by occupation, but by nature, that I had acquitted myself well enough, I shall fill it up directly, hoping, in the meantime, that I shall be able to make a great deal of more room next year. How, in the name of wonder, could your Uncle Toby, who, it seems, was a military man, and whom you have represented as no fool, be at the same time such a confused, pudding-headed, muddle-headed fellow as go look? So, Sir Critic, I could have replied, but I scorn it. 'Tis language unurbane, and only befitting the man who cannot give clear and satisfactory accounts of things, or dive deep enough into the first causes of human ignorance and confusion. It is moreover the reply valiant, and therefore I reject it. For though it might have suited my Uncle Toby's character as a soldier excellently well, and had he not accustomed himself, in such attacks, to whistle the lillibullero, as he wanted no courage, 'tis the very answer he would have given, yet it would by no means have done for me. You see as plain as can be that I write as a man of erudition, that even my similes, my allusions, my illustrations, my metaphors are erudite, and that I must sustain my character properly, and contrast it properly too, else what would become of me? Why, sir, I should be undone. At this very moment that I am going here to fill up one place against a critic, I should have made an opening for a couple. Therefore I answer thus. Pray, sir, in all the reading which you have ever read, did you ever read such a book as Locke's essay upon the human understanding? Don't answer me rashly, because many, I know, quote the book, who have not read it, and many have read it who understand it not. If either of these is your case, as I write to instruct, I will tell you in 3 words what the book is. It is a history. A history of who, what, where, when. Don't hurry yourself, it is a history book, sir, which may possibly recommend it to the world of what passes in a man's own mind. And if you will say so much of the book, and no more, believe me, you will cut no contemptible figure in a metaphysic circle. But this by the way. Now if you will venture to go along with me, and look down into the bottom of this matter, it will be found that the cause of obscurity and confusion in the mind of a man is threefold. Dull organs, dear sir, in the first place. Secondly, slight and transient impressions made by the objects, when the said organs are not dull. And thirdly, a memory like unto a sieve, not able to retain what it has received. Call down Dolly your chambermaid, and I will give you my cap and bell along with it, if I make not this matter so plain that Dolly herself should understand it as well as Malbranche. When Dolly has indited her epistle to Robin, and has thrust her arm into the bottom of her pocket, hanging by her right side, take that opportunity to recollect that the organs and faculties of perception can, by nothing in this world, be so aptly typified and explained as by that one thing which Dolly's hand is in search of. Your organs are not so dull that I should inform you 'tis an inch, sir, of red seal wax. When this is melted and dropped upon the letter, if Dolly fumbles too long for her thimble, till the wax is over-hardened, it will not receive the mark of her thimble from the usual impulse which was wont to imprint it. Very well. If Dolly's wax, for want of better, is beeswax, or of a temper too soft, though it may receive, it will not hold the impression, how hard soever Dolly thrusts against it. And last of all, supposing the wax good, and eke the thimble, but applied thereto in careless haste, as her mistress rings the bell. In any one of these 3 cases, the print left by the thimble will be as unlike the prototype as a brass jack. Now you must understand that not one of these was the true cause of the confusion in my Uncle Toby's discourse. And it is for that very reason I enlarge upon them so long, after the manner of great physiologists to show the world what it did not arise from. What it did arise from, I have hinted above, and a fertile source of obscurity it is, and ever will be, and that is the unsteady uses of words, which have perplexed the clearest and most exalted understandings. It is 10 to 1, at Arthur's, whether you have ever read the literary histories of past ages. If you have, what terrible battles, yclept logomachs, have they occasioned and perpetuated with so much gall and ink shed, that a good-natured man cannot read the accounts of them without tears in his eyes. Gentle critic, when thou hast weighed all this, and considered within thyself how much of thy own knowledge, discourse, and conversation has been pestered and disordered at one time or other by this, and this only, what a putter and racket in councils about Omicron letter 1F50, sigma letter 1F77 alpha, and letter 1F51 pi letter 1F79 sigma tau alpha sigma iota sigma, and in the schools of the learned about power and about spirit, about essences and about quintessences, about substances and about space. What confusion in greater theatres from words of little meaning, and as indeterminate a sense. When thou considerest this, thou wilt not wonder at my Uncle Toby's perplexities, thou wilt drop a tear of pity upon his scarp and his counterscarp, his glacis and his covered way, his ravelin and his half-moon. 'Twas not by ideas, by heaven, his life was put in jeopardy by words. Chapter 3. When my Uncle Toby got his map of Namur to his mind, he began immediately to apply himself, and with the utmost diligence, to the study of it. For nothing being of more importance to him than his recovery, and his recovery depending, as you have read, upon the passions and affections of his mind, it behoved him to take the nicest care to make himself so far master of his subject, as to be able to talk upon it without emotion. In a fortnight's close and painful application, which by the by did my Uncle Toby's wound, upon his groin, no good, he was enabled, by the help of some marginal documents at the feet of the elephant together with Gobsius's military architecture and pyrobiology, translated from the Flemish, to form his discourse with passable perspicuity. And before he was 2 full months gone, he was right eloquent upon it, and could make not only the attack of the advanced counterscarp with great order, but having, by that time, gone much deeper into the art than what his first motive made necessary, my Uncle Toby was able to cross the Mise and Sambre, make diversions as far as Vauban's line, the Abbey of Salsines, etc., and give his visitors as distinct a history of each of their attacks, as of that of the Gate of St. Nicholas, where he had the honor to receive his wound. But desire of knowledge, like the thirst of riches, increases ever with the acquisition of it. The more my Uncle Toby pored over his map, the more he took a liking to it. By the same process and electrical assimilation, as I told you, through which I ween the souls of connoisseurs themselves, by long friction and incumbition, have the happiness, at length, to get all be verdued, be pictured, be butterflied, and befiddled. The more my Uncle Toby drank of this sweet fountain of science, the greater was the heat and impatience of his thirst, so that before the first year of his confinement had well gone round, there was scarce a fortified town in Italy or Flanders, of which, by one means or other, he had not procured a plan, reading over as he got them, and carefully collating therewith the histories of their sieges, their demolitions, their improvements, and new works, all which he would read with that intense application and delight, that he would forget himself, his wound, his confinement, his dinner. In the second year my Uncle Toby purchased Ramelli and Cattaneo translated from the Italian, likewise Stevinus, Morales, the Chevalier de Ville, Lorini, Cachorn, Schieder, the Count de Pagan, the Marshal Vauban, Mons. Blondel, with almost as many more books of military architecture, as Don Quixote was found to have of chivalry, when the curate and barber invaded his library. Towards the beginning of the third year, which was in August, 99, my Uncle Toby found it necessary to understand a little of projectiles, and having judged it best to draw his knowledge from the fountainhead, he began with N. Tartaglia, who it seems was the first man who detected the imposition of a cannonball. Doing all that mischief under the notion of a right line, this N. Tartaglia proved to my Uncle Toby to be an impossible thing. Endless is the search of truth. No sooner was my Uncle Toby satisfied which road the cannonball did not go, but he was insensibly led on, and resolved in his mind to inquire and find out which road the ball did go. For which purpose he was obliged to set off afresh with old Maltus, and studied him devoutly. He proceeded next to Galileo and Torricellius, wherein by certain geometrical rules infallibly laid down, he found the precise part to be a parabola or else an hyperbola, and that the parameter or latus rectum of the conic section of the said path was to the quantity and amplitude in a direct ratio, as the whole line to the sine of double the angle of incidence formed by the breach upon an horizontal plane, and that the semiparameter, stop, my dear Uncle Toby, stop. Go not 1 foot farther into this thorny and bewildered track, intricate are the steps. Intricate are the mazes of this labyrinth. Intricate are the troubles which the pursuit of this bewitching phantom knowledge will bring upon thee. O my uncle, fly from it as from a serpent. Is it fit good-natured man? Thou shouldst he sit up, with the wound upon thy groin, whole nights baking thy blood with hectic watchings? Alas! 'Twill exasperate thy symptoms, check thy perspirations, evaporate thy spirits, waste thy animal strength, dry up thy radical moisture, bring thee into a costive habit of body, impair thy health, and hasten all the infirmities of thy old age. O my Uncle Toby. Chapter 4. She cannot, quoth my Uncle Toby, halting, when they had marched up to within 20 paces of Mrs. Wadman's door, she cannot, corporal, take it amiss. She will take it, and please your honor, said the corporal, just as the Jew's widow at Lisbon took it of my brother Tom. "And how was that?" quoth my Uncle Toby, facing quite about to the corporal. "Your honor," replied the corporal, knows of Tom's misfortunes. But this affair has nothing to do with them any further than this, that if Tom had not married the widower had it pleased God after their marriage, that they had but put pork into their sausages, the honest soul had never been taken out of his warm bed, and dragged to the Inquisition 'tis accursed place, added the corporal, shaking his head. When once a poor creature is in, he is in, and please your honor, for ever. "'Tis very true," said my Uncle Toby, looking gravely at Mrs. Wadman's house as he spoke. "Nothing," continued the corporal, "can be so sad as confinement for life or so sweet, and please your honor, as liberty." "Nothing," Trim said my Uncle Toby, musing. "Whilst a man is free," cried the corporal, giving a flourish with his stick thus. "1,000 of my father's most subtle syllogisms could not have said more for celibacy." My Uncle Toby looked earnestly towards his cottage and his bowling green. The corporal had unwarily conjured up the spirit of calculation with his wand, and he had nothing to do but to conjure him down again with his story, and in this form of exorcism, most unecclesiastically did the corporal do it. Chapter 5. As Tom's place, and please your honor, was easy, and the weather warm, it put him upon thinking seriously of settling himself in the world. And as it fell out about that time, that a Jew who kept a sausage shop in the same street had the ill luck to die of a strangury, and leave his widow in possession of a rousing trade, Tom thought, as everybody in Lisbon was doing the best he could devise for himself, there could be no harm in offering her his service to carry it on. So without any introduction to the widow, except that of buying a pound of sausages at her shop, Tom set out counting the matter thus within himself as he walked along. That let the worst come of it that could, he should at least get a pound of sausages for their worth, but if things went well, he should be set up, inasmuch as he should get not only a pound of sausages but a wife and a sausage shop, and please your honor, into the bargain. Every servant in the family, from high to low, wished Tom success, and I can fancy, and please your honor, I see him this moment with his white dimity waistcoat and breeches, and hat a little o one side, passing jollily along the street, swinging his stick, with a smile and a cheerful word for everybody he met. But alas! Tom, thou smilest no more, cried the corporal, looking on one side of him upon the ground, as if he apostrophized him in his dungeon. "Poor fellow," said my Uncle Toby feelingly. "He was an honest, light-hearted lad, and please your honor, as ever blood warmed." "Then he resembled thee, Trim," said my Uncle Toby rapidly. The corporal blushed down to his fingers, a tear of sentimental bashfulness, another of gratitude to my Uncle Toby, and a tear of sorrow for his brother's misfortunes, started into his eye, and ran sweetly down his cheek together. My Uncle Toby's kindled as one lamp does at another, and taking hold of the breast of Trim's coat, which had been that of Lefever's, as if to ease his lame leg, but in reality to gratify a finer feeling, he stood silent for a minute and a half, at the end of which he took his hand away, and the corporal, making a bow, went on with his story of his brother and the Jew's widow. Chapter 6. When Tom, and please your honor, got to the shop, there was nobody in it but a poor Negro girl, with a bunch of white feathers slightly tied to the end of a long cane, flapping away flies, not killing them. "'Tis a pretty picture." Said my Uncle Toby she had suffered persecution, Trim, and had learnt mercy. She was good, and please your honor, from nature as well as from hardships. And there are circumstances in the story of that poor friendless slut that would melt a heart of stone, said Trim, and some dismal winter's evening, when your honor is in the humor, they shall be told you with the rest of Tom's story, for it makes a part of it. Then do not forget, Trim, said my Uncle Toby. A Negro has a soul, and please your honor, said the corporal doubtingly. I am not much versed, corporal, quoth my Uncle Toby, in things of that kind, but I suppose God would not leave him without one, any more than thee or me. It would be putting one sadly over the head of another, quoth the corporal. It would so, said my Uncle Toby. Why then, and please your honor, is a black wench to be used worse than a white one? I can give no reason, said my Uncle Toby. Only, cried the corporal, shaking his head, because she has no one to stand up for her. 'Tis that very thing, Trim, quoth my Uncle Toby, which recommends her to protection and her brethren with her. 'Tis the fortune of war which has put the whip into our hands, now where it may be hereafter, heaven knows. But be it where it will, the brave Trim will not use it unkindly. God forbid, said the corporal. "Amen," responded my Uncle Toby, laying his hand upon his heart. The corporal returned to his story, and went on but with an embarrassment in doing it, which here and there a reader in this world will not be able to comprehend. For by the many sudden transitions all along, from one kind and cordial passion to another, in getting thus far on his way, he had lost the sportable key of his voice, which gave sense and spirit to his tale. He attempted twice to resume it, but could not please himself, so giving a stout hem. To rally back the retreating spirits, and aiding nature at the same time with his left arm akimbo on one side, and with his right a little extended, supporting her on the other, the corporal got as near the note as he could. And in that attitude, continued his story. Chapter 7. As Tom, and please your honor, had no business at that time with the Moorish girl, he passed on into the room beyond, to talk to the Jew's widow about love and this pound of sausages. And being, as I have told your honor, an open, cheery-hearted lad, with his character wrote in his looks and carriage, he took a chair, and without much apology but with great civility at the same time, placed it close to her at the table, and sat down. There is nothing so awkward as courting a woman, and please your honor, whilst she is making sausages, so Tom began a discourse upon them. First, gravely, as how they were made with what meats, herbs, and spices, then a little gaily, as with what skins, and if they never burst, whether the largest were not the best. And so on, taking care only as he went along, to season what he had to say upon sausages, rather under than over, that he might have room to act in. It was owing to the neglect of that very precaution, said my Uncle Toby, laying his hand upon Trim's shoulder, that Count de la Motte lost the battle of Wynendael. He pressed too speedily into the wood, which if he had not done, Lisle had not fallen into our hands, nor Ghent and Bruges, which both followed her example. It was so late in the year, continued my Uncle Toby, and so terrible a season came on, that if things had not fallen out as they did, our troops must have perished in the open field. Why therefore may not battles, and please your honor, as well as marriages, be made in heaven? My Uncle Toby mused. Religion inclined him to say one thing, and his high idea of military skill tempted him to say another. So not being able to frame a reply exactly to his mind, my Uncle Toby said nothing at all, and the corporal finished his story. As Tom perceived, and please your honor, that he gained ground, and that all he had said upon the subject of sausages was kindly taken, he went on to help her a little in making them. First, by taking hold of the ring of the sausage, whilst she stroked the forced meat down with her hand, then, by cutting the strings into proper lengths, and holding them in his hand, whilst she took them out one by one, then, by putting them across her mouth, that she might take them out as she wanted them, and so on from little to more, till at last he had ventured to tie the sausage himself, whilst she held the snout. Now a widow, and please your honor, always chooses a second husband as unlike the first as she can. So the affair was more than half settled in her mind before Tom mentioned it. She made a feint, however, of defending herself by snatching up a sausage. Tom instantly laid hold of another. But seeing Tom's had more gristle in it, she signed the capitulation and Tom sealed it, and there was an end of the matter. Chapter 8. All womankind, continued Trim, commenting upon his story from the highest to the lowest, and please your honor, love jokes. The difficulty is to know how they choose to have them cut, and there is no knowing that, but by trying, as we do with our artillery in the field, by raising or letting down their breeches, till we hit the mark. I like the comparison, said my Uncle Toby, better than the thing itself. Because your honor, quoth the corporal, loves glory more than pleasure. I hope, Trim, answered my Uncle Toby, I love mankind more than either. And as the knowledge of arms tends so apparently to the good and quiet of the world, and, particularly that branch of it which we have practiced together in our bowling green, has no object but to shorten the strides of ambition, and entrench the lives and fortunes of the few, from the plunderings of the many whenever that drum beats in our ears, I trust, corporal, we shall neither of us want so much humanity and fellow-feeling, as to face about and march. In pronouncing this, my Uncle Toby faced about, and marched firmly as at the head of his company, and the faithful corporal, shouldering his stick, and striking his hand upon his coat-skirt, as he took his first step, marched close behind him down the avenue. Now what can their two noddles be about? Cried my father to my mother, by all that's strange, they are besieging Mrs. Wadman in form, and are marching round her house to mark out the lines of circumvallation. I dare say, Quoth my mother, but stop. Dear sir, for what my mother dared to say upon the occasion and what my father did say upon it with her replies and his rejoinders, shall be read, perused, paraphrased, commented, and descanted upon her to say it all in a word, shall be thumbed over by posterity in a chapter apart, I say, by posterity and care not. If I repeat the word again, for what has this book done more than the legation of Moses, or the tale of a tub, that it may not swim down the gutter of time along with them? I will not argue the matter. Time wastes too fast. Every letter I trace tells me with what rapidity life follows my pen, the days and hours of it, more precious, my dear Jenny, than the rubies about thy neck, are flying over our heads like light clouds of a windy day, never to return more. Everything presses on whilst thou art twisting that lock. See. It grows grey, and every time I kiss thy hand to bid adieu, and every absence which follows it, are preludes to that eternal separation which we are shortly to make. Heaven have mercy upon us both. Chapter 9. Now, for what the world thinks of that ejaculation, I would not give a groat. Chapter 8. It is about an hour and a half's tolerable good reading since my Uncle Toby rung the bell, when Obadiah was ordered to saddle a horse, and go for Dr. Slop, the man midwife, so that no one can say, with reason, that I have not allowed Obadiah time enough, poetically speaking, and considering the emergency too, both to go and come. Though, morally and truly speaking, the man perhaps has scarce had time to get on his boots. If the hypercritic will go upon this, and is resolved after all to take a pendulum, and measure the true distance betwixt the ringing of the bell and the rap at the door, and, after finding it to be no more than 2 minutes, 13 seconds, and 3/5, should take upon him to insult over me for such a breach in the unity, or rather probability of time, I would remind him that the idea of duration, and of its simple modes, is got merely from the train and succession of our ideas, and is the true scholastic pendulum, and by which, as a scholar, I will be tried in this matter, abjuring and detesting the jurisdiction of all other pendulums whatever. I would therefore desire him to consider that it is but poor 8 miles from Shandy Hall to Dr. Slop, the man midwife's house, and that whilst Obadiah has been going those said miles and back, I have brought my Uncle Toby from Namur, quite across all Flanders, into England, that I have had him ill upon my hands near 4 years, and have since travelled him and Corporal Trim in a chariot and 4, a journey of near 200 miles down into Yorkshire, all which put together must have prepared the reader's imagination for the entrance of Dr. Slop upon the stage, as much, at least, I hope, as a dance, a song, or a concerto between the acts. If my hypercritic is intractable, alleging that 2 minutes and 13 seconds are no more than 2 minutes and 13 seconds when I have said all I can about them, and that this plea, though it might save me dramatically, will damn me biographically, rendering my book from this very moment a professed romance, which before was a book apocryphal. If I am thus pressed, I then put an end to the whole objection and controversy about it all at once, by acquainting him that Obadiah had not got above 80 yards from the stable yard before he met with Dr. Slop. And indeed he gave a dirty proof that he had met with him, and was within an ace of giving a tragical one too. Imagine to yourself, but this had better begin a new chapter. Chapter 9. Imagine to yourself a little squat, uncourtly figure of a Dr. Slop, of about 4.5 feet perpendicular height, with a breadth of back and a sesquipedality of belly, which might have done honor to a sergeant in the Horse Guards. Such were the outlines of Dr. Slop's figure, which, if you have read Hogarth's Analysis of Beauty, and if you have not, I wish you would, you must know may as certainly be caricatured and conveyed to the mind by 3 strokes as 300. Imagine such a one, for such, I say, were the outlines of Dr. Slop's figure, coming slowly along, foot by foot, waddling through the dirt upon the vertebrae of a little diminutive pony, of a pretty color but of strength alack. Scarce able to have made an amble of it under such a fardel, had the roads been in an ambling condition. They were not. Imagine to yourself Obadiah mounted upon a strong monster of a coach horse, pricked into a full gallop, and making all practicable speed the adverse way. Pray, sir, let me interest you a moment in this description. Had Dr. Slop beheld Obadiah a mile off, posting in a narrow lane directly towards him, at that monstrous rate, splashing and plunging like a devil throw, thick and thin, as he approached, would not such a phenomenon, with such a vortex of mud and water moving along with it, round its axis, have been a subject of juster apprehension to Dr. Slop in his situation than the worst of Whiston's comets? To say nothing of the nucleus, that is, of Obadiah and the coach-horse. In my idea, the vortex alone of 'em was enough to have involved and carried, if not the doctor, at least the doctor's pony, quite away with it. What then do you think must the terror and hydrophobia of Dr. Slop have been, when you read, which you are just going to do, that he was advancing thus warily along towards Shandy Hall, and had approached to within 60 yards of it, and within 5 yards of a sudden turn, made by an acute angle of the garden wall, and in the dirtiest part of a dirty lane, when Obadiah and his coach-horse turned the corner, rapid, furious, pop, full upon him? Nothing, I think, in nature, can be supposed more terrible than such a rencounter, so impromptu, so ill-prepared to stand the shock of it as Dr. Slop was. What could Dr. Slop do? He crossed himself pug, but the doctor, sir, was a papist. No matter, he had better have kept hold of the pummel he had so. Nay, as it happened, he had better have done nothing at all. For in crossing himself he let go his whip, and in attempting to save his whip betwixt his knee and his saddle's skirt, as it slipped, he lost his stirrup, in losing which he lost his seat. And in the multitude of all these losses, which, by the by, shows what little advantage there is in crossing, the unfortunate doctor lost his presence of mind. So that without waiting for Obadiah's onset, he left his pony to its destiny, tumbling off it diagonally, something in the style and manner of a pack of wool, and without any other consequence from the fall, save that of being left, as it would have been, with the broadest part of him sunk about 12 inches deep in the mire. Obadiah pulled off his cap twice to Dr. Slop, once as he was falling, and then again when he saw him seated. Ill-timed complaisance, had not the fellow better have stopped his horse, and got off and helped him? Sir, he did all that his situation would allow, but the momentum of the coach-horse was so great that Obadiah could not do it all at once. He rode in a circle 3 times round Dr. Slop, before he could fully accomplish it anyhow, and at the last, when he did stop his beast, 'twas done with such an explosion of mud that Obadiah had better have been a league off. In short, never was a Dr. Slop so beluded and so transubstantiated since that affair came into fashion. Chapter 10. When Dr. Slop entered the back parlor, where my father and my Uncle Toby were discoursing upon the nature of women, it was hard to determine whether Dr. Slop's figure or Dr. Slop's presence occasioned more surprise to them. For as the accident happened so near the house, as not to make it worthwhile for Obadiah to remount him, Obadiah had led him in as he was, unwiped, unappointed, unannealed, with all his stains and blotches on him. He stood like Hamlet's ghost, motionless and speechless, for a full minute and a half at the parlor door, Obadiah still holding his hand with all the majesty of mud. His hinder parts, upon which he had received his fall, totally besmeared, and in every other part of him, blotched over in such a manner with Obadiah's explosion, that you would have sworn, without mental reservation, that every grain of it had taken effect. Here was a fair opportunity for my Uncle Toby to have triumphed over my father in his turn, for no mortal who had beheld Dr. Slop in that pickle could have dissented from so much at least of my Uncle Toby's opinion, that mayhap his sister might not care to let such a Dr. Slop come so near her asterisk. But it was the argumentum ad hominem, and if my Uncle Toby was not very expert at it, you may think he might not care to use it. No, the reason was, 'twas not his nature to insult. Dr. Slop's presence at that time was no less problematical than the mode of it, though, it is certain, one moment's reflection in my father might have solved it, for he had apprised Dr. Slop but the week before that my mother was at her full reckoning, and as the doctor had heard nothing since, 'twas natural and very political too in him to have taken a ride to Shandy Hall, as he did, merely to see how matters went on. But my father's mind took unfortunately a wrong turn in the investigation, running, like the hypercritic, altogether upon the ringing of the bell and the rap upon the door, measuring their distance, and keeping his mind so intent upon the operation as to have power to think of nothing else, commonplace infirmity of the greatest mathematicians, working with might and main at the demonstration, and so wasting all their strength upon it, that they have none left in them to draw the corollary, to do good with. The ringing of the bell and the rap upon the door struck likewise strong upon the sensorium of my Uncle Toby, but it excited a very different train of thoughts. The two irreconcilable pulsations instantly brought Stevinus, the great engineer, along with them into my Uncle Toby's mind. What business Stevinus had in this affair is the greatest problem of all. It shall be solved, but not in the next chapter. Chapter 11. Writing, when properly managed, as you may be sure I think mine is but a different name for conversation. As no one, who knows what he is about in good company, would venture to talk all. So no author, who understands the just boundaries of decorum and good breeding, would presume to think all. The truest respect which you can pay to the reader's understanding is to have this matter amicably, and leave him something to imagine, in his turn, as well as yourself. For my own part, I am eternally paying him compliments of this kind, and do all that lies in my power to keep his imagination as busy as my own. 'Tis his turn now. I have given an ample description of Dr. Slop's sad overthrow, and of his sad appearance in the back parlor. His imagination must now go on with it for a while. Let the reader imagine, then, that Dr. Slop has told his tale, and in what words, and with what aggravations, his fancy chooses. Let him suppose that Obadiah has told his tale also, and with such rueful looks of affected concern, as he thinks best will contrast the two figures as they stand by each other. Let him imagine that my father has stepped upstairs to see my mother. And to conclude this work of imagination, let him imagine the doctor washed, rubbed down, and condoled, felicitated, got into a pair of Obadiah's pumps, stepping forwards towards the door, upon the very point of entering upon action. Truce, truce, good Dr. Slop, stay thy obstetric hand, return it safe into thy bosom to keep it warm. Little dost thou know what obstacles, little dost thou think what hidden causes, retard its operation. Hast thou, Dr. Slop, hast thou been entrusted with the secret articles of the solemn treaty which has brought thee into this place? Art thou aware that at this instant a daughter of Lucina is put obstetrically over thy head? Alas, 'tis too true, besides, great son of Pilumnus. What canst thou do? Thou hast come forth unarmed, thou hast left thy tire-tart, thy new-invented forceps, thy crotchet, thy squirt, and all thy instruments of salvation and deliverance behind thee by heaven. At this moment they are hanging up in a green baize bag, betwixt thy two pistols, at the bed's head. Ring, call, send Obadiah back upon the coach-horse to bring them with all speed. Make great haste, Obadiah, quoth my father, and I'll give thee a crown, and quoth my Uncle Toby, I'll give him another. Chapter 12. Your sudden and unexpected arrival, quoth my Uncle Toby, addressing himself to Dr. Slop, all three of them sitting down to the fire together, as my Uncle Toby began to speak, instantly brought the great Stevinus into my head, who, you must know, is a favorite author with me. Then, added my father, making use of the argument ad crumenam, I will lay 20 guineas to a single crown piece, which will serve to give away to Obadiah when he gets back, that this same Stevinus was some engineer or other, or has wrote something or other, either directly or indirectly, upon the science of fortification. He has so, replied my Uncle Toby. I knew it, said my father, though for the soul of me, I cannot see what kind of connection there can be betwixt Dr. Slop's sudden coming and a discourse upon fortification, yet I feared it. Talk of what we will, brother, or let the occasion be never so foreign or unfit for the subject, you are sure to bring it in. I would not, brother Toby, continued my father, I declare I would not have my head so full of curtains and hornworks. That I dare say you would not, quoth Dr. Slop, interrupting him and laughing most immoderately at his pun. Dennis the critic could not detest and abhor a pun, or the insinuation of a pun, more cordially than my father. He would grow testy upon it at any time, but to be broken upon by one, in a serious discourse, was as bad, he would say, as a fillip upon the nose. He saw no difference. Sir, quoth my Uncle Toby, addressing himself to Dr. Slop, the curtains my brother Shandy mentions here have nothing to do with bedsteads, though, I know Ducange says, that bed curtains in all probability have taken their name from them. Nor have the hornworks he speaks of anything in the world to do with the hornworks of cuckoldom. But the curtain, sir, is the word we use in fortification, for that part of the wall or rampart which lies between the two bastions and joins them. Besiegers seldom offer to carry on their attacks directly against the curtain, for this reason, because they are so well flanked. 'Tis the case of other curtains, quoth Dr. Slop, laughing. However, continued my Uncle Toby, to make them sure, we generally choose to place ravelins before them, taking care only to extend them beyond the fosse or ditch. The common men, who know very little of fortification, confound the ravelin and the half-moon together. Though they are very different things, not in their figure or construction, for we make them exactly alike in all points. For they always consist of two faces, making a salient angle, with the gorges not straight, but in form of a crescent, where then lies the difference. Quoth my father, a little testily. In their situations, answered my Uncle Toby. For when a ravelin brother stands before the curtain, it is a ravelin, and when a ravelin stands before a bastion, then the ravelin is not a ravelin. It is a half-moon. A half-moon likewise is a half-moon, and no more, so long as it stands before its bastion. But was it to change place and get before the curtain, 'twould be no longer a half-moon. A half-moon in that case is not a half-moon, 'tis no more than a ravelin. I think, quoth my father, that the noble science of defense has its weak sides as well as others. As for the hornwork, hi, ho, sighed my father, which, continued my Uncle Toby, my brother was speaking of, they are a very considerable part of an outwork. They are called by the French engineers ouvrage à corne, and we generally make them to cover such places as we suspect to be weaker than the rest. T's formed by two epaulements or demi-bastions, they are very pretty, and if you will take a walk, I'll engage to show you one well worth your trouble. I own, continued my Uncle Toby, when we crown them, they are much stronger, but then they are very expensive, and take up a great deal of ground, so that, in my opinion, they are most of use to cover or defend the head of a camp. Otherwise the double tenaille by the mother who bore us. Brother Toby, quoth my father, not able to hold out any longer, you would provoke a saint. Here have you got us, I know not how, not only souse into the middle of the old subject again, but so full is your head of these confounded works, that though my wife is this moment in the pains of labor, and you hear her cry out, yet nothing will serve you but to carry off the man midwife. Accoucheur, if you please, quoth Dr. Slop. With all my heart, replied my father, I don't care what they call you, but I wish the whole science of fortification with all its inventors at the devil. It has been the death of thousands, and it will be mine in the end. I would not, Brother Toby, have my brains so full of saps, mines, blinds, gabions, palisados, ravelins, half-moons, and such trumpery, to be proprietor of Namur, and of all the towns in Flanders with it. My Uncle Toby was a man patient of injuries, not from want of courage. I have told you in a former chapter that he was a man of courage, and will add here that where just occasions presented, or called it forth, I know no man under whose arm I would have sooner taken shelter. Nor did this arise from any insensibility or obtuseness of his intellectual parts, for he felt this insult of my father as feelingly as a man could do. But he was of a peaceful, placid nature, no jarring element in it, all was mixed up so kindly within him. My Uncle Toby had scarce a heart to retaliate upon a fly. Go, says he, one day at dinner, to an overgrown one which had buzzed about his nose, and tormented him cruelly all dinner time, and which after infinite attempts he had caught at last, as it flew by him. I'll not hurt thee, says my Uncle Toby, rising from his chair, and going across the room with the fly in his hand, I'll not hurt a hair of thy head. Go, says he, lifting up the sash, and opening his hand as he spoke, to let it escape. Go, poor devil, get thee gone, why should I hurt thee? This world, surely, is wide enough to hold both thee and me. I was but 10 years old when this happened, but whether it was, that the action itself was more in unison to my nerves at that age of pity, which instantly set my whole frame into one vibration of most pleasurable sensation, or how far the manner and expression of it might go towards it, or in what degree, or by what secret magic, a tone of voice and harmony of movement, attuned by mercy, might find a passage to my heart, I know not. This I know, that the lesson of universal good, will then taught and imprinted by my Uncle Toby, has never since been worn out of my mind. And though I would not depreciate what the study of the literary humaneers at the university have done for me in that respect, or discredit the other helps of an expensive education bestowed upon me, both at home and abroad since, yet I often think that I owe one half of my philanthropy to that one accidental impression. This is to serve for parents and governors instead of a whole volume upon the subject. I could not give the reader this stroke in my Uncle Toby's picture, by the instrument with which I drew the other parts of it, that taking in no more than the mere hobby-horsical likeness. This is a part of his moral character. My father, in this patient endurance of wrongs, which I mention, was very different, as the reader must long ago have noted. He had a much more acute and quick sensibility of nature, attended with a little soreness of temper. Though, this never transported him to anything which looked like malignancy. Yet in the little rubs and vexations of life, 'twas apt to show itself in a drollish and witty kind of peevishness. He was, however, frank and generous in his nature, at all times open to conviction. And in the little ebullitions of this subacid humor towards others, but particularly towards my Uncle Toby, whom he truly loved, he would feel more pain, 10 times told, except in the affair of my Aunt Dinah, or where an hypothesis was concerned, than what he ever gave. The characters of the two brothers, in this view of them, reflected light upon each other, and appeared with great advantage in this affair which arose about Stevinus. I need not tell the reader, if he keeps a hobby horse, that a man's hobby horse is as tender a part as he has about him, and that these unprovoked strokes at my Uncle Toby's could not be unfelt by him. No. As I said above, my Uncle Toby did feel them, and very sensibly too. "Pray, sir, what said he? How did he behave?" "Oh, sir." It was great, for as soon as my father had done insulting his hobby horse, he turned his head without the least emotion from Dr. Slop, to whom he was addressing his discourse, and looking up into my father's face with a countenance spread over with so much good nature, so placid, so fraternal, so inexpressibly tender towards him. It penetrated my father to his heart. He rose up hastily from his chair, and seizing hold of both my Uncle Toby's hands as he spoke. "Brother Toby," said he, "I beg thy pardon. Forgive, I pray thee, this rash humor which my mother gave me." "My dear, dear brother," answered my Uncle Toby, rising up by my father's help, "say no more about it. You are heartily welcome, had it been 10 times as much, brother." "But 'tis ungenerous," replied my father, "to hurt any man. A brother worse, but to hurt a brother of such gentle manners, so unprovoking and so unresenting. 'Tis base, by heaven, 'tis cowardly." "You are heartily welcome, brother," quoth my Uncle Toby, "had it been 50 times as much." "Besides, what have I to do, my dear Toby," cried my father, "either with your amusements or your pleasures, unless it was in my power, which it is not, to increase their measure?" "Brother Shandy," answered my Uncle Toby, looking wistfully in his face, "you are much mistaken in this point. For you do increase my pleasure very much in begetting children for the Shandy family at your time of life. But by that, sir, quoth Dr. Slop, Mr. Shandy increases his own." "Not a jot," quoth my father. Chapter 13. "My brother does it," quoth my Uncle Toby, out of principle. "In a family way, I suppose," quoth Dr. Slop. "Pshaw," said my father, "'tis not worth talking of." Chapter 14. At the end of the last chapter, my father and my Uncle Toby were left both standing, like Brutus and Cassius, at the close of the scene, making up their accounts. As my father spoke the 3 last words, he sat down. My Uncle Toby exactly followed his example, only that before he took his chair, he rung the bell to order Corporal Trim, who was in waiting, to step home for Stevinus, my Uncle Toby's house being no farther off than the opposite side of the way. Some men would have dropped the subject of Stevinus, but my Uncle Toby had no resentment in his heart, and he went on with the subject, to show my father that he had none. "Your sudden appearance, Dr. Slop," quoth my uncle, resuming the discourse, "instantly brought Stevinus into my head. My father, you may be sure, did not offer to lay any more wagers upon Stevinus's head. Because," continued my Uncle Toby, "the celebrated sailing chariot, which belonged to Prince Maurice, and was of such wonderful contrivance and velocity, as to carry 6 people 30 German miles, in I don't know how few minutes, was invented by Stevinus, that great mathematician and engineer. You might have spared your servant the trouble," quoth Dr. Slop, "as the fellow is lame, of going for Stevinus's account of it, because in my return from Leyden Throw, the Hague, I walked as far as Scheveling, which is 2 long miles, on purpose to take a view of it." "That's nothing," replied my Uncle Toby, "to what the learned Perescius did, who walked a matter of 500 miles, reckoning from Paris to Scheveling, and from Scheveling to Paris back again, in order to see it and nothing else. Some men cannot bear to be outgone." "The more fool Perescius," replied Dr. Slop. "But mark, 'twas out of no contempt of Perescius at all, but that Perescius's indefatigable labor in trudging so far on foot, out of love for the sciences, reduced the exploit of Dr. Slop in that affair to nothing. The more fool Perescius," said he again. "Why so?" replied my father, taking his brother's part. not only to make reparation as fast as he could for the insult he had given him, which sat still upon my father's mind, but partly that my father began really to interest himself in the discourse. "Why so?" said he. "Why is Pereskius, or any man else, to be abused for an appetite for that, or any other morsel of sound knowledge? For notwithstanding I know nothing of the chariot in question," continued he, "the inventor of it must have had a very mechanical head. And though I cannot guess upon what principles of philosophy he has achieved it, yet certainly his machine has been constructed upon solid ones, be they what they will, or it could not have answered at the rate my brother mentions." "It answered," replied my Uncle Toby, "as well, if not better. For, as Pereskius elegantly expresses it, speaking of the velocity of its motion, tam sidus erat, quam erat ventus, which, unless I have forgot my Latin, is, that it was as swift as the wind itself." "But pray, Dr. Slop," quoth my father, interrupting my uncle, though not without begging pardon for it at the same time, "upon what principles was this self-same chariot set a-going?" "Upon very pretty principles, to be sure," replied Dr. Slop. "And I have often wondered," continued he, evading the question, "why none of our gentry, who live upon large plains like this of ours, especially they whose wives are not past childbearing, attempt nothing of this kind. For it would not only be infinitely expeditious upon sudden calls, to which the sex is subject, if the wind only served, but would be excellent good husbandry to make use of the winds, which cost nothing, and which eat nothing rather than horses, which, the devil take 'em, both cost and eat a great deal." "For that very reason," replied my father, "because they cost nothing, and because they eat nothing, the scheme is bad. It is the consumption of our products, as well as the manufactures of them, which gives bread to the hungry, circulates trade, brings in money, and supports the value of our lands. And though, I own, if I was a prince, I would generously recompense the scientific head which brought forth such contrivances, yet I would as peremptorily suppress the use of them." My father here had got into his element, and was going on as prosperously with his dissertation upon trade, as my Uncle Toby had before upon his of fortification. But to the loss of much sound knowledge, the destinies in the morning had decreed that no dissertation of any kind should be spun by my father that day, for as he opened his mouth to begin the next sentence. Chapter 15. In popped Corporal Trim with Stevinus, but 'twas too late, all the discourse had been exhausted without him, and was running into a new channel. "You may take the book home again, Trim," said my Uncle Toby, nodding to him. "But prithee, Corporal," quoth my father, drolling, "look first into it, and see if thou canst spy aught of a sailing chariot in it." Corporal Trim, by being in the service, had learned to obey and not to remonstrate, so taking the book to a side table and running over the leaves, "And please your honor," said Trim, "I can see no such thing. However," continued the corporal, drolling a little in his turn, "I'll make sure work of it, and please your honor." So taking hold of the two covers of the book, one in each hand, and letting the leaves fall down as he bent the covers back, he gave the book a good sound shake. "There is something falling out, however," said Trim, "and please your honor, but it is not a chariot or anything like one." "Prithee, Corporal," said my father, smiling, "what is it then?" "I think," answered Trim, stooping to take it up, "'tis more like a sermon, for it begins with a text of Scripture, and the chapter and verse, and then goes on, not as a chariot, but like a sermon directly." The company smiled. "I cannot conceive how it is possible," quoth my Uncle Toby, "for such a thing as a sermon to have got into my Stevinus." "I think 'tis a sermon," replied Trim, "but if it please your honors, as it is a fair hand, I will read you a page." For Trim, you must know, loved to hear himself read almost as well as talk. "I have ever a strong propensity," said my father, "to look into things which cross my way, by such strange fatalities as these. And as we have nothing better to do, at least till Obadiah gets back, I shall be obliged to you, brother, if Dr. Slop has no objection to it, to order the corporal to give us a page or two of it, if he is as able to do it as he seems willing." "And please your honor," quoth Trim, "I officiated 2 whole campaigns, in Flanders, as clerk to the chaplain of the regiment." "He can read it," quoth my Uncle Toby, "as well as I can." Trim, I assure you, was the best scholar in my company, and should have had the next halberd, but for the poor fellow's misfortune. Corporal Trim laid his hand upon his heart, and made an humble bow to his master. Then laying down his hat upon the floor, and taking up the sermon in his left hand, in order to have his right at liberty, he advanced, nothing doubting, into the middle of the room, where he could best see, and be best seen by his audience. Chapter 16. When my Uncle Toby and the corporal had marched down to the bottom of the avenue, they recollected their business lay the other way. So they faced about and marched up straight to Mrs. Wadman's door. "I warrant your honor," said the corporal, touching his Montero cap with his hand, as he passed him in order to give a knock at the door. My Uncle Toby, contrary to his invariable way of treating his faithful servant, said nothing good or bad. The truth was, he had not altogether marshaled his ideas. He wished for another conference, and as the corporal was mounting up the 3 steps before the door, he hemmed twice a portion of my Uncle Toby's most modest spirits fled, at each expulsion, towards the corporal. He stood with the wrapper of the door suspended for a full minute in his hand, he scarce knew why. Bridget stood perdue within, with her finger and her thumb upon the latch, benumbed with expectation. And Mrs. Wadman, with an eye ready to be deflowered again, sat breathless behind the window curtain of her bedchamber, watching their approach. "Trim," said my Uncle Toby, but as he articulated the word, the minute expired, and Trim let fall the wrapper. My Uncle Toby, perceiving that all hopes of a conference were knocked on the head by a twistled lillibolero. Chapter 17. As Mrs. Bridget's finger and thumb were upon the latch, the corporal did not knock as oft as perchance your honor's tailor. I might have taken my example something nearer home. For I owe mine some 25 pounds at least, and wonder at the man's patience. But this is nothing at all to the world. Only 'tis a cursed thing to be in debt, and there seems to be a fatality in the exchequers of some poor princes, particularly those of our house, which no economy can bind down in irons. For my own part, I'm persuaded there is not any one prince, prelate, pope, or potentate, great or small upon earth, more desirous in his heart of keeping straight with the world than I am, or who takes more likely means for it. I never give above half a guinea, or walk with boots or cheapen toothpicks, or lay out a shilling upon a bandbox the year round. And for the 6 months I'm in the country, I'm upon so small a scale, that with all the good temper in the world, I outdo Rousseau, a bar length, for I keep neither man or boy, or horse, or cow, or dog, or cat, or anything that can eat or drink, except a thin poor piece of a vestal, to keep my fire in, and who has generally as bad an appetite as myself. But if you think this makes a philosopher of me, I would not, my good people. Give a rush for your judgments. True philosophy, but there is no treating the subject, whilst my uncle is whistling lillibolero. Let us go into the house. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter 20. "You shall see the very place, madam," said my Uncle Toby. Mrs. Wadman blushed, looked towards the door, turned pale, blushed slightly again, recovered her natural color, blushed worse than ever. Which, for the sake of the unlearned reader, I translate thus. "LD, I cannot look at it. What would the world say if I looked at it? I should drop down. If I looked at it, I wish I could look at it. There can be no sin in looking at it. I will look at it." Whilst all this was running through Mrs. Wadman's imagination, my Uncle Toby had risen from the sofa and got to the other side of the parlor door, to give Trim an order about it in the passage. "I believe it is in the garret," said my Uncle Toby. "I saw it there, and please your honor, this morning," answered Trim. "Then prithee, step directly for it, Trim," said my Uncle Toby, "and bring it into the parlor." The corporal did not approve of the orders, but most cheerfully obeyed them. The first was not an act of his will, the second was, so he put on his Montero cap, and went as fast as his lame knee would let him. My Uncle Toby returned into the parlor, and sat himself down again upon the sofa. "You shall lay your finger upon the place," said my Uncle Toby. "I will not touch it, however," quoth Mrs. Wadman to herself. This requires a second translation. It shows what little knowledge is got by mere words. We must go up to the first springs. Now, in order to clear up the mist which hangs upon these 3 pages, I must endeavor to be as clear as possible myself. Rub your hands thrice across your foreheads, blow your noses, cleanse your emunctories, sneeze, my good people. God bless you. Now give me all the help you can. Chapter 21. As there are 50 different ends, counting all ends in as well civil as religious, for which a woman takes a husband, she first sets about and carefully weighs, then separates and distinguishes in her mind which of all that number of ends is hers. Then by discourse, inquiry, argumentation, and inference, she investigates and finds out whether she has got hold of the right one, and if she has, then, by pulling it gently this way and that way, she further forms a judgment, whether it will not break in the drawing. The imagery under which Slawkenbergius impresses this upon the reader's fancy, in the beginning of his third decad, is so ludicrous, that the honor I bear the sex will not suffer me to quote it, otherwise it is not destitute of humor. She first, saith Slawkenbergius, stops the essay, and holding his halter in her left hand, lest he should get away, she thrusts her right hand into the very bottom of his pannier to search for it. For what? You'll not know the sooner, quoth Slawkenbergius, for interrupting me. I have nothing, good lady, but empty bottles, says the essay. I'm loaded with tripes, says the second. And thou art little better, quoth she to the third. For nothing is there in thy panniers but trunk hose and pantoffles, and so to the fourth and fifth, going on one by one through the whole string, till coming to the essay which carries it, she turns the pannier upside down, looks at it, considers it, samples it, measures it, stretches it, wets it, dries it, then takes her teeth both to the warp and weft of it. Of what, for the love of Christ? I am determined, answered Slawkenbergius, that all the powers upon earth shall never wring that secret from my breast. Chapter 22. We live in a world beset on all sides with mysteries and riddles, and so 'tis no matter else it seems strange that nature, who makes everything so well to answer its destination, and seldom or never errs, unless for pastime, in giving such forms and aptitudes to whatever passes through her hands, that whether she designs for the plough, the caravan, the cart, or whatever other creature she models, be it but an essay's foal, you are sure to have the thing you wanted. And yet at the same time should so eternally bungle it as she does, in making so simple a thing as a married man. Whether it is in the choice of the clay, or that it is frequently spoiled in the baking, by an excess of which a husband may turn out too crusty, you know, on one hand, or not enough so, through defect of heat, on the other, or whether this great artificer is not so attentive to the little platonic exigences of that part of the species, for whose use she is fabricating this, or that her ladyship sometimes scarce knows what sort of a husband will do, I know not. We will discourse about it after supper. It is enough that neither the observation itself or the reasoning upon it are at all to the purpose, but rather against it. Since with regard to my Uncle Toby's fitness for the marriage state, nothing was ever better. She had formed him of the best and kindliest clay, had tempered it with her own milk, and breathed into it the sweetest spirit. She had made him all gentle, generous, and humane. She had filled his heart with trust and confidence, and disposed every passage which led to it. For the communication of the tenderest offices, she had moreover considered the other causes for which matrimony was ordained. And accordingly, the donation was not defeated by my Uncle Toby's wound. Now this last article was somewhat apocryphal, and the devil, who is the great disturber of our faiths in this world, had raised scruples in Mrs. Wadman's brain about it, and like a true devil as he was, had done his own work at the same time, by turning my Uncle Toby's virtue thereupon into nothing but empty bottles, tripes, trunk hose, and pantoffles. Chapter 19. My father was returned from his walk to the fish pond and opened the parlor door in the very height of the attack. Just as my Uncle Toby was marching up the glacisstrim, recovered his arms never, was my Uncle Toby caught in riding at such a desperate rate in his life, alas. My Uncle Toby had not a weightier matter called forth all the ready eloquence of my father. How hadst thou then, and thy poor hobby horse too, been insulted? My father hung up his hat with the same air he took it down, and after giving a slight look at the disorder of the room, he took hold of one of the chairs which had formed the corporal's breech, and placing it over against my Uncle Toby, he sat down in it. And as soon as the tea things were taken away, and the door shut, he broke out in a lamentation as follows. My father's lamentation. It is in vain longer, said my father, addressing himself as much to Ernulphus's curse, which was laid upon the corner of the chimney-piece, as to my Uncle Toby who sat under it is in vain longer. Said my father, in the most querulous monotony imaginable, to struggle as I have done against this most uncomfortable of human persuasions, I see it plainly, that either for my own sins, brother Toby, or the sins and follies of the Shandy family, Heaven has thought fit to draw forth the heaviest of its artillery against me, and that the prosperity of my child is the point upon which the whole force of it is directed to play. Such a thing would batter the whole universe about our ears, brother Shandy, said my Uncle Toby, if it was so unhappy Tristram. Child of wrath, child of decrepitude, interruption, mistake, and discontent. What one misfortune or disaster in the book of embryotic evils that could unmechanize thy frame or entangle thy filaments? Which has not fallen upon thy head, or ever thou camest into the world, what evils in thy passage into it? What evils since? Produced into being, in the decline of thy father's days, when the powers of his imagination and of his body were waxing feeble, when radical heat and radical moisture, the elements which should have tempered thine, were drying up, and nothing left to found thy stamina in, but negations tease pitiful brother Toby, at the best, and called out for all the little helps that care and attention on both sides could give it. But how were we defeated? You know the event. Brother Toby, 'tis too melancholy a one to be repeated now, when the few animal spirits I was worth in the world, and with which memory, fancy, and quick parts should have been conveyed, were all dispersed, confused, confounded, scattered, and sent to the devil. Here then was the time to have put a stop to this persecution against him, and tried an experiment at least whether calmness and serenity of mind in your sister, with a due attention, brother Toby, to her evacuations and repletions and the rest of her non-naturals, might not, in a course of 9 months' gestation, have set all things to rights. My child was bereft of these. What a teasing life did she lead herself, and consequently her fetus too, with that nonsensical anxiety of hers about lying in town? I thought my sister submitted with the greatest patience, replied my Uncle Toby. I never heard her utter one fretful word about it. She fumed inwardly, cried my father, and that, let me tell you, brother, was 10 times worse for the child. And then, what battles did she fight with me, and what perpetual storms about the midwife? There she gave vent, said my Uncle Toby. Vent, cried my father, looking up. But what was all this, my dear Toby? To the injuries done us by my child's coming head foremost into the world, when all I wished, in this general wreck of his frame, was to have saved this little casket unbroke, unrifled. With all my precautions, how was my system turned topside-turvy in the womb with my child? His head exposed to the hand of violence, and a pressure of 470 pounds, avoirdupois weight acting so perpendicularly upon its apex that, at this hour, tease 90%. Insurance, that the fine network of the intellectual web be not rent and torn to 1,000 tatters. Still we could have done. Fool, coxcomb, puppy, give him but a nose, cripple, dwarf, driveler, goosecap, shape him as you will, the door of fortune stands open, O Leistus. Leistus, had I been blessed with a fetus 5 inches long and a half, like the fate might have done her worst. Still, brother Toby, there was one cast of the die left for our child after all. O Tristram, Tristram, Tristram. We will send for Mr. Yorick, said my Uncle Toby. You may send for whom you will, replied my father. Chapter 20. What a rate have I gone on at, curveting and frisking it away, 2 up and 2 down for 4 volumes together, without looking once behind, or even on one side of me, to see whom I trod upon. I'll tread upon no one, quoth I to myself, when I mounted I'll take a good rattling gallop, but I'll not hurt the poorest jackass upon the road. So off I set up one lane down another, through this turnpike over that, as if the arch-jockey of jockeys had got behind me. Now ride at this rate, with what good intention and resolution you may, 'tis a million to one you'll do someone a mischief. If not yourself, he's flung, he's off, he's lost his hat, he's down, he'll break his neck, see. If he has not galloped full among the scaffolding of the undertaking critics, he'll knock his brains out against some of their posts, he's bounced out. Look, he's now riding like a madcap full tilt through a whole crowd of painters, fiddlers, poets, biographers, physicians, lawyers, logicians, players, schoolmen, churchmen, statesmen, soldiers, casuists, connoisseurs, prelates, popes, and engineers. Fear, said I, I'll not hurt the poorest jackass upon the king's highway. But your horse throws dirt, see you've splashed a bishop. I hope in God, 'twas only Ernulphus, said I, but you have squirted full in the faces of mess. Lemoyne, de Romigny, and de Marsilly, doctors of the Sorbonne, that was last year, replied I, but you have trod this moment upon a king. Kings have bad times on't, said I, to be trod upon by such people as me. You have done it, replied my accuser. I deny it, quoth I, and so have got off, and here am I standing with my bridle in one hand, and with my cap in the other to tell my story. And what is it? You shall hear in the next chapter. Chapter 21. As Francis I of France was one winterly night warming himself over the embers of a wood fire, and talking with his first minister of sundry things for the good of the state, it would not be amiss, said the king, stirring up the embers with his cane, if this good understanding betwixt ourselves and Switzerland was a little strengthened. There is no end, sire, replied the minister. In giving money to these people they would swallow up the treasury of France. Pooh, pooh, answered the king, there are more ways, mons. Le Premier of bribing states, besides that of giving money, I'll pay Switzerland the honor of standing godfather for my next child. Your Majesty, said the minister, in so doing, would have all the grammarians in Europe upon your back. Switzerland, as a republic being a female, can in no construction be godfather. She may be godmother, replied Francis hastily, so announce my intentions by a courier tomorrow morning. I am astonished, said Francis I, that day fortnight speaking to his minister as he entered the closet, that we have had no answer from Switzerland. Sire, I wait upon you this moment, said Mons, Le Premier, to lay before you my dispatches upon that business. They take it kindly, said the king. They do, sire, replied the minister, and have the highest sense of the honor your Majesty has done them, but the Republic, as godmother, claims her right, in this case, of naming the child. In all reason, quoth the king, she will christen him Francis, or Henry, or Louis, or some name that she knows will be agreeable to us. Your Majesty is deceived, replied the minister. I have this hour received a dispatch from our resident, with the determination of the Republic on that point also. And what name has the Republic fixed upon for the Dauphin? Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, replied the minister. By St. Peter's girdle, I will have nothing to do with the Swiss, cried Francis I, pulling up his breeches and walking hastily across the floor. Your Majesty, replied the minister calmly, cannot bring yourself off. We'll pay them in money, said the king. Sire, there are not 60,000 crowns in the treasury, answered the minister. I'll pawn the best jewel in my crown, quoth Francis I. Your honor stands pawned already in this matter, answered Monsieur le Premier. Then Mons, le Premier, said the king, I will go to war with them. Chapter 22. Albeit, gentle reader, I have lusted earnestly, and endeavored carefully, according to the measure of such a slender skill as God has vouchsafed me, and as convenient leisure from other occasions of needful profit and healthful pastime have permitted, that these little books which I here put into thy hands might stand instead of many bigger books, yet have I carried myself towards thee in such fanciful guise of careless disport. That right sore am I ashamed now to entreat thy lenity seriously in beseeching thee to believe it of me, that in the story of my father and his Christian names, I have no thoughts of treading upon Francis I, nor in the affair of the nose upon Francis IX, nor in the character of my Uncle Toby, of characterizing the maliciating spirits of my country. The wound upon his groin is a wound to every comparison of that kind, nor by trim that I meant the Duke of Ormond, or that my book is wrote against predestination, or free will, or taxes, if 'tis wrote against anything. 'Tis wrote, and please your worships, against the spleen. In order, by a more frequent and a more convulsive elevation and depression of the diaphragm, and the succussations of the intercostal and abdominal muscles in laughter, to drive the gall and other bitter juices from the gall bladder, liver, and sweetbread of his Majesty's subjects, with all the inimicitious passions which belong to them, down into their duodenums. Book 3. Multitudinis imperati non formido judicia. Mes tamen, rogo, parcent opusculis in quibus fuit propositi semper, a jossus ad Syria, a series vicisssim ad jocos transire. Joan, Cersberiensis, Episcopus Lugdun. Chapter 1. I wish, Dr. Slop, quoth my Uncle Toby, repeating his wish for Dr. Slop a second time, and with a degree of more zeal and earnestness in his manner of wishing than he had wished at first. I wish, Dr. Slop, quoth my Uncle Toby, you had seen what prodigious armies we had in Flanders. My Uncle Toby's wish did Dr. Slop a disservice which his heart never intended any man, sir. It confounded him, and thereby putting his ideas first into confusion, and then to flight, he could not rally them again for the soul of him. In all disputes, male or female, whether for honor, for profit, or for love, it makes no difference in the case. Nothing is more dangerous, madam, than a wish coming sideways in this unexpected manner upon a man. The safest way in general to take off the force of the wish is for the party wished at, instantly to get upon his leg's end, wish the wisher something in return, of pretty near the same value, so balancing the account upon the spot, you stand as you were nay sometimes gain the advantage of the attack by it. This will be fully illustrated to the world in my chapter of wishes. Dr. Slop did not understand the nature of this defense. He was puzzled with it, and it put an entire stop to the dispute for 4 minutes and a half. 5 had been fatal to it. My father saw the danger the dispute was one of the most interesting disputes in the world, whether the child of his prayers and endeavors should be born without a head or with one. He waited to the last moment to allow Dr. Slop, in whose behalf the wish was made, his right of returning it. But perceiving, I say, that he was confounded, and continued looking with that perplexed vacuity of eye which puzzled souls generally stare with, first in my Uncle Toby's face, then in his, then up, then down, then east, and by east, and so on, coasting it along by the plinth of the wainscot till he had got to the opposite point of the compass, and that he had actually begun to count the brass nails upon the arm of his chair, my father thought there was no time to be lost with my Uncle Toby. So took up the discourse as follows. Chapter 2. What prodigious armies you had in Flanders. Brother Toby, replied my father, taking his wig from off his head with his right hand, and with his left pulling out a striped India handkerchief from his right coat pocket in order to rub his head, as he argued the point with my Uncle Toby. Now, in this I think my father was much to blame, and I will give you my reasons for it. Matters of no more seeming consequence in themselves, then, whether my father should have taken off his wig with his right hand or with his left, have divided the greatest kingdoms, and made the crowns of the monarchs who govern them to totter upon their heads. But need I tell you, sir, that the circumstances with which everything in this world is begirt give everything in this world its size and shape, and by tightening it or relaxing it this way or that, make the thing to be what it is, great, little, good, bad, indifferent, or not indifferent, just as the case happens. As my father's India handkerchief was in his right coat pocket, he should by no means have suffered his right hand to have got engaged. On the contrary, instead of taking off his wig with it, as he did, he ought to have committed that entirely to the left. And then, when the natural exigency my father was under of rubbing his head called out for his handkerchief, he would have had nothing in the world to have done, but to have put his right hand into his right coat pocket and taken it out, which he might have done without any violence, or the least ungraceful twist in any one tendon or muscle of his whole body. In this case, unless, indeed, my father had been resolved to make a fool of himself by holding the wig stiff in his left hand, or by making some nonsensical angle or other at his elbow joint or armpit. His whole attitude had been easy, natural, unforced. Reynolds himself, as great and gracefully as he paints, might have painted him as he sat. Now, as my father managed this matter, consider what a devil of a figure my father made of himself. In the latter end of Queen Anne's reign, and in the beginning of the reign of King George, the first coat pockets were cut very low down in the skirt. I need say no more. The father of mischief, had he been hammering at it a month, could not have contrived a worse fashion for one in my father's situation. Chapter 3. It was not an easy matter in any king's reign, unless you were as lean a subject as myself, to have forced your hand diagonally, quite across your whole body, so as to gain the bottom of your opposite coat pocket. In the year 1718, when this happened, it was extremely difficult, so that when my Uncle Toby discovered the transverse zigzaggery of my father's approaches towards it, it instantly brought into his mind those he had done duty in, before the gate of St. Nicholas. The idea of which drew off his attention so entirely from the subject in debate, that he had got his right hand to the bell to ring up Trim to go and fetch his map of Namur, and his compasses and sector along with it, to measure the returning angles of the traverses of that attack, but particularly of that one, where he received his wound upon his groin. My father knit his brows, and as he knit them, all the blood in his body seemed to rush up into his face. My Uncle Toby dismounted immediately. I did not apprehend your Uncle Toby was horseback. Chapter 4. A man's body and his mind, with the utmost reverence to both I speak it, are exactly like a jerkin and a jerkin's lining. Rumple the one, you rumple the other. There is one certain exception, however, in this case, and that is when you are so fortunate a fellow as to have had your jerkin made of gum taffeta and the body lining to it of a sarcenet or thin Persian. Zeno, Cleanthes, Diogenes Babylonius, Dionysius, Heracleotes Antipater, Panidius and Posidonius amongst the Greeks, Cato and Varro and Seneca amongst the Romans, Pantaenus and Clemens Alexandrinus and Montaigne amongst the Christians. And a score and a half of good, honest, unthinking Shandian people as ever lived, whose names I can't recollect, all pretended that their jerkins were made after this fashion. You might have rumpled and crumpled, and doubled and creased, and fretted and fridged the outside of them all to pieces. In short, you might have played the very devil with them. And at the same time, not one of the insides of them would have been one button the worse, for all you had done to them. I believe in my conscience that mine is made up somewhat after this sort. For never poor jerkin has been tickled off at such a rate as it has been these last 9 months together, and yet I declare, the lining to it, as far as I am a judge of the matter, is not a 3-penny piece the worse. Pell-mell, helter-skelter, ding-dong, cut and thrust, backstroke and forestroke, side way and long way have they been trimming it for me. Had there been the least gumminess in my lining, by heaven, it had all of it long ago been frayed and fretted to a thread. You messers, the monthly reviewers, how could you cut and slash my jerkin as you did? How did you know but you would cut my lining too? Heartily and from my soul, to the protection of that being who will injure none of us, do I recommend you and your affairs, so God bless you. Only next month, if any one of you should gnash his teeth and storm and rage at me, as some of you did last May, in which I remember the weather was very hot, don't be exasperated if I pass it by again with good temper, being determined as long as I live or write, which in my case means the same thing, never to give the honest gentleman a worse word or a worse wish than my Uncle Toby gave the fly which buzzed about his nose all dinner time. Go, go, poor devil, quoth he, get thee gone. Why should I hurt thee? This world is surely wide enough to hold both thee and me. Chapter 5. Any man, madam, reasoning upwards, and observing the prodigious suffusion of blood in my father's countenance, by means of which, as all the blood in his body seemed to rush into his face, as I told you, he must have reddened, pictorically and scientifically speaking, 6 whole tints and a half, if not a full octave above his natural color. Any man, madam, but my Uncle Toby, who had observed this, together with the violent knitting of my father's brows, and the extravagant contortion of his body during the whole affair, would have concluded my father in a rage. And taking that for granted, had he been a lover of such kind of concord as arises from 2 such instruments being put in exact tune, he would instantly have screwed up his to the same pitch. And then the devil and all had broke loose the whole piece, madam, must have been played off like the 6th of Avicen Scarlatti con furia, like mad. Grant me patience. What is con furia, con strepito, or any other hurly-burly whatever to do with harmony? Any man, I say, madam, but my Uncle Toby, the benignity of whose heart interpreted every motion of the body in the kindest sense the motion would admit of, would have concluded my father angry, and blamed him too. My Uncle Toby blamed nothing but the tailor who cut the pocket-hole, so sitting still till my father had got his handkerchief out of it, and looking all the time up in his face with inexpressible goodwill, my father, at length, went on as follows. Chapter 6. What prodigious armies you had in Flanders! Brother Toby, quoth my father, I do believe thee to be as honest a man, and with as good and as upright a heart as ever God created. Nor is it thy fault, if all the children which have been, may, can, shall, will, or ought to be begotten, come with their heads foremost into the world. But believe me, dear Toby, the accidents which unavoidably waylay them, not only in the article of our begetting, though these, in my opinion, are well worth considering, but the dangers and difficulties our children are beset with, after they are got forth into the world, our e'en a little need is there to expose them to unnecessary ones in their passage to it. Are these dangers, quoth my Uncle Toby, laying his hand upon my father's knee, and looking up seriously in his face for an answer, are these dangers greater now o days, brother, than in times past? Brother Toby, answered my father, if a child was but fairly begot, and born alive, and healthy, and the mother did well after it, our forefathers never looked farther. My Uncle Toby instantly withdrew his hand from off my father's knee, reclined his body gently back in his chair, raised his head till he could just see the cornice of the room, and then directing the buccinatory muscles along his cheeks and the orbicular muscles around his lips to do their duty, he whistled Lillibolero. Chapter 15. Dr. Slop was within an ace of being an exception to all this argumentation, for happening to have his green baize bag upon his knees, when he began to parody my Uncle Toby, 'twas as good as the best mantle in the world to him. For which purpose, when he foresaw the sentence would end in his new-invented forceps, he thrust his hand into the bag in order to have them ready to clap in, when your reverences took so much notice of the asterisk, which had he managed my Uncle Toby had certainly been overthrown. The sentence and the argument in that case jumping closely in one point, so like the two lines which form the salient angle of a ravelin, Dr. Slop would never have given them up. And my Uncle Toby would as soon have thought of flying as taking them by force. But Dr. Slop fumbled so vilely in pulling them out, it took off the whole effect, and what was a 10 times worse evil, for they seldom come alone in this life, in pulling out his forceps unfortunately drew out the squirt along with it. When a proposition can be taken in two senses, 'tis a law in disputation, that the respondent may reply to which of the two he pleases or finds most convenient for him. This threw the advantage of the argument quite on my Uncle Toby's side. "Good God!" cried my Uncle Toby, "are children brought into the world with a squirt?" Chapter 16. Upon my honor, sir, you have tore every bit of skin quite off the back of both my hands with your forceps, cried my Uncle Toby, and you have crushed all my knuckles into the bargain with them to a jelly. "'Tis your own fault," said Dr. Slop, "you should have clinched your two fists together into the form of a child's head as I told you, and sat firm." "I did so," answered my Uncle Toby. "Then the points of my forceps have not been sufficiently armed, or the rivet wants closing, or else the cut in my thumb has made me a little awkward, or possibly 'tis well," quoth my father, interrupting the detail of possibilities that the experiment was not first made upon my child's headpiece. "It would not have been a cherry stone the worse," answered Dr. Slop. "I maintain it," said my Uncle Toby, "it would have broke the cerebellum, unless indeed the skull had been as hard as a granado and turned it all into a perfect posset." "Pshaw," replied Dr. Slop, "a child's head is naturally as soft as the pap of an apple. The sutures give way, and besides, I could have extracted by the feet after." "Not you," said she. "I rather wish you would begin that way," quoth my father. "Pray do," added my Uncle Toby. Chapter 17. "And pray, good woman, after all, will you take upon you to say, it may not be the child's hip as well as the child's head?" "'Tis most certainly the head," replied the midwife. "Because," continued Dr. Slop, turning to my father, as positive as these old ladies generally are, "'tis a point very difficult to know and yet of the greatest consequence to be known. Because, sir, if the hip is mistaken for the head, there is a possibility, if it is a boy, that the forceps asterisk." What the possibility was, Dr. Slop whispered very low to my father, and then to my Uncle Toby. "There is no such danger," continued he, "with the head." "No, in truth," quoth my father, "but when your possibility has taken place at the hip, you may as well take off the head too." It is morally impossible the reader should understand this, 'tis enough Dr. Slop understood it. So taking the green baize bag in his hand, with the help of Obadiah's pumps, he tripped pretty nimbly, for a man of his size, across the room to the door, and from the door was shewn the way, by the good old midwife, to my mother's apartments. Chapter 18. "It is 2 hours, and 10 minutes in, no more," cried my father, looking at his watch, "since Dr. Slop and Obadiah arrived, and I know not how it happens, brother Toby, but to my imagination it seems almost an age. Here, pray, sir, take hold of my capnay, take the bell along with it, and my pantofles too. Now, sir, they are all at your service, and I freely make you a present of 'em, on condition you give me all your attention to this chapter." Though my father said he knew not how it happened, yet he knew very well how it happened, and at the instant he spoke it, was predetermined in his mind to give my Uncle Toby a clear account of the matter by a metaphysical dissertation upon the subject of duration and its simple modes, in order to show my Uncle Toby, by what mechanism and menturations in the brain it came to pass, that the rapid succession of their ideas, and the eternal scampering of the discourse from one thing to another, since Dr. Slop had come into the room, had lengthened out so short a period to so inconceivable an extent. I know not how it happens, cried my father, but it seems an age. 'Tis owing entirely, quoth my Uncle Toby, to the succession of our ideas. My father, who had an itch, in common with all philosophers, of reasoning upon everything which happened, and accounting for it too proposed infinite pleasure to himself in this, of the succession of ideas, and had not the least apprehension of having it snatched out of his hands by my Uncle Toby, who, honest man, generally took everything as it happened, and who, of all things in the world, troubled his brain the least with abstruse thinking. The ideas of time and space, or how we came by those ideas, or of what stuff they were made, or whether they were born with us, or we picked them up afterwards, as we went along, or whether we did it in frocks or not, till we had got into breeches with 1,000 other inquiries and disputes about infinity, prescience, liberty, necessity, and so forth, upon whose desperate and unconquerable theories so many fine heads have been turned and cracked. Never did my Uncle Toby's the least injury at all. My father knew it and was no less surprised than he was disappointed with my uncle's fortuitous solution. Do you understand the theory of that affair? Replied my father. Not I, quoth my uncle. But you have some ideas, said my father, of what you talk about. No more than my horse, replied my Uncle Toby. Gracious heaven, cried my father, looking upwards, and clasping his two hands together, there is a worth in thy honest ignorance, brother Toby, 'twere almost a pity to exchange it for a knowledge. But I'll tell thee. To understand what time is aright, without which we never can comprehend infinity, insomuch as one is a portion of the other, we ought seriously to sit down and consider what idea it is we have of duration, so as to give a satisfactory account how we came by it. What is that to anybody? Quoth my Uncle Toby. For if you will turn your eyes inwards upon your mind, continued my father, and observe attentively, you will perceive, brother, that whilst you and I are talking together, and thinking and smoking our pipes, or whilst we receive successively ideas in our minds, we know that we do exist, and so we estimate the existence, or the continuation of the existence of ourselves, or anything else, commensurate to the succession of any ideas in our minds, the duration of ourselves, or any such other thing coexisting with our thinking, and so according to that preconceived you puzzle me to death, cried my Uncle Toby. 'Tis owing to this, replied my father, that in our computations of time, we are so used to minutes, hours, weeks, and months, and of clocks. I wish there was not a clock in the kingdom, to measure out their several portions to us, and to those who belong to us, that 'twill be well, if in time to come, the succession of our ideas be of any use or service to us at all. Now, whether we observe it or no, continued my father, in every sound man's head, there's a regular succession of ideas of one sort or other, which follow each other in train, just like a train of artillery, said my Uncle Toby, a train of a fiddlestick. Quoth my father, which follow and succeed one another in our minds at certain distances, just like the images in the inside of a lanthorn turned round by the heat of a candle. I declare, quoth my Uncle Toby, mine are more like a smoke-jack. Then, brother Toby, I have nothing more to say to you upon that subject, said my father. Chapter 19. What a conjecture was here lost. My father, in one of his best explanatory moods, in eager pursuit of a metaphysical point into the very regions, where clouds and thick darkness would soon have encompassed it about. My Uncle Toby, in one of the finest dispositions for it in the world, his head like a smoke-jack, the funnel unswept, and the ideas whirling round and round about in it, all obfuscated and darkened over with fuliginous matter. By the tombstone of Lucian, if it is in being, if not, why then by his ashes? By the ashes of my dear Rabelais and dearer Cervantes. My father and my Uncle Toby's discourse upon time and eternity was a discourse devoutly to be wished for. And the petulancy of my father's humor, in putting a stop to it as he did, was a robbery of the ontologic treasury of such a jewel, as no coalition of great occasions and great men are ever likely to restore to it again. Chapter 20. Though my father persisted in not going on with the discourse, yet he could not get my Uncle Toby's smoke-jack out of his head, piqued as he was at first with it. There was something in the comparison at the bottom, which hit his fancy, for which purpose, resting his elbow upon the table, and reclining the right side of his head upon the palm of his hand, but looking first steadfastly in the fire, he began to commune with himself, and philosophize about it. But his spirits being wore out with the fatigues of investigating new tracks, and the constant exertion of his faculties upon that variety of subjects, which had taken their turn in the discourse the idea of the smoke-jack, soon turned all his ideas upside down so that he fell asleep almost before he knew what he was about. As for my Uncle Toby, his smoke-jack had not made a dozen revolutions before he fell asleep also. Peace be with them both. Dr. Sloppy's engaged with the midwife and my mother above stairs. Trim is busy in turning an old pair of jackboots into a couple of mortars, to be employed in the siege of Messina next summer, and is this instant boring the touch holes with the point of a hot poker. All my heroes are off my hands. 'Tis the first time I have had a moment to spare, and I'll make use of it and write my preface. The author's preface. No, I'll not say a word about it here. It is. In publishing it, I have appealed to the world, and to the world I leave it. It must speak for itself. All I know of the matter is when I sat down, my intent was to write a good book. And as far as the tenuity of my understanding would hold out a wise, and a discreet taking care only, as I went along, to put into it all the wit and the judgment, be it more or less, which the great author and bestower of them had thought fit originally to give me, so that, as your worship sees just as God pleases. Now Ageless, speaking dispraisingly, saith, that there may be some wit in it, for aught he knows, but no judgment at all. And Triptolemus and Feudatoриus agreeing thereto, ask, how is it possible there should? For that wit and judgment in this world never go together. Inasmuch as they are two operations differing from each other as wide as east from west, so, says Locke, so are farting and hiccuping. Say I, but in answer to this, Didius the great church lawyer, in his Code de Fartendi et Illustrandi Fallaces, doth maintain and make fully appear, that an illustration is no argument, nor do I maintain the wiping of a looking-glass clean to be a syllogism. But you all, may it please your worships, see the better for it, so that the main good these things do is only to clarify the understanding, previous to the application of the argument itself, in order to free it from any little motes or specks of opacular matter, which, if left swimming therein, might hinder a conception and spoil all. Now, my dear anti-Shandians and thrice able critics and fellow laborers, for to you I write this preface, and to you most subtle statesmen and discreet doctors, do pull off your beards, renowned for gravity and wisdom. Monopolis, my politician, Didius, my counsel, Caesartius, my friend, Feudatoриus, my guide, Gastrophers, the preserver of my life. Somnolentius, the balm and repose of it, not forgetting all others, as well sleeping as waking, ecclesiastical as civil, whom for brevity, but out of no resentment to you, I lump all together. Believe me, right worthy. My most zealous wish and fervent prayer in your behalf, and in my own too, in case the thing is not done already for us, is, that the great gifts and endowments both of wit and judgment, with everything which usually goes along with them, such as memory, fancy, genius, eloquence, quick parts, and what not, may this precious moment, without stint or measure, let or hindrance, be poured down warm as each of us could bear its scum and sediment, and all, for I would not have a drop lost, into the several receptacles, cells, cellules, domiciles, dormitories, refectories, and spare places of our brains in such sort, that they might continue to be injected and tunned into, according to the true intent and meaning of my wish, until every vessel of them, both great and small, be so replenished, saturated, and filled up therewith, that no more would it save a man's life, could possibly be got either in or out. Bless us, what noble work we should make, how should I tickle it off, and what spirits should I find myself in to be writing away for such readers, and you just heaven, with what raptures would you sit and read, but oh, 'tis too much, I am sick, I faint away deliciously at the thoughts of it, 'tis more than nature can bear. Lay hold of me, I am giddy, I am stone blind, I'm dying, I am gone. Help, help, help. But hold, I grow something better again, for I am beginning to foresee, when this is over, that as we shall all of us continue to be great wits, we should never agree amongst ourselves, one day to an end. There would be so much satire and sarcasm, scoffing and flouting, with rallying and reparteeing of it, thrusting and parrying in one corner or another, there would be nothing but mischief among us chaste stars. What biting and scratching, and what a racket and a clatter we should make! What with breaking of heads, rapping of knuckles, and hitting of sore places, there would be no such thing as living for us. But then again, as we should all of us be men of great judgment, we should make up matters as fast as ever they went wrong. And though we should abominate each other 10 times worse than so many devils or devilisses, we should nevertheless, my dear creatures, be all courtesy and kindness. Milk and honey, 'twould be a second land of promise of paradise upon earth, if there was such a thing to be had, so that upon the whole we should have done well enough. All I fret and fume at, and what most distresses my invention at present, is how to bring the point itself to bear. For as your worships well know, that of these heavenly emanations of wit and judgment, which I have so bountifully wished both for your worships and myself there, is but a certain quantum stored up for us all, for the use and behoof of the whole race of mankind. And such small modicums of 'em are only sent forth into this wide world, circulating here and there in one by corner or another end in such narrow streams, and at such prodigious intervals from each other, that one would wonder how it holds out, or could be sufficient for the wants and emergencies of so many great estates and populous empires. Indeed, there is one thing to be considered, that in Nova Zembla, North Lapland, and in all those cold and dreary tracts of the globe, which lie more directly under the Arctic and Antarctic circles, where the whole province of a man's concernments lies for near 9 months together within the narrow compass of his cave-ware, the spirits are compressed almost to nothing, and where the passions of a man, with everything which belongs to them, are as frigid as the zone itself there, the least quantity of judgment imaginable does the business end of wit there is a total, and an absolute saving for as not one spark is wanted, so not one spark is given. Angels and ministers of grace defend us. What a dismal thing would it have been to have governed a kingdom, to have fought a battle, or made a treaty, or run a match, or wrote a book, or got a child, or held a provincial chapter there, with so plentiful a lack of wit and judgment about us. For mercy's sake, let us think no more about it, but travel on as fast as we can southwards into Norway, crossing over Swedeland, if you please, through the small triangular province of Angermania to the Lake of Bothnia, coasting along it through East and West Bothnia, down to Karelia, and so on, through all those states and provinces which border upon the far side of the Gulf of Finland, and the northeast of the Baltic, up to Petersburg, and just stepping into Ingria. Then stretching over directly, from thence, through the north parts of the Russian Empire, leaving Siberia a little upon the left hand, till we got into the very heart of Russian and Asiatic Tartary. Now throughout this long tour which I have led you, you observe the good people are better off by far than in the polar countries which we have just left. For if you hold your hand over your eyes and look very attentively, you may perceive some small glimmerings, as it were, of wit, with a comfortable provision of good plain household judgment, which, taking the quality and quantity of it together, they make a very good shift with, and had they more of either the one or the other, it would destroy the proper balance betwixt them, and I am satisfied moreover they would want occasions to put them to use. Now, sir, if I conduct you home again into this warmer and more luxuriant island, where you perceive the springtide of our blood and humors runs high, where we have more ambition, and pride, and envy, and lechery, and other whoreson passions upon our hands to govern and subject to reason the height of our wit, and the depth of our judgment, you see, are exactly proportioned to the length and breadth of our necessities, and, accordingly, we have them sent down amongst us in such a flowing kind of descent and creditable plenty, that no one thinks he has any cause to complain. It must however be confessed on this head, that, as our air blows hot and cold, wet and dry, 10 times in a day, we have them in no regular and settled way, so that sometimes for near half a century together, there shall be very little wit or judgment either to be seen or heard of amongst us. The small channels of them shall seem quite dried up, then all of a sudden the sluices shall break out, and take a fit of running again like fury, you would think they would never stop. And then it is that in writing and fighting and 20 other gallant things, we drive all the world before us. It is by these observations, and a wary reasoning by analogy in that kind of argumentative process, which Suidas calls dialectic induction, that I draw and set up this position as most true and veritable. That of these two luminaries, so much of their irradiations are suffered from time to shine down upon us, as he, whose infinite wisdom which dispenses everything in exact weight and measure, knows will just serve to light us on our way in this night of our obscurity. So that your reverences and worships now find out, nor is it a moment longer in my power to conceal it from you, that the fervent wish in your behalf with which I set out was no more than the first insinuating how dia of a caressing professor, stifling his reader, as a lover sometimes does a coy mistress, into silence. For alas, could this effusion of light have been as easily procured, as the exordium wished it? I tremble to think how many thousands for it, of benighted travelers, in the learned sciences at least, must have groped and blundered on in the dark, all the nights of their lives running their heads against posts, and knocking out their brains without ever getting to their journey's end. Some falling with their noses perpendicularly into sinks, others horizontally with their tails into kennels. Here one half of a learned profession tilting full but against the other half of it, and then tumbling and rolling one over the other in the dirt like hogs. Here the brethren of another profession, who should have run in opposition to each other, flying on the contrary like a flock of wild geese, all in a row the same way. What confusion, what mistakes! Fiddlers and painters judging by their eyes and ears admirable. Trusting to the passions excited in an air sung, or a story painted to the heart, instead of measuring them by a quadrant. In the foreground of this picture, a statesman turning the political wheel, like a brute, the wrong way round against the stream of corruption by heaven, instead of with it. In this corner, a son of the divine Aesculapius, writing a book against predestination, perhaps worse feeling his patient's pulse, instead of his apothecary's a brother of the faculty in the background, upon his knees, in tears drawing the curtains of a mangled victim to beg his forgiveness, offering a fee instead of taking one. In that spacious hall, a coalition of the gown, from all the bars of it, driving a damned, dirty, vexatious cause before them, with all their might and main, the wrong way. Kicking it out of the great doors, instead of in end, with such fury in their looks, and such a degree of inveteracy in their manner of kicking it, as if the laws had been originally made for the peace and preservation of mankind. Perhaps a more enormous mistake committed by them still a litigated point fairly hung up. For instance, whether John O'Noakes' nose could stand in Tom O'Styles' face, without a trespass, or not rashly determined by them in 25 minutes, which, with the cautious pros and cons required in so intricate a proceeding, might have taken up as many months' end if carried on upon a military plan, as your honors know an action should be, with all the stratagems practicable therein, such as feints, forced marches, surprises, ambuscades, masked batteries, and 1,000 other strokes of generalship, which consist in catching at all advantages on both sides, might reasonably have lasted them as many years, finding food and raiment all that term for a centumvirate of the profession. As for the clergy, know if I say a word against them, I'll be shot. I have no desire. And besides, if I durst not for my soul touch upon the subject with such weak nerves and spirits, and in the condition I am in at present, 'twould be as much as my life was worth, to deject and contrast myself with so bad and melancholy an account, and therefore 'tis safer to draw a curtain across, and hasten from it, as fast as I can, to the main and principal point I have undertaken to clear up, and that is, how it comes to pass that your men of least wit are reported to be men of most judgment. But mark, I say, reported to, before it is no more, my dear sirs, than a report, and which, like 20 others taken up every day upon trust, I maintain to be a vile and a malicious report into the bargain. This by the help of the observation already premised, and I hope already weighed and perpended by your reverences and worships, I shall forthwith make appear. I hate set dissertations, and above all things in the world, 'tis one of the silliest things in one of them, to darken your hypothesis by placing a number of tall opic words, one before another, in a right line, betwixt your own and your reader's conception, when, in all likelihood, if you had looked about, you might have seen something standing or hanging up, which would have cleared the point at once. For what hindrance, hurt, or harm doth the laudable desire of knowledge bring to any man, if even from a sot? A pot, a fool, a stool, a wintermitting, a truckle for a pulley, the lid of a goldsmith's crucible, an oil bottle, an old slipper, or a cane chair. I am this moment sitting upon one. Will you give me leave to illustrate this affair of wit and judgment by the 2 knobs on the top of the back of it? They are fastened on, you see, with 2 pegs stuck slightly into 2 gimlet holes, and will place what I have to say in so clear a light as to let you see through the drift and meaning of my whole preface, as plainly as if every point and particle of it was made up of sunbeams. I enter now directly upon the point. Here stands wit and there stands judgment, close beside it, just like the 2 knobs I'm speaking of, upon the back of this self-same chair on which I am sitting. You see, they are the highest and most ornamental parts of its frame, as wit and judgment are of ours and like them too, indubitably both made and fitted to go together, in order, as we say in all such cases of duplicated embellishments, to answer one another. Now, for the sake of an experiment, and for the clearer illustrating this matter, let us for a moment take off one of these two curious ornaments. I care not which, from the point or pinnacle of the chair it now stands on, nay, don't laugh at it. But did you ever see, in the whole course of your lives, such a ridiculous business as this has made of it? Why, 'tis as miserable a sight as a sow with one ear, and there is just as much sense and symmetry in the one as in the other. Do pray, get off your seats only to take a view of it. Now would any man who valued his character a straw have turned a piece of work out of his hand in such a condition? Nay, lay your hands upon your hearts, and answer this plain question, whether this one single knob, which now stands here like a blockhead by itself, can serve any purpose upon earth, but to put one in mind of the want of the other. And let me farther ask, in case the chair was your own, if you would not in your consciences think, rather than be as it is, that it would be 10 times better without any knob at all. Now these two knobs are top ornaments of the mind of man, which crown the whole entablature, being, as I said, wit and judgment, which of all others, as I have proved it, are the most needful, the most the most calamitous to be without, and consequently the hardest to come at. For all these reasons put together, there is not a mortal among us so destitute of a love of good fame or feeding, or so ignorant of what will do him good therein, who does not wish and steadfastly resolve in his own mind to be, or to be thought at least, master of the one or the other, and indeed of both of them, if the thing seems any way feasible or likely to be brought to pass. Now your graver gentry, having little or no kind of chance in aiming at the one unless they laid hold of the other, pray what do you think would become of them? Why, sirs, in spite of all their gravities, they must e'en have been contented to have gone with their insides naked. This was not to be borne, but by an effort of philosophy, not to be supposed in the case we are upon, so that no one could well have been angry with them, had they been satisfied with what little they could have snatched up and secreted under their cloaks and great periwigs, had they not raised a hue and cry at the same time against the lawful owners. I need not tell your worships that this was done with so much cunning and artifice that the great Locke, who was seldom outwitted by false sounds, was nevertheless bubbled here. The cry, it seems, was so deep and solemn a one, and what with the help of great wigs, grave faces, and other implements of deceit, was rendered so general a one against the poor wits in this matter, that the philosopher himself was deceived by it. It was his glory to free the world from the lumber of 1,000 vulgar errors. But this was not of the number. So that instead of sitting down coolly, as such a philosopher should have done, to have examined the matter of fact before he philosophized upon it, on the contrary, he took the fact for granted, and so joined in with the cry, and hallooed it as boisterously as the rest. This has been made the Magna Charta of stupidity ever since, but your reverences plainly see, it has been obtained in such a manner, that the title to it is not worth a groat. Which, by the by, is one of the many and vile impositions which gravity and grave folks have to answer for hereafter. As for great wigs, upon which I may be thought to have spoken my mind too freely, I beg leave to qualify whatever has been unguardedly said to their dispraise or prejudice, by one general declaration that I have no abhorrence whatever, nor do I detest and abjure either great wigs or long beards, any farther than when I see they are bespoke, and let grow on purpose to carry on this self-same imposture for any purpose. Peace be with them. Mark only I write not for them. Chapter 29. I am glad of it, said I, settling the account with myself, as I walked into Lyon, my chaise being all laid higgledy-piggledy with my baggage in a cart, which was moving slowly before me. I am heartily glad, said I, that teas all broke to pieces. For now I can go directly by water to Avignon, which will carry me on 120 miles of my journey, and not cost me 7 livers, and from thence, continued I, bringing forwards the account, I can hire a couple of mules or asses, if I like, for nobody knows me, and cross the plains of Languedoc for almost nothing. I shall gain 400 livers by the misfortune clear into my purse, and pleasure, worth double the money by it. With what velocity, continued I, clapping my two hands together, shall I fly down the rapid Rhone, with the Vivers on my right hand and Dauphiny on my left, scarce seeing the ancient cities of Vienne, Valence, and Viviers? What a flame will it rekindle in the lamp, to snatch a blushing grape from the hermitage and coat roadie, as I shoot by the foot of them, and what a fresh spring in the blood! To behold upon the banks advancing and retiring, the castles of romance, whence courteous knights have whilom rescued the distressed and sea vertiginous, the rocks, the mountains, the cataracts, and all the hurry which nature is in with all her great works about her. As I went on thus, methought my chaise, the wreck of which looked stately enough at the first, insensibly grew less and less in its size. The freshness of the painting was no more, the gilding lost its lustre, and the whole affair appeared so poor in my eyes, so sorry, so contemptible, and, in a word, so much worse than the Abbess of Vanduillet's itself, that I was just opening my mouth to give it to the devil when a pert vamping chaise undertaker, stepping nimbly across the street, demanded if monsieur would have his chaise refitted. No, no, said I, shaking my head sideways. Would monsieur choose to sell it? Rejoined the undertaker. With all my soul, said I, the iron work is worth 40 livres and the glass is worth 40 more, and the leather you may take to live on. What a mine of wealth, quoth I, as he counted me the money, has this post-chaise brought me in? And this is my usual method of bookkeeping, at least with the disasters of life, making a penny of every one of them as they happen to me. Do, my dear Jenny, tell the world for me how I behaved under one, the most oppressive of its kind, which could befall me as a man, proud as he ought to be of his manhood. 'Tis enough, saidst thou, coming close up to me, as I stood with my garters in my hand, reflecting upon what had not passed. 'Tis enough, Tristram, and I am satisfied, saidst thou, whispering these words in my ear, asterisk, asterisk. Any other man would have sunk down to the center. Everything is good for something, quoth I. I'll go into Wales for 6 weeks, and drink goat's whey, and I'll gain 7 years longer life for the accident. For which reason I think myself inexcusable, for blaming fortune so often as I have done, for pelting me all my life long, like an ungracious duchess, as I called her, with so many small evils. Surely, if I have any cause to be angry with her, 'tis that she has not sent me great ones. A score of good cursed, bouncing losses would have been as good as a pension to me. 1 of 100 a year, or so, is all I wish. I would not be at the plague of paying land tax for a larger. Chapter 30. To those who call vexations, vexations, as knowing what they are, there could not be a greater than to be the best part of a day at Lyons, the most opulent and flourishing city in France, enriched with the most fragments of antiquity, and not be able to see it. To be withheld upon any account must be a vexation, but to be withheld by a vexation must certainly be what philosophy justly calls vexation upon vexation. I had got my 2 dishes of milk coffee, which by the by is excellently good for a consumption, but you must boil the milk and coffee together, otherwise. Tea's only coffee and milk. And as it was no more than 8 in the morning, and the boat did not go off till noon, I had time to see enough of Lyons to tire the patience of all the friends I had in the world with it. I will take a walk to the cathedral, said I, looking at my list, and see the wonderful mechanism of this great clock of Lippius of Basil, in the first place. Now, of all things in the world, I understand the least of mechanism. I have neither genius, or taste, or fancy, and have a brain so entirely unapt for everything of that kind, that I solemnly declare I was never yet able to comprehend the principles of motion of a squirrel cage, or a common knife-grinder's wheel, though I have many an hour of my life looked up with great devotion at the one end, stood by with as much patience as any Christian ever could do, at the other. I'll go see the surprising movements of this great clock, said I, the very first thing I do. And then I will pay a visit to the great library of the Jesuits, and procure, if possible, a sight of the 30 volumes of the General History of China, wrote not in the Tartarian, but in the Chinese language, and in the Chinese character too. Now I almost know as little of the Chinese language as I do of the mechanism of Lippius's clockwork. So, why these should have jostled themselves into the 2 first articles of my list, I leave to the curious as a problem of nature. I own it looks like one of her ladyship's obliquities, and they who court her are interested in finding out her humor as much as I. When these curiosities are seen, quoth I, half addressing myself to my valet de place, who stood behind me, will be no hurt if we go to the church of Saint Irenaeus, and see the pillar to which Christ was tied, and after that, the house where Pontius Pilate lived 'twas at the next town, said the valet de place at Vienne. I am glad of it, said I, rising briskly from my chair, and walking across the room with strides twice as long as my usual pace, for so much the sooner shall I be at the tomb of the two lovers. What was the cause of this movement, and why I took such long strides in uttering this, I might leave to the curious too. But as no principle of clockwork is concerned in it, 'twill be as well for the reader if I explain it myself. Chapter 31. Oh, there is a sweet era in the life of man, when the brain being tenderer and fibrillous, and more like pap than anything else, a story read of two fond lovers, separated from each other by cruel parents, and by still more cruel destiny. Amandus he Amanda she, each ignorant of the other's course. He east she west. Amandus taken captive by the Turks, and carried to the Emperor of Morocco's court, where the Princess of Morocco, falling in love with him, keeps him 20 years in prison for the love of his Amanda. She Amanda, all the time wandering barefoot, and with disheveled hair, o'er rocks and mountains, inquiring for Amandus, 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 making every hill and valley to echo back his name. Amandus, Amandus. At every town and city, sitting down forlorn at the gate has my Amandus entered. Till, going round, and round the world chance unexpected bringing them at the same moment of the night, though by different ways, to the gate of Lyons, their native city, and each in well-known accents calling out aloud, Is Amandus, is my Amanda still alive? They fly into each other's arms, and both drop down dead for joy. There is a soft era in every gentle mortal's life, where such a story affords more pabulum to the brain than all the frusts and crusts and rusts of antiquity, which travelers can cook up for it. 'Twas all that stuck on the right side of the colander in my own, of what Spawn and others, in their accounts of Lyon, had strained into it. And finding, moreover, in some itinerary, but in what God knows that sacred to the fidelity of Amandus and Amanda, a tomb was built without the gates, where, to this hour, lovers called upon them to attest their truths. I never could get into a scrape of that kind in my life. But this tomb of the lovers would, somehow or other, come in at the close-nay, such a kind of empire had it established over me, that I could seldom think or speak of Lyon, and sometimes not so much as see even a Lyon waistcoat. But this remnant of antiquity would present itself to my fancy, and I have often said in my wild way of running on, though I fear with some irreverence, I thought this shrine, neglected as it was, as valuable as that of Mecca, and so little short, except in wealth, of the Santa Casa itself, that some time or other I would go a pilgrimage, though I had no other business at Lyon, on purpose to pay it a visit. In my list, therefore, of videnda at Lyon, this, though last, was not, you see, least. So taking a dozen or two of longer strides than usual across my room, just whilst it passed my brain, I walked down calmly into the Basse Cour, in order to sally forth. And having called for my billas, it was uncertain whether I should return to my inn. I had paid it, had moreover given the maid 10 sous, and was just receiving the dernier compliments of Monsieur Leblanc, for a pleasant voyage down the Rhone, when I was stopped at the gate. Chapter 32. 'Twas by a poor ass, who had just turned in with a couple of large panniers upon his back, to collect eleemosynary turnip tops and cabbage leaves, and stood dubious, with his 2 forefeet on the inside of the threshold, and with his 2 hinder feet towards the street, as not knowing very well whether he was to go in or no. Now, tease an animal, be in what hurry I may, I cannot bear to strike. There is a patient endurance of sufferings, wrote so unaffectedly in his looks and carriage, which pleads so mightily for him, that it always disarms me, and to that degree that I do not like to speak unkindly to him. On the contrary, meet him where I will, whether in town or country in cart, or under panniers, whether in liberty or bondage, I have ever something civil to say to him on my part. And as one word begets another, if he has as little to do as I generally fall into conversation with him. And surely never is my imagination so busy as in framing his responses from the etchings of his countenance, and where those carry me not deep enough in flying from my own heart into his, and seeing what is natural for an ass to think as well as a man, upon the occasion. In truth, it is the only creature of all the classes of beings below me with whom I can do this. For parrots, jackdaws, and I never exchange a word with them nor with the apes, and for pretty near the same reason. They act by rote, as the others speak by it, and equally make me silent. Nay, my dog and my cat, though I value them both, and for my dog he would speak if he could. Yet somehow or other, they neither of them possess the talents for conversation. I can make nothing of a discourse with them, beyond the proposition, the reply, and rejoinder, which terminated my father's and my mother's conversations, in his beds of justice, and those uttered there's an end of the dialogue. But with an ass, I can commune forever. Come, honesty, said I, seeing it was impracticable to pass betwixt him and the gate art thou for coming in or going out. The ass twisted his head round to look up the street. Well, replied I, will wait a minute for thy driver. He turned his head thoughtful about, and looked wistfully the opposite way. I understand thee perfectly, answered I. If thou takest a wrong step in this affair, he will cudgel thee to death. Well, a minute is but a minute, and if it saves a fellow creature a drubbing, it shall not be set down as ill spent. He was eating the stem of an artichoke as this discourse went on, and in the little peevish contentions of nature betwixt hunger and unsavoriness, had dropped it out of his mouth half a dozen times, and picked it up again. God help thee, Jack, said I, thou hast a bitter breakfast on't and many a bitter day's labor, and many a bitter blow, I fear, for its wages. 'Tis all bitterness to thee, whatever life is to others. And now thy mouth, if one knew the truth of it, is as bitter, I dare say, as soot, for he had cast aside the stem, and thou hast not a friend perhaps in all this world that will give thee a macaroon. In saying this, I pulled out a paper of him, which I had just purchased, and gave him one. And at this moment that I am telling it, my heart smites me, that there was more of pleasantry in the conceit, of seeing how an ass would eat a macaroon than of benevolence in giving him one, which presided in the act. When the ass had eaten his macaroon, I pressed him to come in. The poor beast was heavy loaded, his legs seemed to tremble under him, he hung rather backwards, and as I pulled at his halter, it broke short in my hand. He looked up pensive in my face. Don't thrash me with it, but if you will, you may. If I do, said I, I'll be deedy. The word was but one half of it pronounced, like the abbess of Anduillet's, so there was no sin in it, when a person coming in let fall a thundering bastinado upon the poor devil's crupper, which put an end to the ceremony. Out upon it, cried I, but the interjection was equivocal and, I think, wrong placed too, for the end of an osier which had started out from the contexture of the ass's pannier, had caught hold of my breeches pocket, as he rushed by me, and rent it in the most disastrous direction you can imagine, so that the out upon it, in my opinion, should have come in here, but this I leave to be settled by the reviewers of my breeches, which I have brought over along with me for that purpose. Chapter 33. When all was set to rights, I came downstairs again into the basse-cour with my valet de place, in order to sally out towards the tomb of the two lovers, and was a second time stopped at the gate, not by the ass but by the person who struck him, and who, by that time, had taken possession, as is not uncommon after a defeat, of the very spot of ground where the ass stood. It was a commissary sent to me from the post office, with a rescript in his hand for the payment of some 6 livres odd sous. Upon what account? Said I. 'Tis upon the part of the king, replied the commissary, heaving up both his shoulders. My good friend, quoth I, as sure as I am I and you are you. And who are you, said he. Puzzle me, said I. Chapter 37. Nihil me ponitet hugis nasi, quoth Pamphagus, that is, my nose has been the making of me. Nec est cur ponitat, replies Cockles, that is, how the deuce should such a nose fail? The doctrine, you see, was laid down by Erasmus, as my father wished it with the utmost plainness. But my father's disappointment was, in finding nothing more from so able a pen, but the bare fact itself, without any of that speculative subtlety or ambidexterity of argumentation upon it, which heaven had bestowed upon man on purpose to investigate truth and fight for her on all sides. My father pished and pugged at first most terribly. 'Tis worth something to have a good name. As the dialogue was of Erasmus, my father soon came to himself, and read it over and over again with great application, studying every word and every syllable of it through and through. In its most strict and literal interpretation he could still make nothing of it that way. Mayhap there is more meant than is said in it, quoth my father. Learned men, brother Toby, don't write dialogues upon long noses for nothing. I'll study the mystic, and the allegoric sense here is some room to turn a man's self in, brother. My father read on. Now I find it needful to inform your reverences and worships, that besides the many nautical uses of long noses enumerated by Erasmus, the dialogist affirmeth that a long nose is not without its domestic conveniencies also. For that in a case of distress and for want of a pair of bellows, it will do excellently well, ad excitandum focum, to stir up the fire. Nature had been prodigal in her gifts to my father beyond measure, and had sown the seeds of verbal criticism as deep within him, as she had done the seeds of all other knowledge, so that he had got out his penknife, and was trying experiments upon the sentence, to see if he could not scratch some better sense into it. I've got within a single letter, brother Toby, cried my father, of Erasmus his mystic meaning. You are near enough, brother, replied my uncle, in all conscience. Pshaw! Cried my father, scratching on I might as well be 7 miles off. I've done it, said my father, snapping his fingers. See, my dear brother Toby, how I have mended the sense. But you have marred a word, replied my Uncle Toby. My father put on his spectacles, bit his lip, and tore out the leaf in a passion. Chapter 38. O Slawkenbergius, thou faithful analyzer of my disgrazias, thou sad foreteller of so many of the whips and short turns which in one stage or other of my life have come slap upon me from the shortness of my nose, and no other cause that I am conscious of. Tell me, Slawkenbergius, what secret impulse was it? What intonation of voice? Whence came it? How did it sound in thy ears? Art thou sure thou heardst it? Which first cried out to thee, Go, Slawkenbergius. Dedicate the labors of thy life, neglect thy pastimes, call forth all the powers and faculties of thy nature, macerate thyself in the service of mankind, and write a grand folio for them, upon the subject of their noses. How the communication was conveyed into Slawkenbergius' sensorium, so that Slawkenbergius should know whose finger touched the key and whose hand it was that blew the bellows, as Hafen Slawkenbergius has been dead, and laid in his grave above 80, and 10 years we can only raise conjectures. Slawkenbergius was played upon, for aught I know, like one of Whitefield's disciples, that is, with such a distinct intelligence, sir, of which of the 2 masters it was that had been practicing upon his instrument as to make all reasoning upon it needless. For in the account which Hafen Slawkenbergius gives the world of his motives and occasions for writing, and spending so many years of his life upon this one work towards the end of his prolegomena, which by the by should have come first, but the bookbinder has most injudiciously placed it betwixt the analytical contents of the book, and the book itself. He informs his reader that ever since he had arrived at the age of discernment, and was able to sit down coolly, and consider within himself the true state and condition of man, and distinguish the main end and design of his being, or to shorten my translation, for Slawkenbergius's book is in Latin, and not a little prolix in this passage ever, since I understood, quoth Slawkenbergius, anything, or rather what was what hand, could perceive that the point of long noses had been too loosely handled by all who had gone before. Have I, Slawkenbergius, felt a strong impulse, with a mighty and unresistible call within me, to gird up myself to this undertaking. And to do justice to Slawkenbergius, he has entered the list with a stronger lance, and taken a much larger career in it than any one man who had ever entered it before him, and indeed, in many respects, deserves to be ennished as a prototype for all writers, of voluminous works at least, to model their books by, for he has taken in, sir, the whole subject, examined every part of it dialectically, then brought it into full day, delucidating it with all the light which either the collision of his own natural parts could strike, or the profoundest knowledge of the sciences had empowered him to cast upon it, collating, collecting, and compiling, begging, borrowing, and stealing, as he went along, all that had been wrote or wrangled thereupon in the schools and porticos of the learned. So that Slawkenbergius his book may properly be considered, not only as a model but as a thorough-stitched digest and regular institute of noses, comprehending in it all that is or can be needful to be known about them. For this cause it is that I forbear to speak of so many, otherwise, valuable books and treatises of my father's collecting, wrote either plump upon noses or collaterally touching them. Such, for instance, as Prignitz, now lying upon the table before me, who with infinite learning, and from the most candid and scholar-like examination of above 4,000 different skulls, in upwards of 20 charnel houses in Silesia, which he had rummaged, has informed us that the mensuration and configuration of the osseous or bony parts of human noses in any given tract of country, except Crim Tartary, where they are all crushed down by the thumb, so that no judgment can be formed upon them, are much nearer alike than the world imagines, the difference amongst them being, he says, a mere trifle, not worth taking notice of. But that the size and jollity of every individual nose, and by which one nose ranks above another and bears a higher price, is owing to the cartilaginous and muscular parts of it, into whose ducts and sinuses the blood and animal spirits being impelled and driven by the warmth and force of the imagination, which is but a step from it, bating the case of idiots, whom Prignitz, who had lived many years in Turkey, supposes under the more immediate tutelage of heaven, it so happens, and ever must. Says Prignitz that the excellency of the nose is in a direct arithmetical proportion to the excellency of the wearer's fancy. It is for the same reason, that is, because 'tis all comprehended in Slawkenbergius, that I say nothing likewise of Scrodrus Andrea, who, all the world knows, set himself to oppugn Prignitz with great violence, proving it in his own way, first logically, and then by a series of stubborn facts. That so far was Prignitz from the truth, in affirming that the fancy begat the nose, that on the contrary the nose begat the fancy. The learned suspected Scrodrus of an indecent sophism in this, and Prignitz cried out aloud in the dispute, that Scrodrus had shifted the idea upon him, but Scrodrus went on, maintaining his thesis. My father was just balancing within himself which of the two sides he should take in this affair, when Ambrose Parius decided it in a moment, and by overthrowing the systems, both of Prignitz and Scrodrus, drove my father out of both sides of the controversy at once. Be witness. I don't acquaint the learned reader in saying it. I mention it only to show the learned, I know the fact myself, that this Ambrose Parius was chief surgeon and nose mender to Francis IX of France, and in high credit with him and the two preceding or succeeding kings, I know not which, and that, except in the slip he made in his story of Taliacodius, noses, and his manner of setting them on, he was esteemed by the whole college of physicians at that time, as more knowing in matters of noses than any one who had ever taken them in hand. Now Ambrose Parius convinced my father that the true and efficient cause of what had engaged so much the attention of the world, and upon which Prignitz and Scrodrus had wasted so much learning and fine parts, was neither this nor that, but that the length and goodness of the nose was owing simply to the softness and flaccidity in the nurses, breast, as the flatness and shortness of puny noses was to the firmness and elastic repulsion of the same organ of nutrition in the hale and lively, which, though happy for the woman, was the undoing of the child, inasmuch as his nose was so snubbed, so rebuffed, so rebated, and so refrigerated thereby, as never to arrive ad mensuram suam legitimam. But that in case of the flaccidity and softness of the nurse or mother's breast, by sinking into it, quoth Parius, as into so much butter, the nose was comforted, nourished, plumped up, refreshed, refocilated, and set a-growing forever. I have but two things to observe of Parius. First, that he proves and explains all this with the utmost chastity and decorum of expression, for which may his soul forever rest in peace. And secondly, that besides the systems of Prignitz and Scrodrus, which Ambrose Parius his hypothesis effectually overthrew at the same time the system of peace and harmony of our family. And for 3 days together, not only embroiled matters between my father and my mother, but turned likewise the whole house and everything in it, except my Uncle Toby, quite upside down. Such a ridiculous tale of a dispute between a man and his wife, never surely in any age or country got vent through the keyhole of a street door. My mother, you must know, but I have 50 things more necessary to let you know. First, I have 100 difficulties which I have promised to clear up, and 1,000 distresses and domestic misadventures crowding in upon me thick and threefold, one upon the neck of another. A cow broke in tomorrow morning to my Uncle Toby's fortifications, and eat up 2 rations and a half of dried grass, tearing up the sods with it, which faced his hornwork and covered way. Trim insists upon being tried by a court-martial, the cow to be shot, slop to be crucifixed, myself to be, and at my very baptism made a martyr of. Poor unhappy devils that we all are. I want swaddling, but there is no time to be lost in exclamations. I have left my father lying across his bed, and my Uncle Toby in his old fringed chair, sitting beside him, and promised I would go back to them in half an hour. And 35 minutes are lapsed already. Of all the perplexities a mortal author was ever seen in, this certainly is the greatest. For I have hafen Slawkenbergius's folio, sir, to finish a dialogue between my father and my Uncle Toby, upon the solution of Prignitz, Scrodrus Ambrose Perius, Panocrates, and Grangasir, to relate a tale out of Slawkenbergius to translate, and all this in 5 minutes less than no time at all. Such a head. Would to heaven my enemies only saw the inside of it. Chapter 39. There was not any one scene more entertaining in our family, and, to do it justice in this point. And I here put off my cap, and lay it upon the table close beside my inkhorn, on purpose to make my declaration to the world, concerning this one article, the more solemn that I believe in my soul. Unless my love and partiality to my understanding blinds me, the hand of the supreme maker and first designer of all things never made or put a family together. In that period at least of it, which I have sat down to write the story of, where the characters of it were cast or contrasted with so dramatic a felicity as ours was, for this end. Or in which the capacities of affording such exquisite scenes, and the powers of shifting them perpetually from morning to night, were lodged and entrusted with so unlimited a confidence, as in the Shandy family. Not any one of these was more diverting. I say, in this whimsical theatre of ours then, what frequently arose out of this self-same chapter, of long noses especially, when my father's imagination was heated with the enquiry, and nothing would serve him but to heat my Uncle Toby's too. My Uncle Toby would give my father all possible fair play in this attempt, and with infinite patience would sit smoking his pipe for whole hours together, whilst my father was practicing upon his head, and trying every accessible avenue to drive Prignitz and Scrodrus's solutions into it. Whether they were above my Uncle Toby's reason or contrary to it, or that his brain was like damp timber, and no spark could possibly take hold, or that it was so full of saps, mines, blinds, curtains, and such military disqualifications to his seeing clearly into Prignitz and Scrodrus's doctrines, I say not let schoolmen, scullions, anatomists, and engineers fight for it among themselves. 'Twas some misfortune, I make no doubt in this affair, that my father had every word of it to translate for the benefit of my Uncle Toby, and render out of Slawkenbergius' Latin, of which, as he was no great master, his translation was not always of the purest, and generally least so where 'twas most wanted. This naturally opened a door to a second misfortune, that in the warmer paroxysms of his zeal to open my Uncle Toby eyes, my father's ideas ran on as much faster than the translation, as the translation outmoved my uncle. Neither the one or the other added much to the perspicuity of my father's lecture. Chapter 40. The gift of ratiocination and making syllogisms I mean in man for in superior classes of being, such as angels and spirits, these all done, may it please your worships, as they tell me, by intuition, and beings inferior, as your worships all know, syllogize by their noses. Though there is an island swimming in the sea, though not altogether at its ease, whose inhabitants, if my intelligence deceives me not, are so wonderfully gifted, as to syllogize after the same fashion, and oft times to make very well out too. But that's neither here nor there. The gift of doing it as it should be, amongst us, or the great and principal act of ratiocination in man, as logicians tell us, is the finding out the agreement or disagreement of two ideas one with another, by the intervention of a third, called the medius terminus. Just as a man, as Locke well observes, by a yard, finds two men's 9-pin alleys to be of the same length, which could not be brought together, to measure their equality by juxtaposition. Had the same great reasoner looked on, as my father illustrated his systems of noses, and observed my Uncle Toby's deportment, what great attention he gave to every word, and as oft as he took his pipe from his mouth, with what wonderful seriousness he contemplated the length of it, surveying it transversely as he held it betwixt his finger and his thumb, then foreright, then this way, and then that. In all its possible directions and foreshortenings he would have concluded my Uncle Toby had got hold of the medius terminus, and was syllogizing and measuring with it the truth of each hypothesis of long noses, in order, as my father laid them before him. This, by the by, was more than my father wanted. His aim in all the pains he was at in these philosophic lectures was to enable my Uncle Toby not to discuss, but comprehend, to hold the grains and scruples of learning, not to weigh them. My Uncle Toby, as you will read in the next chapter, did neither the one or the other. Chapter 41. Dr. Slop being called out to look at a cataplasm he had ordered, it gave my father an opportunity of going on with another chapter in the Tristrapedia. Come, cheer up, my lads, I'll show you land, for when we have tugged through that chapter, the book shall not be opened again this 12-month. Huzzah! Chapter 42. 5 years with a bib under his chin. 4 years in traveling from Christ Crossrow to Malachi. A year and a half in learning to write his own name. 7 long years and more tauipsilon pi tau omegaing it, at Greek and Latin. 4 years at his probations, and his negations, the fine statue still lying in the middle of the marble block, and nothing done, but his tools sharpened to hew it out. 'Tis a piteous delay. Was not the great Julius Scaliger within an ace of never getting his tools sharpened at all? 44 years old was he before he could manage his Greek, and Peter Damianus, Lord Bishop of Ostia, as all the world knows, could not so much as read, when he was of man's estate. And Baldus himself, as eminent as he turned out after, entered upon the law so late in life, that everybody imagined he intended to be an advocate in the other world. No wonder, when Eudamidas, the son of Archidamas, heard Xenocrates at 75 disputing about wisdom, that he asked gravely, if the old man be yet disputing and inquiring concerning wisdom, what time will he have to make use of it? Yorick listened to my father with great attention. There was a seasoning of wisdom unaccountably mixed up with his strangest whims, and he had sometimes such illuminations in the darkest of his eclipses as almost atoned for them. Be wary, sir, when you imitate him. I am convinced, Yorick, continued my father, half reading and half discoursing, that there is a northwest passage to the intellectual world, and that the soul of man has shorter ways of going to work, in furnishing itself with knowledge and instruction, than we generally take with it. But alack! All fields have not a river or a spring running besides them. Every child, Yorick, has not a parent to point it out. The whole entirely depends, added my father in a low voice, upon the auxiliary verbs, Mr. Yorick. Had Yorick trod upon Virgil's snake, he could not have looked more surprised. I am surprised too, cried my father, observing it, and I reckon it as one of the greatest calamities which ever befell the Republic of Letters, that those who have been entrusted with the education of our children, and whose business it was to open their minds, and stock them early with ideas, in order to set the imagination loose upon them, have made so little use of the auxiliary verbs in doing it, as they have done, so that, except Raymond Lullius and the elder Pellegrini, the last of which arrived to such perfection in the use of them, with his topics, that in a few lessons he could teach a young gentleman to discourse with plausibility upon any subject, pro and con, and to say and write all that could be spoken or written concerning it, without blotting a word, to the admiration of all who beheld him. I should be glad, said Yorick, interrupting my father, to be made to comprehend this matter. You shall, said my father. The highest stretch of improvement a single word is capable of is a high metaphor, for which, in my opinion, the idea is generally the worse, and not the better. But be that as it may, when the mind has done that with it there is an end, the mind and the idea are at rest, until a second idea enters, and so on. Now the use of the auxiliaries is, at once to set the soul a-going by herself upon the materials as they are brought her, and by the versability of this great engine, round which they are twisted, to open new tracks of inquiry, and make every idea engender millions. You excite my curiosity greatly, said Yorick. For my own part, quoth my Uncle Toby, I have given it up. The Danes, and please your honour, quoth the corporal, who were on the left at the siege of Limerick, were all auxiliaries, and very good ones, said my Uncle Toby. But the auxiliaries, Trim, my brother is talking about, I conceive to be different things. You do, said my father, rising up. Chapter 43. My father took a single turn across the room, then sat down, and finished the chapter. The verbs auxiliary we are concerned in here, continued my father, rm, was, have, had, do, did, make, made, suffer, shall, should, will, would, can, could, ought, used, or is wont. And these varied with tenses, present, past, future, and conjugated with the verb see, or with these questions added to them: is it, was it, will it be, would it be, may it be, might it be, And these again put negatively, is it not? Was it not? Ought it not? Or affirmatively, it is, it was, it ought to be. Or chronologically, has it been always? Lately, how long ago? Or hypothetically, if it was not, what would follow, if the French should beat the English? If the sun go out of the zodiac? Now, by the right use and application of these, continued my father, in which a child's memory should be exercised, there is no one idea can enter his brain, how barren soever, but a magazine of conceptions and conclusions may be drawn forth from it. Didst thou ever see a white bear? Cried my father, turning his head round to Trim, who stood at the back of his chair. No, and please your honor, replied the corporal. But thou couldst discourse about one, Trim, said my father, in case of need. How is it possible, brother, quoth my Uncle Toby, if the corporal never saw one? 'Tis the fact I want, replied my father, and the possibility of it is as follows. A white bear, very well, have I ever seen one? Might I ever have seen one? Am I ever to see one? Ought I ever to have seen one, or can I ever see one? Would I had seen a white bear, for how can I imagine it? If I should see a white bear, what would I say? If I should never see a white bear, what then? If I never have, can, must, or shall see a white bear alive, have I ever seen the skin of one? Did I ever see one painted, described, have I never dreamed of one? Did my father, mother, uncle, aunt, brothers, or sisters ever see a white bear? What would they give? How would they behave? How would the white bear have behaved? Is he wild, tame, terrible, rough, smooth? Is the white bear worth seeing? Is there no sin in it? Is it better than a black one? Book 6. Chapter 1. Will not stop 2 moments, my dear sir, only, as we have got through these 5 volumes, do, sir, sit down upon a set, they are better than nothing. Let us just look back upon the country we have passed through. What a wilderness has it been, and what a mercy that we have not both of us been lost or devoured by wild beasts in it. Did you think the world itself, sir, had contained such a number of jackasses? How they viewed and reviewed us as we passed over the rivulet at the bottom of that little valley. And when we climbed over that hill, and were just getting out of sight, good God, what a braying did they all set up together. Prithee, shepherd, who keeps all those jackasses? Heaven be their comforter, what, are they never curried? Are they never taken in winter? Bray, bray, bray. Bray on, the world is deeply your debtor, louder still that's nothing. In good sooth you are ill-used. Was I a jackass, I solemnly declare, I would bray in Gefalriut from morning, even unto night. Footnote 6.1. In the first edition, the 6th volume began with this chapter. Chapter 2. When my father had danced his white bear backwards and forwards through 6 pages, he closed the book for good and all, and in a kind of triumph, redelivered it into Trim's hand, with a nod to lay it upon the scrutoire, where he found it. Tristram, said he, shall be made to conjugate every word in the dictionary, backwards and forwards the same way. Every word, Yorick, by this means, you see, is converted into a thesis or an hypothesis. Every thesis and hypothesis have an offspring of propositions, and each proposition has its own consequences and conclusions, every one of which leads the mind on again into fresh tracks of inquiries and doubtings. The force of this engine, added my father, is incredible in opening a child's head. 'Tis enough, brother Shandy, cried my Uncle Toby, to burst it into 1,000 splinters. I presume, said Yorick, smiling, it must be owing to this. For let logicians say what they will, it is not to be accounted for sufficiently from the bare use of the 10 predicaments, that the famous Vincent Quirino, amongst the many other astonishing feats of his childhood, of which the Cardinal Bembo has given the world so exact a story, should be able to paste up in the public schools at Rome, so early as in the 8th year of his age, no less than 4,550 different theses upon the most abstruse points of the most abstruse theology, and to defend and maintain them in such sort as to cramp and dumbfound his opponents. What is that, cried my father, to what is told us of Alphonsus Tostatus, who, almost in his nurse's arms, learned all the sciences and liberal arts without being taught any one of them? What shall we say of the great Perescius? That's the very man, cried my Uncle Toby, I once told you of, brother Shandy, who walked a matter of 500 miles, reckoning from Paris to Scheveling, and from Scheveling back again, merely to see Stevinus's flying chariot. He was a very great man. Added my Uncle Toby, meaning Stevinus. He was so, brother Toby, said my father, meaning Perescius, and had multiplied his ideas so fast, and increased his knowledge to such a prodigious stock, that if we may give credit to an anecdote concerning him, which we cannot withhold here, without shaking the authority of all anecdotes, whatever at 7 years of age, his father committed entirely to his care the education of his younger brother, a boy of 5 years old, with the sole management of all his concerns. Was the father as wise as the son? Quoth my Uncle Toby. I should think not, said Yorick. But what are these, continued my father, breaking out in a kind of enthusiasm? What are these, to those prodigies of childhood in Grotius, Siopius, Heinsius, Politian, Pascal, Joseph Scaliger, Ferdinand de Cordau, and others, some of which left off their substantial forms at 9 years old or sooner, and went on reasoning without them? Others went through their classics at 7, wrote tragedies at 8. Ferdinand de Cordau was so wise at 9, 'twas thought the devil was in him, and at Venice gave such proofs of his knowledge and goodness that the monks imagined he was Antichrist or nothing. Others were masters of 14 languages at 10, finished the course of their rhetoric, poetry, logic, and ethics at 11, put forth their commentaries upon Servius and Martianus Capella at 12, and at 13 received their degrees in philosophy, laws, and divinity. But you forget the great Lipsius, quoth Yorick, who composed a work the day he was born. They should have wiped it up, said my Uncle Toby, and said no more about it. Footnote 6.2. Nous aurions quelqu'un interrert, says Baylet, de montre quil enarine de ridicule asile etoit veritable, au moins dans les scènes énigmatiques, quenitius erythrius attaqué de lui donner. Cet auteur dit que pour comprendre comme ellipse, il est pu composer un ouvrage le premier jour de sa vie, il faut s'imaginer, que si premier jour en est pas celui de sa naissance charnelle, mais celui auquel il a commencé d'user de la racine, il veut que si été à elle de neuf, et il nous veut persuader que si fut en cet age, que lips fit un poem. Latour est ingénia, and C. Chapter 3. When the cataplasm was ready, a scruple of decorum had unseasonably rose up in Susanna's conscience about holding the candle, whilst Slop tied it on. Slop had not treated Susanna's distemper with anodynes, and so a quarrel had ensued betwixt them. Oh, said Slop, casting a glance of undue freedom in Susanna's face as she declined the office. Then I think I know you, madam, you know me, sir, cried Susanna fastidiously, and with a toss of her head leveled evidently not at his profession, but at the doctor himself. You know me, cried Susanna again. Dr. Slop clapped his finger and his thumb instantly upon his nostrils. Susanna's spleen was ready to burst at it. "'Tis false," said Susanna. Come, Mrs. Modesty," said Slop, not a little elated with the success of his last thrust, "if you won't hold the candle, and look you may hold it and shut your eyes." "That's one of your popish shifts," cried Susanna. "'Tis better," said Slop, with a nod, "than no shift at all, young woman." "I defy you, sir," cried Susanna, pulling her shift sleeve below her elbow. It was almost impossible for two persons to assist each other in a surgical case with a more splenetic cordiality. Slop snatched up the cataplasm, Susanna snatched up the candle. "A little this way," said Slop. Susanna, looking one way and rowing another, instantly set fire to Slop's wig, which, being somewhat bushy and unctuous withal, was burnt out before it was well kindled. "You impudent whore," cried Slop, "for what is passion but a wild beast?" "You impudent whore," cried Slop, getting upright with the cataplasm in his hand. "I never was the destruction of anybody's nose," said Susanna. "Which is more than you can say, is it?" cried Slop, throwing the cataplasm in her face. "Yes, it is," cried Susanna, returning the compliment with what was left in the pan. "The lines were very natural, for they were nothing at all to the purpose," says Slawkenbergius, "and 'tis a pity there were no more of them. But whether it was that sage, Diego was slow in composing verses, or the hostler quick in saddling mules, not averred. Certain it was that Diego's mule and Fernandez's horse were ready at the door of the inn, before Diego was ready for his second stanza. So, without staying to finish his ode, they both mounted, sallied forth, passed the Rhine, traversed Alsace, shaped their course towards Lyons, and before the Strasburgers and the Abbess of Quedlingberg had set out on their cavalcade, had Fernandez, Diego, and his Julia crossed the Pyrenean mountains and got safe to Valladolid. 'Tis needless to inform the geographical reader that when Diego was in Spain, it was not possible to meet the courteous stranger in the Frankfort road. It is enough to say that of all restless desires, curiosity being the strongest, the Strasburgers felt the full force of it, and that for 3 days and nights they were tossed to and fro in the Frankfurt road, with the tempestuous fury of this passion, before they could submit to return home. When alas, an event was prepared for them, of all other, the most grievous that could befall a free people. As this revolution of the Strasburgers' affairs is often spoken of, and little understood, I will, in 10 words, says Slawkenbergius, give the world an explanation of it, and with it put an end to my tale. Every body knows of the grand system of universal monarchy, wrote by order of Mons, Colbert, and put in manuscript into the hands of Louis XIV in the year 1664. 'Tis as well known that one branch out of many of that system was the getting possession of Strasburg, to favor an entrance at all times into Suabia, in order to disturb the quiet of Germany, and that in consequence of this plan, Strasburg unhappily fell at length into their hands. It is the lot of a few to trace out the true springs of this, and such like revolutions. The vulgar look too high for them, statesmen look too low. Truth, for once, lies in the middle. What a fatal thing is the popular pride of a free city. Cries one historian, the Strasburgers deemed it a diminution of their freedom to receive an imperial garrison, so fell a prey to a French one. The fate, says another, of the Strasburgers may be a warning to all free people to save their money. They anticipated their revenues, brought themselves under taxes, exhausted their strength, and in the end became so weak a people they had not strength to keep their gates shut, and so the French pushed them open. Alas, alas, cries Slawkenbergius, 'twas not the French, 'twas curiosity pushed them open. The French indeed, who are ever upon the catch, when they saw the Strasburgers, men, women, and children, all marched out to follow the stranger's nose, each man followed his own, and marched in. Trade and manufactures have decayed and gradually grown down ever since, but not from any cause which commercial heads have assigned. For it is owing to this only, that noses have ever so run in their heads, that the Strasburgers could not follow their business. Alas, alas, cries Slawkenbergius, making an exclamation. It is not the first, and I fear will not be the last fortress that has been either won or lost by noses. The end of Slawkenbergius's tale. Footnote 4.1. As Hafen Slawkenbergius de Nassis is extremely scarce, it may not be unacceptable to the learned reader to see the specimen of a few pages of his original. I will make no reflection upon it, but that his storytelling Latin is much more concise than his philosophically, and, I think, has more of Latinity in it. Footnote 4.2. Hafen Slawkenbergius means the Benedictine nuns of Cluny, founded in the year 940 by Odo, Abbé de Cluny. Footnote 4.3. Mr. Shandy's compliments to orators is very sensible that Slawkenbergius has here changed his metaphor, which he is very guilty of. That, as a translator, Mr. Shandy has all along done what he could to make him stick to it, but that here, 'twas impossible. Footnote 4.4. Non nulli ex nostratibus idem liquendi formula utun. Quinimo and logisti and canonisti vid. Pars barn jas in D, L provincial, constitut, de conjec, vid, volume lib 4, tittle, N7, qua etiam and re conspire. Om de promontorio nus tichmec, ff, d tit 3, fall 189. Passim, vid glows de contrahend, empt and sinec non j scrutter in cap, section refut, per tatum, cum his cons, revere. J tubal sentent and prov, cap 9 ff, 1112, obiter, v in librum qe tit, deteris and fras belg, ad finem cum comment en bardi belg, vid, scrip argentoterans de antic, ec in episc, archive fid call, per von Jacobum coinchev in folio argent, 1583. Precip, ad finem quibus ad, rebuff in L obvenire de signif. Nam, ff, fall and de jure gent and civil, de protib, aliena feud, per federa test. Joha, luxius in prolgum quem velum videas de onoli. Cap, 1, 3 vid, idea. Footnote 4.5. Hic maera, satis correnda. Planetarum coitio sub Scorpio asterismo in nonne celi station, quam Arabs religini deputabant efficit Martinum Lutherum sacrilegum hereticum, Christiani religionis hostum acerrimum ac profanum, ex horoscopi direction ad martis coitum, religiosissimus obiit, ejus anima celestissima, ad infernos navigavatab electo, Tisiphone and megara flagellis ignes cruciat aperniter. Lucas Gorius, in Tractatu Astrologico de Praetoritis, multorum hominum accidentibus, per genituras examinatis. Chapter 1. With all this learning upon noses running perpetually in my father's fancy, with so many family prejudices and 10 decades of such tales running on for ever along with them, how was it possible with such exquisite, was it a true nose? That a man with such exquisite feelings as my father had, could bear the shock at all below stairs, or indeed above stairs, in any other posture, but the very posture I have described. Throw yourself down upon the bed, a dozen times taking care only to place a looking-glass first in a chair on one side of it, before you do it. But was the stranger's nose a true nose, or was it a false one? To tell that beforehand, madam, would be to do injury to one of the best tales in the Christian world. And that is the 10th of the 10th decad, which immediately follows this. This tale, cried Slawkenbergius, somewhat exultingly, has been reserved by me for the concluding tale of my whole work. Knowing right well, that when I shall have told it, and my reader shall have read it through, 'twould be even high time for both of us to shut up the book. Inasmuch, continues Slawkenbergius, as I know of no tale which could possibly ever go down after it. 'Tis a tale indeed. This sets out with the first interview in the inn at Lyon, when Fernandez left the courteous stranger and his sister Julia alone in her chamber, and is over it. The intricacies of Diego and Julia. Heavens, thou art a strange creature, Slawkenbergius. What a whimsical view of the involutions of the heart of woman hast thou opened. How this can ever be translated, and yet if this specimen of Slawkenbergius' tales, and the exquisitiveness of his moral, should please the world translated, shall a couple of volumes be. Else, how this can ever be translated into good English, I have no sort of conception. There seems in some passages to want a sixth sense to do it rightly. What can he mean by the lambent pupillability of slow, low, dry chat, 5 notes below the natural tone which, you know, madam, is little more than a whisper? The moment I pronounced the words, I could perceive an attempt towards a vibration in the strings, about the region of the heart. The brain made no acknowledgement. There's often no good understanding betwixt 'em. I felt as if I understood it. I had no ideas. The movement could not be without cause. I'm lost. I can make nothing of it unless, may it please your worships, the voice, in that case being little more than a whisper, unavoidably forces the eyes to approach, not only within 6 inches of each other, but to look into the pupils is not that dangerous. But it can't be avoided for to look up to the ceiling. In that case the 2 chins unavoidably meet, and to look down into each other's lap, the foreheads come to immediate contact, which at once puts an end to the conference, I mean to the sentimental part of it. What is left, madam, is not worth stooping for. Chapter 2. My father lay stretched across the bed as still as if the hand of death had pushed him down, for a full hour and a half before he began to play upon the floor with the toe of that foot which hung over the bedside. My Uncle Toby's heart was a pound lighter for it. In a few moments, his left hand, the knuckles of which had all the time reclined upon the handle of the chamber pot, came to its feeling. He thrust it a little more within the valance, drew up his hand. When he had done, into his bosom gave a hem. My good Uncle Toby, with infinite pleasure, answered it, and full gladly would have engrafted a sentence of consolation upon the opening it afforded. But having no talents, as I said, that way, and fearing moreover that he might set out with something which might make a bad matter worse, he contented himself with resting his chin placidly upon the cross of his crutch. Now whether the compression shortened my Uncle Toby's face into a more pleasurable ovalor, that the philanthropy of his heart, in seeing his brother beginning to emerge out of the sea of his afflictions, had braced up his muscles so that the compression upon his chin only doubled the benignity which was there before, is not hard to decide. My father, in turning his eyes, was struck with such a gleam of sunshine in his face, as melted down the sullenness of his grief in a moment. He broke silence as follows. Chapter 3. Did ever man, brother Toby, cried my father, raising himself upon his elbow and turning himself round to the opposite side of the bed, where my Uncle Toby was sitting in his old fringed chair, with his chin resting upon his crutch, did ever a poor unfortunate man, brother Toby, cried my father, receive so many lashes? The most I ever saw given, quoth my Uncle Toby, ringing the bell at the bed's head for trim, was to a grenadier, I think in Mackay's regiment. Had my Uncle Toby shot a bullet through my father's heart, he could not have fallen down with his nose upon the quilt more suddenly. Bless me, said my Uncle Toby. Chapter 4. Was it Mackay's regiment, quoth my Uncle Toby, where the poor grenadier was so unmercifully whipped at Bruges about the ducats? O Christ, he was innocent, cried Trim with a deep sigh, and he was whipped, may it please your honour, almost to death's door. They had better have shot him outright, as he begged, and he had gone directly to heaven, for he was as innocent as your honour. I thank thee, Trim, quoth my Uncle Toby. I never think of his, continued Trim, and my poor brother Tom's misfortunes, for we were all three schoolfellows, but I cry like a coward. Tears are no proof of cowardice, Trim. I drop them oft times myself, cried my Uncle Toby. I know your honour does, replied Trim, and so am not ashamed of it myself. But to think, may it please your honour, continued Trim, a tear stealing into the corner of his eye as he spoke, to think of two virtuous lads with hearts as warm in their bodies, and as honest as God could make them the children of honest people, going forth with gallant spirits to seek their fortunes in the world and fall into such evils. Poor Tom. To be tortured upon a rack for nothing but marrying a Jew's widow who sold sausages, honest Dick Johnson's soul to be scourged out of his body, for the ducats another man put into his knapsack. Oh, these are misfortunes, cried Trim, pulling out his handkerchief. These are misfortunes, may it please your honour, worth lying down and crying over. My father could not help blushing. 'Twould be a pity, Trim, quoth my Uncle Toby, thou shouldst ever feel sorrow of thy own, thou feelest it so tenderly for others. Alack o day, replied the corporal, brightening up his face, your honour knows I have neither wife or child, I can have no sorrows in this world. My father could not help smiling. As few as any man, Trim, replied my Uncle Toby, nor can I see how a fellow of thy light heart can suffer, but from the distress of poverty in thy old age, when thou art past all services, Trim, and hast outlived thy friends. And, please your honour, never fear, replied Trim, cheerily. But I would have thee never fear, Trim, replied my Uncle Toby. And therefore, continued my Uncle Toby, throwing down his crutch, and getting up upon his legs as he uttered the word therefore, in recompense, Trim, of thy long fidelity to me. And that goodness of thy heart I have had such proofs of, whilst thy master is worth a shilling, thou shalt never ask elsewhere, Trim, for a penny. Trim attempted to thank my Uncle Toby, but had not power tears trickled down his cheeks faster than he could wipe them off. He laid his hands upon his breast, made a bow to the ground, and shut the door. I have left Trim my bowling green, cried my Uncle Toby. My father smiled. I have left him moreover a pension, continued my Uncle Toby. My father looked grave. Chapter 5. Is this a fit time, said my father to himself, to talk of pensions and grenadiers? Chapter 6. When my Uncle Toby first mentioned the grenadier, my father, I said, fell down with his nose flat to the quilt, and as suddenly as if my Uncle Toby had shot him. But it was not added that every other limb and member of my father instantly relapsed with his nose into the same precise attitude in which he lay first described. So that when Corporal Trim left the room, and my father found himself disposed to rise off the bed, he had all the little preparatory movements to run over again before he could do it. Attitudes are nothing. Madam teased the transition from one attitude to another like the preparation and resolution of the discord into harmony, which is all in all. For which reason my father played the same jig over again with his toe upon the floor, pushed the chamber pot still a little farther within the valance, gave a hem, raised himself up upon his elbow, and was just beginning to address himself to my Uncle Toby, when, recollecting the unsuccessfulness of his first effort in that attitude, he got upon his legs, and in making the third turn across the room, he stopped short before my Uncle Toby, and laying the 3 first fingers of his right hand in the palm of his left, and stooping a little, he addressed himself to my Uncle Toby as follows. Chapter 11. What a vast advantage is traveling. Only it heats one, but there is a remedy for that, which you may pick out of the next chapter. Chapter 12. Was I in a condition to stipulate with death, as I am this moment with my apothecary, how and where I will take his clyster? I should certainly declare against submitting to it before my friends, and therefore I never seriously think upon the mode and manner of this great catastrophe, which generally takes up and torments my thoughts as much as the catastrophe itself. But I constantly draw the curtain across it with this wish, that the disposer of all things may so order it, that it happen not to me in my own house, but rather in some decent inn at home, I know it, the concern of my friends, and the last services of wiping my brows, and smoothing my pillow, which the quivering hand of pale affection shall pay me, will so crucify my soul, that I shall die of a distemper which my physician is not aware of. But in an inn, the few cold offices I wanted would be purchased with a few guineas, and paid me with an undisturbed but punctual attention but mark. This inn should not be the inn at Abbeville if there was not another inn in the universe. I would strike that inn out of the capitulation. So, let the horses be in the chaise exactly by 4 in the morning, yes. By 4, sir, or by Genevieve. I'll raise a clatter in the house shall wake the dead. Chapter 13. Make them like unto a wheel, is a bitter sarcasm, as all the learned know, against the grand tour, and that restless spirit for making it, which David prophetically foresaw would haunt the children of men in the latter days. And therefore, as thinketh the great Bishop Hall, 'tis one of the severest imprecations which David ever uttered against the enemies of the Lord, and, as if he had said, I wish them no worse luck than always to be rolling about. So much motion, continues he, for he was very corpulent, is so much unquietness. And so much of rest, by the same analogy, is so much of heaven. Now I, being very thin, think differently, and that so much of motion is so much of life, and so much of joy, and that to stand still, or get on but slowly, is death and the devil. Hallo, ho, the whole world's asleep. Bring out the horses, grease the wheels, tie on the mainland, drive a nail into that moulding, I'll not lose a moment. Now the wheel we are talking of, and whereinto, but not whereunto, for that would make an Ixion's wheel of it. He curseth his enemies according to the bishop's habit of body, should certainly be a post-chaise wheel, whether they were set up in Palestine at that time or not. In my wheel, for the contrary reasons, must as certainly be a cart-wheel groaning round its revolution once in an age. And of which sort, were I to turn commentator, I should make no scruple to affirm, they had great store in that hilly country. I love the Pythagoreans, much more than ever I dare tell my dear Jenny, for their chi omega rho iota sigma mu letter 1 f78, nu letter 1 f00, pi letter 1 f78, tau omicron letter 1 fe6, sigma letter 1 f7d, mu alpha tau omicron sigma. Epsilon letter 1 f30, sigma tau letter 1 f78, kappa alpha lambda letter 1 ff6, sigma phi iota lambda omicron sigma omicron, phi epsilon letter 1 fd6 nu. Getting out of the body, in order to think well. No man thinks right whilst he is in it. Blinded as he must be with his congenial humors, and drawn differently aside, as the bishop and myself have been, with 2 lacs or 2/10 of fibre reason is, half of it sense. And the measure of heaven itself is but the measure of our present appetites and concoctions. But which of the two, in the present case, do you think to be mostly in the wrong? You certainly, quoth she, to disturb a whole family so early. Chapter 14. But she did not know I was under a vow not to shave my beard till I got to Paris. Yet I hate to make mysteries of nothing. 'Tis the cold cautiousness of one of those little souls from which Lessius, lib. 13, de moribus divinis, cap. 24, hath made his estimate, wherein he setteth forth that 1 Dutch mile, cubically multiplied, will allow room enough and to spare for 800,000 millions, which he supposes to be as great a number of souls, counting from the fall of Adam, as can possibly be damned to the end of the world. From what he has made this second estimate, unless from the parental goodness of God, I don't know. I am much more at a loss what could be in Franciscus Ribera's head, who pretends that no less a space than one of 200 Italian miles multiplied into itself will be sufficient to hold the like number. He certainly must have gone upon some of the old Roman souls, of which he had read, without reflecting how much, by a gradual and most tabid decline in the course of 1800 years. They must unavoidably have shrunk so as to have come, when he wrote, almost to nothing. In Lessius's time, who seems the cooler man, they were as little as can be imagined. We find them less now. And next winter we shall find them less again, so that if we go on from little to less, and from less to nothing, I hesitate not one moment to affirm that in half a century, at this rate, we shall have no souls at all, which being the period beyond which I doubt likewise of the existence of the Christian faith, 'twill be one advantage that both of 'em will be exactly worn out together. Bless Jupiter, and blessed every other heathen god and goddess. For now you will all come into play again, and with Priapus at your tails, what jovial times. But where am I? And into what a delicious riot of things am I rushing? I who must be cut short in the midst of my days, and taste no more of 'em than what I borrow from my imagination piece to thee, generous fool, and let me go on. Chapter 15. So hating, I say, to make mysteries of nothing, I entrusted it with the postboy, as soon as ever I got off the stones. He gave a crack with his whip to balance the compliment, and with the till horse trotting, and a sort of an up and a down of the other, we danced it along to Ailey O'Closhers, famed in days of yore for the finest chimes in the world. But we danced through it without music, the chimes being greatly out of order, as in truth they were through all France. And so making all possible speed, from Ailey O'Closhers, I got to Hickscourt, from Hickscourt, I got to Pecquignay, and from Pecquignay, I got to Amiens. Concerning which town I have nothing to inform you, but what I have informed you once before, and that was that Janatone went there to school. Chapter 16. In the whole catalogue of those whiffling vexations which come puffing across a man's canvas, there is not one of a more teasing and tormenting nature than this particular one which I am going to describe, and for which, unless you travel with an Avon scurrier, which numbers do in order to prevent it, there is no help, and it is this. That be you in never so kindly a propensity to sleep, though. You are passing perhaps through the finest country upon the best roads, and in the easiest carriage for doing it in the world, nay, was you sure you could sleep 50 miles straight forwards, without once opening your eyes, nay, what is more, was you as demonstratively satisfied as you can be of any truth in Euclid, that you should upon all accounts be full as well asleep as awake, nay. Perhaps better yet the incessant returns of paying for the horses at every stage, with the necessity thereupon of putting your hand into your pocket, and counting out from thence 3 livres 15 sous, sous by sous, puts an end to so much of the project, that you cannot execute above 6 miles of it. Or supposing it is a post and a half, that is but 9, were it to save your soul from destruction. I'll be even with 'em, quoth I, for I'll put the precise sum into a piece of paper, and hold it ready in my hand all the way. Now I shall have nothing to do, said I, composing myself to rest, but to drop this gently into the postboy's hat, and not say a word. Then there wants 2 sous more to drink, or there is a 12 sous piece of Louis Roman 14, which will not pass, or a liver and some odd liards to be brought over from the last stage, which monsieur had forgot, which altercations, as a man cannot dispute very well asleep, rouse him. Still is sweet sleep retrievable, and still might the flesh weigh down the spirit, and recover itself of these blows, but then, by heaven, you have paid but for a single post, whereas 'tis a post and a half, and this obliges you to pull out your book of post roads, the print of which is so very small, it forces you to open your eyes, whether you will or no. Then monsieur le curé offers you a pinch of snuff, or a poor soldier shows you his leg, or a shaveling his box, or the priestess of the cistern will water your wheels. They do not want it, but she swears by her priesthood, throwing it back, that they do. Then you have all these points to argue, or consider over in your mind, in doing of which, the rational powers get so thoroughly awakened you may get 'em to sleep again as you can. It was entirely owing to one of these misfortunes, or I had passed clean by the stables of Chantley. But the postilion first affirming, and then persisting in it to my face, that there was no mark upon the 2 sous piece, I opened my eyes to be convinced, and seeing the mark upon it, as plain as my nose, I leaped out of the chaise in a passion, and so saw everything at Chantley in spite. I tried it but for 3 posts and a half, but believe 'tis the best principle in the world to travel speedily upon, for as few objects look very inviting in that mood, you have little or nothing to stop you. By which means it was that I passed through St. Denis, without turning my head so much as on one side towards the abbey. Richness of their treasury, stuff and nonsense. Baiting their jewels, which are all false, I would not give 3 sous for any one thing in it, but Jades's lantern, nor for that either, only as it grows dark, it might be of use. Chapter 17. Crack, 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 so this is Paris, quoth I, continuing in the same mood, and this is Paris, humph Paris, cried I, repeating the name the 3rd time. The first, the finest, the most brilliant. The streets, however, are nasty. But it looks, I suppose, better than it smells. Crack, 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 what a fuss thou makest. as if it concerned the good people to be informed that a man with pale face and clad in black had the honor to be driven into Paris at 9 o'clock at night by a postilion in a tawny yellow jerkin turned up with red calamanco crack. Crack, 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 I wish thy whip. But 'tis the spirit of thy nation, so crack, crack on. Ha, and no one gives the wall. But in the school of urbanity herself, if the walls are bishti, how can you do otherwise? And prithee, when do they light the lamps? What? Never in the summer months. Ho, 'tis the time of salads. Oh, rare. Salad and soup, soup and salad and soup, encore. 'Tis too much for sinners. Now I cannot bear the barbarity of it. How can that unconscionable coachman talk so much body to that lean horse? Don't you see, friend, the streets are so villainously narrow that there is not room in all Paris to turn a wheelbarrow. In the grandest city of the whole world, it would not have been amiss if they had been left a thought wider, nay, were it only so much in every single street as that a man might know, was it only for satisfaction, on which side of it he was walking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 cooks' shops, and twice the number of barbers, and all within 3 minutes' driving. One would think that all the cooks in the world, on some great merry meeting with the barbers, by joint consent had said, come, let us all go live at Paris. The French love good eating, they are all gourmands, we shall rank high. If their god is their belly, their cooks must be gentlemen. And forasmuch as the periwig maketh the man, and the periwig maker maketh the periwig, ergo, would the barbers say, we shall rank higher still, we shall be above you all, we shall be capitals at least party. We shall all wear swords. And so, one would swear, that is, by candlelight, but there is no depending upon it. They continue to do to this day. Chapter 18. The French are certainly misunderstood. But whether the fault is theirs, in not sufficiently explaining themselves, or speaking with that exact limitation and precision which one would expect on a point of such importance, and which, moreover, is so likely to be contested by us, or whether the fault may not be altogether on our side, in not understanding their language always so critically as to know what they would be at, I shall not decide. But 'tis evident to me, when they affirm that they who have seen Paris have seen everything, they must mean to speak of those who have seen it by daylight. As for candlelight, I give it up, I have said before, there was no depending upon it, and I repeat it again. But not because the lights and shades are too sharp or the tints confounded, or that there is neither beauty or keeping, and see. For that's not truth, but it is an uncertain light in this respect, that in all the 500 grand hotels, which they number up to you in Paris, and the 500 good things, at a modest computation, for 'tis only allowing one good thing to a hotel, which by candlelight are best to be seen, felt, heard, and understood, which, by the by, is a quotation from Lilly, the devil a one of us out of 50 can get our heads fairly thrust in amongst them. This is no part of the French computation, 'tis simply this, that by the last survey taken in the year 1716, since which time there have been considerable argumentations, Paris doth contain 900 streets, viz. In the quarter called the City there are 53 streets, in St. James of the Shambles, 55 streets, in St. Opportune, 34 streets, in the quarter of the Louvre, 25 streets, in the Palace Royal, or St. Honorius, 49 streets, in Mont Martyr, 41 streets, in St. Eustace, 29 streets, in the Halles, 27 streets, in St. Denis, 55 streets, in St. Martin, 54 streets, in St. Paul or the Mortellerie, 27 streets. The Greve, 38 streets, in St. Ava or the Verrerie, 19 streets, in the Marais or the Temple, 52 streets, in St. Antony's, 68 streets, in the Place Maubert, 81 streets, in St. Bennet, 60 streets, in St. Andrews de Arcs, 51 streets, in the quarter of the Luxembourg, 62 streets, and in that of St. Germain, 55 streets, into any of which you may walk, and that when you have seen them with all that belongs to them, fairly by daylight, their gates, their bridges, their squares, their statues, and have crusaded it, moreover, through all their parish churches, by no means omitting St. Roch and Sulpice, and to crown all, have taken a walk to the four palaces, which you may see, either with or without the statues and pictures, just as you choose. Then you will have seen. But 'tis what no one needeth to tell you, for you will read of it yourself upon the portico of the Louvre, in these words: Earth no such folks, no folks ere such a town as Paris is, sing, derry, derry down. The French have a gay way of treating everything that is great, and that is all can be said upon it. Footnote 7.3. Non orbis gentem, Non urbum gens habet ullem ullaperm. Chapter 19. In mentioning the word gay, as in the close of the last chapter, it puts one, i.e. an author, in mind of the word spleen, especially if he has anything to say upon it. Not that by any analysis or that from any table of interest or genealogy there appears much more ground of alliance betwixt them than betwixt light and darkness, or any two of the most unfriendly opposites in nature only, 'tis an undercraft of authors to keep up a good understanding amongst words, as politicians do amongst men, not knowing how near they may be under a necessity of placing them to each other, which point being now gained, and that I may place mine exactly to my mind. I write it down here. Spleen. This, upon leaving Chantilly, I declared to be the best principle in the world to travel speedily upon, but I gave it only as matter of opinion. I still continue in the same sentiments only. I had not then experience enough of its working to add this, that though you do get on at a tearing rate, yet you get on, but uneasily to yourself at the same time. For which reason I here quit it entirely, and forever, and 'tis heartily at anyone's service it has spoiled me the digestion of a good supper, and brought on a bilious diarrhea, which has brought me back again to my first principle, on which I set out and with which I shall now scamper it away to the banks of the Garonne. No, I cannot stop a moment to give you the character of the people, their genius, their manners, their customs, their laws, their religion, their government, their manufactures, their commerce, their finances, with all the resources and hidden springs which sustain them. Qualified as I may be, by spending 3 days and 2 nights amongst them, and during all that time making these things the entire subject of my inquiries and reflections. Still, I must away the roads are paved the posts, are short the days, are long teas no more than noon. I shall be at Fontainebleau before the king. Was he going there? Not that I know. Chapter 20. Now I hate to hear a person, especially if he be a traveler, complain that we do not get on so fast in France as we do in England, whereas we get on much faster, consideratis considerandis, thereby always meaning that if you weigh their vehicles with the mountains of baggage which you lay both before and behind upon them, and then consider their puny horses, with the very little they give them, 'tis a wonder they get on at all. Their suffering is most unchristian, and 'tis evident thereupon to me that a French post-horse would not know what in the world to do, was it not for the 2 words and asterisk in which there is as much sustenance, as if you gave him a peck of corn. Now as these words cost nothing, I long from my soul to tell the reader what they are. But here is the question: they must be told him plainly, and with the most distinct articulation, or it will answer no end, and yet to do it in that plain way, though their reverences may laugh at it in the bedchamber fell, well I wot, they will abuse it in the parlor. For which cause I have been volving and revolving in my fancy some time, but to no purpose, by what clean device or faced contrivance I might so modulate them, that whilst I satisfy that ear which the reader chooses to lend me, I might not dissatisfy the other which he keeps to himself. My ink burns my finger to try, and, when I have 'twill have a worse consequence, it will burn, I fear, my paper. No, I dare not. But if you wish to know how the abbess of Anduillet's and a novice of her convent got over the difficulty, only first wishing myself all imaginable success, I'll tell you without the least scruple. Chapter 23. Mrs. Bridget had pawned all the little stock of honor a poor chambermaid was worth in the world, that she would get to the bottom of the affair in 10 days, and it was built upon one of the most concessible postulata in nature, namely, that whilst my Uncle Toby was making love to her mistress, the corporal could find nothing better to do than make love to her, and I'll let him as much as he will, said Bridget, to get it out of him. Friendship has 2 garments, an outer and an under one. Bridget was serving her mistress's interests in the one end, doing the thing which most pleased herself in the other, so had as many stakes depending upon my Uncle Toby's wound as the devil himself misses. Wadman had but one end, as it possibly might be her last, without discouraging Mrs. Bridget, or discrediting her talents, was determined to play her cards herself. She wanted not encouragement. A child might have looked into his hand, there was such a plainness and simplicity in his playing out what trumps, he had with such an unmistrusting ignorance of the tenace, and so naked and defenseless did he sit upon the same sofa with Widow Wadman, that a generous heart would have wept to have won the game of him. Let us drop the metaphor. Chapter 24. And the story too, if you please. For though I have all along been hastening towards this part of it, with so much earnest desire, as well knowing it to be the choicest morsel of what I had to offer to the world, yet now that I am got to it, anyone is welcome to take my pen, and go on with the story for me, that will I see the difficulties of the descriptions I am going to give and feel my want of powers. It is one comfort at least to me, that I lost some 80 ounces of blood this week in a most uncritical fever which attacked me at the beginning of this chapter. So that I have still some hopes remaining, it may be more in the serous or globular parts of the blood, than in the subtile aura of the brain be, it which it will in invocation can do no hurt, and I leave the affair entirely to the invoked, to inspire or to inject me according as he sees good. The invocation. Gentle spirit of sweetest humor, who erst did sit upon the easy pen of my beloved Cervantes, thou who glidedst daily through his lattice, and turnedst the twilight of his prison into noonday brightness, by thy presence tingedst his little urn of water with heaven-sent nectar. And all the time he wrote of Sancho and his master, didst cast thy mystic mantle o'er his withered stump, and wide extended it to all the evils of his life. Turn in hither, I beseech thee. Behold these breeches, they are all I have in the world. That piteous rent was given them at Lyons. My shirts, see what a deadly schism has happened amongst 'em, for the laps are in Lombardy, and the rest of 'em here. I never had but 6, and a cunning gypsy of a laundress at Milan cut me off the forelaps of 5 to do her justice. She did it with some consideration, for I was returning out of Italy. And yet, notwithstanding all this, and a pistol tinderbox which was moreover filched from me at Siena, and twice that I paid 5 pauls for 2 hard eggs, once at Radicofani, and a second time at Capua, I do not think a journey through France and Italy, provided a man keeps his temper all the way, so bad a thing as some people would make you believe. There must be ups and downs, or how the deuce should we get into valleys where nature spreads so many tables of entertainment? 'Tis nonsense to imagine they will lend you their voitures to be shaken to pieces for nothing. And unless you pay 12 sous for greasing your wheels, how should the poor peasant get butter to his bread? We really expect too much, and for the liver or 2 above par for your suppers, and bet at the most they are but 1 shilling and 9pence halfpenny. Who would embroil their philosophy for it? For heaven's and for your own sake, pay it with both hands open, rather than leave disappointment sitting drooping upon the eye of your fair hostess and her damsels in the gateway, at your departure. And besides, my dear sir, you get a sisterly kiss of each of 'em worth £1 at least. I did. For my Uncle Toby, amours running all the way in my head, they had the same effect upon me as if they had been my own. I was in the most perfect state of bounty and goodwill, and felt the kindliest harmony vibrating within me, with every oscillation of the chaise alike, so that whether the roads were rough or smooth, it made no difference. Everything I saw or had to do with touched upon some secret spring either of sentiment or rapture. They were the sweetest notes I ever heard, and I instantly let down the foreglass to hear them more distinctly. "'Tis Maria," said the postilion, observing I was listening. "Poor Maria," continued he, leaning his body on one side to let me see her, for he was in a line betwixt us, "is sitting upon a bank playing her vespers upon her pipe, with her little goat beside her." The young fellow uttered this with an accent and a look so perfectly in tune to a feeling heart that I instantly made a vow I would give him a 4 sous piece when I got to Moulins. "And who is poor Maria?" said I. "The love and piety of all the villages around us," said the postilion. "It is but 3 years ago that the sun did not shine upon so fair, so quick-witted and amiable a maid, and better fate did Maria deserve than to have her bans forbid by the intrigues of the curate of the parish who published them." He was going on, when Maria, who had made a short pause, put the pipe to her mouth, and began the air again. They were the same notes, yet were 10 times sweeter. "It is the evening service to the Virgin," said the young man, "but who has taught her to play a tour? How she came by her pipe, no one knows. We think that heaven has assisted her in both. For ever since she has been unsettled in her mind, it seems her only consolation she has never once had the pipe out of her hand, but plays that service upon it almost night and day." The postilion delivered this with so much discretion and natural eloquence that I could not help deciphering something in his face above his condition, and should have sifted out his history, had not poor Maria taken such full possession of me. We had got up by this time almost to the bank where Maria was sitting. She was in a thin white jacket, with her hair, all but 2 tresses, drawn up into a silk net, with a few olive leaves twisted a little fantastically on one side. She was beautiful. And if ever I felt the full force of an honest heartache, it was the moment I saw her. God help her, poor damsel. Above 100 masses, said the postilion, have been said in the several parish churches and convents around for her, but without effect. We have still hopes, as she is sensible for short intervals, that the Virgin at last will restore her to herself. But her parents, who know her best, are hopeless upon that score, and think her senses are lost forever. As the postilion spoke this, Maria made a cadence so melancholy, so tender and querulous, that I sprung out of the chaise to help her, and found myself sitting betwixt her and her goat before I relapsed from my enthusiasm. Maria looked wistfully for some time at me, and then at her goat, and then at me, and then at her goat again, and so on, alternately. Well, Maria, said I softly, what resemblance do you find? I do entreat the candid reader to believe me, that it was from the humblest conviction of what a beast man is, that I ask the question, and that I would not have let fallen an unseasonable pleasantry in the venerable presence of misery, to be entitled to all the wit that ever Rabelais scattered, and yet I own my heart smote me, and that I so smarted at the very idea of it, that I swore I would set up for wisdom, and utter grave sentences the rest of my days, and never attempt again to commit mirth with man, woman, or child, the longest day I had to live. As for writing nonsense to them, I believe, there was a reserve but that I leave to the world. Adieu, Maria, adieu, poor hapless damsel. Sometime, but not now, I may hear thy sorrows from thy own lips, but I was deceived. For that moment she took her pipe, and told me such a tale of woe with it, that I rose up, and with broken and irregular steps walked softly to my chaise. What an excellent inn at Moulins! Chapter 25. When we have got to the end of this chapter, but not before, we must all turn back to the 2 blank chapters, on the account of which my honor has lain bleeding this half-hour. I stop it, by pulling off one of my yellow slippers and throwing it with all my violence to the opposite side of my room, with a declaration at the heel of it, that whatever resemblance it may bear to half the chapters which are written in the world, or for aught I know may be now writing in it, that it was as casual as the foam of Zeuxis his horse. Besides, I look upon a chapter which has only nothing in it, with respect, and considering what worse things there are in the world, that it is no way a proper subject for satire. Why then was it left so? And here, without staying for my reply, shall I be called as many blockheads, numbskulls, dodopoles, dunderheads, ninny-hammers, goosecaps, joltheads, nincompoops, and sh-teabeds, and other unsavory appellations, as ever the cake-bakers of Lerne cast in the teeth of King Garinganton's shepherds, and I'll let them do it, as Bridget said, as much as they please. For how was it possible they should foresee the necessity I was under of writing the 25th chapter of my book, before the 18th, and see? So I don't take it amiss. All I wish is, that it may be a lesson to the world, to let people tell their stories their own way. The 18th chapter. As Mrs. Bridget opened the door before the corporal had well given the rap, the interval betwixt that and my Uncle Toby's introduction into the parlor was so short that Mrs. Wadman had but just time to get from behind the curtain lay a Bible upon the table, and advance a step or 2 towards the door to receive him. My Uncle Toby saluted Mrs. Wadman, after the manner in which women were saluted by men in the year of our Lord God 1713. Then facing about, he marched up abreast with her to the sofa, and in 3 plain words, though not before he was sat down, nor after he was sat down, but as he was sitting down, told her he was in love, so that my Uncle Toby strained himself more in the declaration than he needed. Mrs. Wadman naturally looked down upon a slit she had been darning up in her apron, in expectation every moment that my Uncle Toby would go on. But having no talents for amplification, and love moreover of all others being a subject of which he was the least a master, when he had told Mrs. Wadman once that he loved her, he let it alone, and left the matter to work after its own way. My father was always in raptures with this system of my Uncle Toby's, as he falsely called it, and would often say, that could his brother Toby to his process have added, but a pipe of tobacco he had wherewithal to have found his way, if there was faith in a Spanish proverb, towards the hearts of half the women upon the globe. My Uncle Toby never understood what my father meant, nor will I presume to extract more from it than a condemnation of an error which the bulk of the world lie under, but the French, every one of 'em to a man, who believe in it almost as much as the real presence. That talking of love is making it. I would as soon set about making a black pudding by the same receipt. Let us go on. Mrs. Wadman sat in expectation my Uncle Toby would do so, to almost the first pulsation of that minute, wherein silence on one side or the other generally becomes indecent. So edging herself a little more towards him, and raising up her eyes, sub-blushing, as she did it she took up the gauntlet or the discourse, if you like it better, and communed with my Uncle Toby thus. The cares and disquietudes of the marriage state, quoth Mrs. Wadman, are very great. I suppose so, said my Uncle Toby, and therefore when a person, continued Mrs. Wadman, is so much at his ease as you are so happy, Captain Shandy and yourself, your friends and your amusements, I wonder, what reasons can incline you to the state? They are written, quoth my Uncle Toby, in the Common Prayer Book. Thus far my Uncle Toby went on warily, and kept within his depth, leaving Mrs. Wadman to sail upon the gulf as she pleased. As for children, said Mrs. Wadman, though a principal end perhaps of the institution, and the natural wish, I suppose, of every parent, yet do not we all find, they are certain sorrows, and very uncertain comforts. And what is there, dear sir, to pay one for the heart takes what compensation for the many tender and disquieting apprehensions of a suffering and defenseless mother who brings them into life? I declare, said my Uncle Toby, smit with pity, I know of none, unless it be the pleasure which it has pleased God. A fiddlestick, quoth she. Chapter the 19th. Now there are such an infinitude of notes, tunes, cants, chants, airs, looks, and accents, with which the word fiddlestick may be pronounced in all such causes as this, every one of 'em impressing a sense and meaning as different from the other, as dirt from cleanliness that casuists, for it is an affair of conscience on that score, reckon up no less than 14,000 in which you may do either right or wrong. Mrs. Wadman hit upon the fiddlestick, which summoned up all my Uncle Toby's modest blood into his cheeks, so, feeling within himself that he had somehow or other got beyond his depth, he stopped short, and without entering further either into the pains or pleasures of matrimony, he laid his hand upon his heart, and made an offer to take them as they were, and share them along with her. When my Uncle Toby had said this, he did not care to say it again, so casting his eye upon the Bible which Mrs. Wadman had laid upon the table, he took it up, and popping, dear soul, upon a passage in it, of all others the most interesting to him, which was the siege of Jericho, he set himself to read it over, leaving his proposal of marriage, as he had done his declaration of love, to work with her after its own way. Now it wrought neither as an astringent or a loosener, nor like opium or bark or mercury or buckthorn or any one drug which nature had bestowed upon the world. In short, it worked not at all in her. And the cause of that was, that there was something working there before babbler that I am. I have anticipated what it was a dozen times, but there is fire still in the subject Allen's. Chapter 26. It is natural for a perfect stranger who is going from London to Edinburgh to inquire before he sets out, how many miles to York, which is about the half-way, nor does anybody wonder if he goes on and asks about the corporation, and see. It was just as natural for Mrs. Wadman, whose first husband was all his time afflicted with a sciatica, to wish to know how far from the hip to the groin, and how far she was likely to suffer more or less in her feelings in the one case than in the other. She had accordingly read Drake's Anatomy from one end to the other. She had peeped into Wharton upon the brain, and borrowed Groff upon the bones and muscles, but could make nothing of it. She had reasoned likewise from her own powers, laid down theorems, drawn consequences, and come to no conclusion. To clear up all, she had twice asked Dr. Slop if poor Captain Shandy was ever likely to recover of his wound. He is recovered, Dr. Slop would say. What, quite? Quite, madam. But what do you mean by a recovery? Mrs. Wadman would say. Dr. Slop was the worst man alive at definitions, and so Mrs. Wadman could get no knowledge. In short, there was no way to extract it, but from my Uncle Toby himself. There is an accent of humanity in an inquiry of this kind which lulls suspicion to rest, and I am half persuaded the serpent got pretty near it, in his discourse with Eve. For the propensity in the sex to be deceived could not be so great, that she should have boldness to hold chat with the devil. Without it, but there is an accent of humanity, how shall I describe it? 'Tis an accent which covers the part with a garment, and gives the inquirer a right to be as particular with it as your body surgeon. Was it without remission? Was it more tolerable in bed? Could he lie on both sides alike with it? Was he able to mount a horse? Was motion bad for it? Et cetera were so tenderly spoke to, and so directed towards my Uncle Toby's heart, that every item of them sunk 10 times deeper into it than the evils themselves. But when Mrs. Wadman went round about by Namur to get at my Uncle Toby's groin, and engaged him to attack the point of the advanced counterscarp, and peril Merrill with the Dutch to take the counterguard of St. Rock sword in hand, and then with tender notes playing upon his ear, led him all bleeding by the hand out of the trench, wiping her eye, as he was carried to his tent. Heaven, earth, sea, all was lifted up, the springs of nature rose above their levels, and angel of mercy sat besides him on the sofa. His heart glowed with fire, and, had he been worth 1,000, he had lost every heart of them to Mrs. Wadman. And whereabouts, dear sir, quoth Mrs. Wadman a little categorically, did you receive this sad blow? In asking this question, Mrs. Wadman gave a slight glance towards the waistband of my Uncle Toby's red plush breeches, expecting naturally, as the shortest reply to it, that my Uncle Toby would lay his forefinger upon the place it fell out. Otherwise, for my Uncle Toby, having got his wound before the gate of St. Nicholas, in one of the traverses of the trench, opposite to the salient angle of the demibastion of St. Rock, he could at any time stick a pin upon the identical spot of ground where he was standing when the stone struck him. This struck instantly upon my Uncle Toby's sensorium, and with it struck his large map of the town and citadel of Namur and its environs, which he had purchased and pasted down upon a board, by the corporal's aid. During his long illness, it had lain with other military lumber in the garret ever since, and accordingly the corporal was detached into the garret to fetch it. My Uncle Toby measured off 30 toises, with Mrs. Wadman's scissors, from the returning angle before the gate of St. Nicholas, and with such a virgin modesty laid her finger upon the place, that the goddess of decency, if then in being if not, 'twas her shade, shook her head, and with a finger wavering across her eyes forbid her to explain the mistake. Unhappy Mrs. Wadman! For nothing can make this chapter go off with spirit, but an apostrophe to thee. But my heart tells me that in such a crisis an apostrophe is but an insult in disguise, and ere I would offer one to a woman in distress, let the chapter go to the devil, provided any damned critic in keeping will be but at the trouble to take it with him. Footnote 9.2. This must be a mistake in Mr. Shandy, for Groff wrote upon the pancreatic juice and the parts of generation. Chapter 30. Of the few legitimate sons of Adam whose breasts never felt what the sting of love was, maintaining first all misogynists to be bastards, the greatest heroes of ancient and modern story have carried off amongst them 9 parts in 10 of the honor. And I wish for their sakes I had the key of my study, out of my drawell, only for 5 minutes, to tell you their names. Recollect them I cannot, so be content to accept of these. For the present, in their there was the great King Aldrovandus, and Bosphorus, and Cappadocius, and Dardanus, and Pontus, and Asius, to say nothing of the iron-hearted Charles the Zeeth, whom the Countess of K herself could make nothing of. There was Babylonicus, and Mediterraneus, and Polixenes, and Persicus, and Prusicus, not one of whom, except Cappadocius and Pontus, who were both a little suspected, ever once bowed down his breast to the goddess. The truth is, they had all of them something else to do, and so had my Uncle Toby, till fate, I say, envying his name the glory of being handed down to posterity with Aldrovandus's and the rest. She basely patched up the peace of Utrecht. Believe me, sirs, 'twas the worst deed she did that year. Chapter 31. Amongst the many ill consequences of the Treaty of Utrecht, it was within a point of giving my Uncle Toby a surfeit of sieges, and though he recovered his appetite afterwards, yet Calais itself left not a deeper scar in Mary's heart than Utrecht upon my Uncle Toby's. To the end of his life, he never could hear Utrecht mentioned upon any account whatever, or so much as read an article of news extracted out of the Utrecht Gazette, without fetching a sigh, as if his heart would break in twain. My father, who was a great motive monger, and consequently a very dangerous person for a man to sit by, either laughing or crying. For he generally knew your motive for doing both, much better than you knew it yourself would always console my Uncle Toby upon these occasions. In a way, which showed plainly, he imagined my Uncle Toby grieved for nothing in the whole affair, so much as the loss of his hobby horse. "Never mind, brother Toby," he would say, "by God's blessing we shall have another war break out again some of these days. And when it does, the belligerent powers, if they would hang themselves, cannot keep us out of play. I defy 'em, my dear Toby," he would add, "to take countries without taking towns, or towns without sieges." My Uncle Toby never took this backstroke of my father's at his hobby horse kindly. He thought the stroke ungenerous, and the more so, because in striking the horse he hit the rider too, and in the most dishonorable part a blow could fall. So that upon these occasions, he always laid down his pipe upon the table with more fire to defend himself than common. I told the reader, this time 2 years, that my Uncle Toby was not eloquent, and in the very same page gave an instance to the contrary. I repeat the observation, and a fact which contradicts it again. He was not eloquent. It was not easy to my Uncle Toby to make long harangues, and he hated florid ones. But there were occasions where the stream overflowed the man, and ran so counter to its usual course, that in some parts my Uncle Toby, for a time, was at least equal to Turtillus, but in others, in my own opinion, infinitely above him. My father was so highly pleased with one of these apologetical orations of my Uncle Toby's, which he had delivered one evening before him and Yorick, that he wrote it down before he went to bed. I have had the good fortune to meet with it amongst my father's papers, with here and there an insertion of his own, betwixt two crooks, thus, and is endorsed. My brother Toby's justification of his own principles and conduct in wishing to continue the war. I may safely say, I have read over this apologetical oration of my Uncle Toby, 100 times, and think it so fine a model of defense, and shows so sweet a temperament of gallantry and good principles in him, that I give it the world, word for word interlineations and all, as I find it. Chapter 32. My Uncle Toby's apologetical oration. I am not insensible, brother Shandy, that when a man whose profession is arms wishes, as I have done, for war, it has an ill aspect to the world, and that, how just and right soever his motives and intentions may be, he stands in an uneasy posture in vindicating himself from private views in doing it. For this cause, if a soldier is a prudent man, which he may be without being a jot the less brave, he will be sure not to utter his wish in the hearing of an enemy. For say what he will, an enemy will not believe him. He will be cautious of doing it even to a friend, lest he may suffer in his esteem. But if his heart is overcharged, and a secret sigh for arms must have its vent, he will reserve it for the ear of a brother who knows his character to the bottom, and what his true notions, dispositions, and principles of honor are. What, I hope, I have been in all these, brother Shandy, would be unbecoming in me to say. Much worse, I know, have I been than I ought, and something worse, perhaps, than I think. But such as I am, you, my dear brother Shandy, who have sucked the same breasts with me, and with whom I have been brought up from my cradle, and from whose knowledge, from the first hours of our boyish pastimes, down to this, I have concealed no one action of my life, and scarce a thought in it such as I am, brother, you must by this time know me, with all my vices and with all my weaknesses too, whether of my age, my temper, my passions, or my understanding. Tell me then, my dear brother Shandy, upon which of them it is, that when I condemned the peace of Utrecht, and grieved the war was not carried on with vigor a little longer, you should think your brother did it upon unworthy views. Or that in wishing for war, he should be bad enough to wish more of his fellow creatures slain, more slaves made, and more families driven from their peaceful habitations, merely for his own pleasure. Tell me, brother Shandy, upon what one deed of mine do you ground it? The devil a deed do I know of, dear Toby, but one for 100 pounds, which I lent thee to carry on these cursed sieges. If, when I was a schoolboy, I could not hear a drum beat, but my heart beat with it, was it my fault? Did I plant the propensity there? Did I sound the alarm within, or nature? When Guy, Earl of Warwick, and Parismus and Parismenus, and Valentine and Orson, and the 7 champions of England were handed around the school, were they not all purchased with my own pocket money? Was that selfish, brother Shandy? When we read over the siege of Troy, which lasted 10 years and 8 months, though with such a train of artillery as we had at Namur, the town might have been carried in a week was I not as much concerned for the destruction of the Greeks and Trojans as any boy of the whole school. Had I not 3 strokes of a ferula given me, 2 on my right hand and 1 on my left for calling Helena a bitch for it? Did any one of you shed more tears for Hector? And when King Priam came to the camp to beg his body and returned weeping back to Troy without it, you know, brother, I could not eat my dinner. Did that bespeak me cruel? Or because, brother Shandy, my blood flew out into the camp, and my heart panted for war, was it a proof it could not ache for the distresses of war too? Oh, brother, 'tis one thing for a soldier to gather laurels, and 'tis another to scatter cypress. Who told thee, my dear Toby, that cypress was used by the Antients on mournful occasions? 'Tis one thing, brother Shandy, for a soldier to hazard his own life to leap first down into the trench, where he is sure to be cut in pieces. 'Tis one thing, from public spirit and a thirst of glory, to enter the breach the first man, to stand in the foremost rank, and march bravely on with drums and trumpets, and colors flying about his ears. 'Tis one thing, I say, brother Shandy, to do this, and 'tis another thing to reflect on the miseries of war. To view the desolations of whole countries, and consider the intolerable fatigues and hardships which the soldier himself, the instrument who works them, is forced, for 6 pence a day, if he can get it, to undergo. Need I be told, dear Yorick, as I was by you in Lefever's funeral sermon, that so soft and gentle a creature, born to love, to mercy, and kindness as man is, was not shaped for this? But why did you not add, Yorick, if not by nature that he is so by necessity? For what is war? What is it, Yorick, when fought as ours has been, upon principles of liberty, and upon principles of honor? What is it but the getting together of quiet and harmless people, with their swords in their hands, to keep the ambitious and the turbulent within bounds? And heaven is my witness, brother Shandy, that the pleasure I have taken in these things, and that infinite delight, in particular, which has attended my sieges in my Bowling Green, has arose within me, and I hope in the corporal too, from the consciousness we both had, that in carrying them on, we were answering the great ends of our creation. Chapter 33. I told the Christian reader, I say Christian, hoping he is one, and if he is not, I am sorry for it, and only beg he will consider the matter with himself, and not lay the blame entirely upon this book. I told him, sir, for in good truth, when a man is telling a story in the strange way I do mine, he is obliged continually to be going backwards and forwards to keep all tight together in the reader's fancy, which, for my own part, if I did not take heed to do more than at first, there is so much unfixed and equivocal matter starting up, with so many breaks and gaps in it, and so little service do the stars afford, which, nevertheless, I hang up in some of the darkest passages. Knowing that the world is apt to lose its way, with all the lights the sun itself at noonday can give it, and now you see, I am lost myself. But 'tis my father's fault, and whenever my brains come to be dissected, you will perceive without spectacles that he has left a large uneven thread, as you sometimes see in an unsalable piece of cambric, running along the whole length of the web, and so untowardly you cannot so much as cut out a asterisk. Here I hang up a couple of lights again, or a fillet, or a thumbstall, but it is seen or felt. Quanto id diligentius in liberis procrendis cavendum, saith Cardan. All which being considered, and that you see, 'tis morally impracticable for me to wind this round to where I set out. I begin the chapter over again. Chapter 34. I told the Christian reader in the beginning of the chapter, which preceded my Uncle Toby's apologetical oration, though in a different trope from what I should make use of now, that the peace of Utrecht was within an ace of creating the same shyness betwixt my Uncle Toby and his hobby horse, as it did betwixt the Queen and the rest of the confederating powers. There is an indignant way in which a man sometimes dismounts his horse, which as good as says to him, I'll go afoot, sir, all the days of my life, before I would ride a single mile upon your back again. Now my Uncle Toby could not be said to dismount his horse in this manner, for in strictness of language, he could not be said to dismount his horse at all. His horse rather flung him, and somewhat viciously, which made my Uncle Toby take it 10 times more unkindly. Let this matter be settled by state jockeys as they like. It created, I say, a sort of shyness betwixt my Uncle Toby and his hobby horse. He had no occasion for him from the month of March to November, which was the summer after the articles were signed, except it was now and then to take a short ride out, just to see that the fortifications and harbor of Dunkirk were demolished, according to stipulation. The French were so backwards all that summer in setting about that affair, and Monsieur Tugg, the deputy from the magistrates of Dunkirk, presented so many affecting petitions to the Queen, beseeching Her Majesty to cause only her thunderbolts to fall upon the martial works, which might have incurred her displeasure, but to spare the mole, for the mole's sake. Which, in its naked situation, could be no more than an object of pity, and the Queen, who was but a woman being of a pitiful disposition, and her ministers also, they not wishing in their hearts to have the town dismantled, for these private reasons. So that the whole went heavily on with my Uncle Toby, insomuch that it was not within 3 full months, after he and the corporal had constructed the town, and put it in a condition to be destroyed, that the several commandants, commissaries, deputies, negotiators, and intendants would permit him to set about it. Fatal interval of inactivity. The corporal was for beginning the demolition, by making a breach in the ramparts or main fortifications of the town. No, that will never do, corporal, said my Uncle Toby, for in going that way to work with the town, the English garrison will not be safe in it an hour. Because if the French are treacherous, they are as treacherous as devils. And please your honor, said the corporal, it gives me concern always when I hear it, Trim, said my Uncle Toby, for they don't want personal bravery. And if a breach is made in the ramparts, they may enter it and make themselves masters of the place when they please. Let them enter it, said the corporal, lifting up his pioneer's spade in both his hands, as if he was going to lay about him with it. Let them enter, and please your honor, if they dare. In cases like this, corporal, said my Uncle Toby, slipping his right hand down to the middle of his cane, and holding it afterwards truncheon-wise with his forefinger extended, tease no part of the consideration of a commandant, what the enemy dare, or what they dare not do. He must act with prudence. We will begin with the outworks both towards the sea and the land, and particularly with Fort Louis, the most distant of them all, and demolish it first, and the rest, one by one, both on our right and left as we retreat towards the town. Then we'll demolish the mole, next fill up the harbor, then retire into the citadel, and blow it up into the air. And having done that, corporal will embark for England. We are there, quoth the corporal, recollecting himself very true, said my Uncle Toby, looking at the church. Book 5. Chapter 1. If it had not been for those 2 meddlesome tits, and that madcap of a postilion who drove them from Stilton to Stamford, the thought had never entered my head. He flew like lightning. There was a slope of 3 miles and a half. We scarce touched the ground. The motion was most rapid, most impetuous. 'Twas communicated to my brain, my heart partook of it. By the great God of day, said I, looking towards the sun, and thrusting my arm out of the fore-window of the chaise, as I made my vow, I will lock up my study door the moment I get home, and throw the key of it 90 feet below the surface of the earth, into the draw-well at the back of my house. The London wagon confirmed me in my resolution. It hung tottering upon the hill, scarce progressive, dragged up by 8 heavy beasts, by main strength. Quoth I, nodding, but your betters draw the same way, and something of everybody, oh rare. Tell me, ye learned, shall we for ever be adding so much to the bulk, so little to the stock? Shall we for ever make new books, as apothecaries make new mixtures, by pouring only out of one vessel into another? Are we for ever to be twisting and untwisting the same rope, for ever in the same track, for ever at the same pace? Shall we be destined to the days of eternity, on holy days as well as working days, to be showing the relics of learning, as monks do the relics of their saints, without working one single miracle with them? Who made man, with powers which dart him from earth to heaven in a moment, that great, that most excellent, and most noble creature of the world, the miracle of nature? As Zoroaster in his book Pi Epsilon Rho Iota, Phi letter 1 F7 B Sigma Epsilon Omega Sigma called him the Shekinah of the divine presence. As Chrysostom the image of God, as Moses the ray of divinity, as Plato the marvel of marvels, as Aristotle, to go sneaking on at this pitiful pimping pettifogging rate. I scorn to be as abusive as Horace upon the occasion, but if there is no catachresis in the wish, and no sin in it, I wish from my soul that every imitator in Great Britain, France, and Ireland had the farcy for his pains, and that there was a good farcical house, large enough to hold and sublimate them, shag, rag, and bobtail, male and female, all together. And this leads me to the affair of whiskers, but by what chain of ideas I leave as a legacy in Mortmain to prudes and tartuffs, to enjoy and make the most of. Upon whiskers. I'm sorry I made it 'twas as inconsiderate a promise as ever entered a man's head a chapter upon whiskers. Alas! The world will not bear it, 'tis a delicate world, but I knew not of what metal it was made, nor had I ever seen the underwritten fragment. Otherwise, as surely as noses are noses, and whiskers are whiskers still. Let the world say what it will to the contrary. So surely would I have steered clear of this dangerous chapter. The fragment. You are half asleep, my good lady, said the old gentleman, taking hold of the old lady's hand, and giving it a gentle squeeze as he pronounced the word whiskers. Shall we change the subject? By no means, replied the old lady, I like your account of those matters. So throwing a thin gauze handkerchief over her head, and leaning it back upon the chair with her face turned towards him, and advancing her 2 feet as she reclined herself, I desire, continued she, you will go on. The old gentleman went on as follows. Whiskers, cried the Queen of Navarre, dropping her nodding ball, as La Fosseuse uttered the word whiskers. Madam, said La Fosseuse, pinning the ball to the Queen's apron and making a courtesy as she repeated it. La Fosseuse's voice was naturally soft and low, yet 'twas an articulate voice, and every letter of the word whiskers fell distinctly upon the Queen of Navarre's ear. Whiskers, cried the Queen, laying a greater stress upon the word, and as if she had still distrusted her ears. Whiskers, replied La Fosseuse, repeating the word a 3rd time. There is not a cavalier, madam, of his age in Navarre, continued the maid of honor, pressing the page's interest upon the Queen, that has so gallant a pair of what? Cried Margaret, smiling. Of whiskers, said La Fosseuse with infinite modesty. The word whiskers still stood its ground, and continued to be made use of in most of the best companies throughout the little kingdom of Navarre, notwithstanding the indiscreet use which La Fosseuse had made of it. The truth was, La Fosseuse had pronounced the word, not only before the Queen, but upon sundry other occasions at court, with an accent which always implied something of a mystery, and as the court of Margaret, as all the world knows, was at that time a mixture of gallantry and devotion, and whiskers being as applicable to the one as the other, the word naturally stood its ground. It gained full as much as it lost. That is, the clergy were for it, the laity were against it, and for the women, they were divided. The excellency of the figure and mien of the young Sieur de Croix was at that time beginning to draw the attention of the maids of honor towards the terrace before the palace gate, where the guard was mounted. The Lady de Boissière fell deeply in love with him. La Battarelle did the same. It was the finest weather for it that ever was remembered in Navarre. La Gaille, La Maronnette, La Sabatière, fell in love with the Sieur de Croix, also La Ribeuse, and La Fosseuse knew better. De Croix had failed in an attempt to recommend himself to La Ribeuse, and La Ribeuse and La Fosseuse were inseparable. The Queen of Navarre was sitting with her ladies in the painted bow window, facing the gate of the 2nd court. As de Croix passed through it, he is handsome, said the Lady Boissière. He has a good mien, said La Battarelle. He is finely shaped, said La Gaille. I never saw an officer of the Horse Guards in my life, said La Maronnette, with 2 such legs, or who stood so well upon them, said La Sabatière. But he has no whiskers, cried La Fosseuse. Not a pile, said La Ribeuse. The Queen went directly to her oratory, musing all the way as she walked through the gallery upon the subject, turning it this way and that way in her fancy. Ave Maria, what can La Fosseuse mean? Said she, kneeling down upon the cushion. La Gaille, La Battarelle, La Maronnette, La Sabatière retired instantly to their chambers. Whiskers, said all 4 of them to themselves, as they bolted their doors on the inside. The Lady Carnavallette was counting her beads with both hands, unsuspected, under her farthingale from St. Anthony down to St. Ursula inclusive. Not a saint passed through her fingers without whiskers. St. Francis, St. Dominic, St. Bennet, St. Basil, St. Bridget had all whiskers. The Lady Boissière had got into a wilderness of conceits. With moralizing too intricately upon La Fosseuse's text, she mounted her palfrey. Her page followed her. The host passed by. The Lady Boissière rode on. One denier, cried the order of mercy, one single denier, in behalf of 1,000 patient captives, whose eyes look towards heaven and you for their redemption. The Lady Boissière rode on. Pity the unhappy, said a devout, venerable, hoary-headed man, meekly holding up a box, begirt with iron, in his withered hands. I beg for the unfortunate good my lady. 'Tis for a prison for an hospital, 'tis for an old man, a poor man, undone by shipwreck, by suretyship. By fire I call God, and all his angels to witness deeds, to clothe the naked, to feed the hungry, teas, to comfort the sick and the broken-hearted. The Lady Bossiere rode on. A decayed kinsman bowed himself to the ground. The Lady Bossiere rode on. He ran begging bareheaded on one side of her palfrey, conjuring her by the former bonds of friendship, alliance, consanguinity, etc. cousin, aunt, sister, mother, for virtue's sake. For your own, for mine, for Christ's sake, remember me, pity me. The Lady Bossiere rode on. Take hold of my whiskers, said the Lady Bossiere. The page took hold of her palfrey. She dismounted at the end of the terrace. There are some trains of certain ideas which leave prints of themselves about our eyes and eyebrows, and there is a consciousness of it, somewhere about the heart, which serves but to make these etchings the stronger we see, spell, and put them together without a dictionary. Ha ha, he, cried La Gaille and La Sabatiere, looking close at each other's prints. Ho, ho, cried La Batterelle and Marinette, doing the same. Whist, cried one. Cint, said a second. Hush, quoth a third. Pooh, pooh, replied a fourth. Gramercy, cried the Lady Carnavallette, 'twas she who bewhiskered Saint Bridget. La Fosseuse drew her bodkin from the knot of her hair, and having traced the outline of a small whisker, with the blunt end of it, upon one side of her upper lip, put it into La Ribeur's hand. La Ribeur's shook her head. The Lady Bossiere coughed thrice into the inside of her muff. La Gaille smiled. Fie, said the Lady Bossiere. The Queen of Navarre touched her eye with the tip of her forefinger, as much as to say, I understand you all. 'Twas plain to the whole court the word was ruined. La Fosseuse had given it a wound, and it was not the better for passing through all these defiles. It made a faint stand, however, for a few months, by the expiration of which, the Sieur de Croix, finding it high time to leave Navarre for want of whiskers, the word in course became indecent, and after a few efforts, absolutely unfit for use. The best word, in the best language of the best world, must have suffered under such combinations. The curate of d'Estella wrote a book against them, setting forth the dangers of accessory ideas and warning the Navarrois against them. Does not all the world know, said the curate d'Estella at the conclusion of his work, that noses ran the same fate some centuries ago in most parts of Europe, which whiskers have now done in the kingdom of Navarre? The evil indeed spread no farther than but have not beds and bolsters, and nightcaps and chamberpots stood upon the brink of destruction ever since. Are not troughs, and placket holes, and pump handles and spigots and faucets in danger still from the same association? Chastity, by nature, the gentlest of all affections, give it, but its head tease like a ramping and a roaring lion. The drift of the curate d'Estella's argument was not understood. They ran the scent the wrong way. The world bridled his ass at the tail. And when the extremes of delicacy and the beginnings of concupiscence hold their next provincial chapter together, they may decree that body also. Chapter 2. When my father received the letter, which brought him the melancholy account of my brother Bobby's death, he was busy calculating the expense of his riding post from Calais to Paris, and so on to Lyons. 'Twas a most inauspicious journey, my father having had every foot of it to travel over again, and his calculation to begin afresh, when he had almost got to the end of it. By Obadiah's opening the door to acquaint him, the family was out of East End to ask whether he might not take the great coach-horse early in the morning and ride in search of some. With all my heart, Obadiah, said my father, pursuing his journey, take the coach-horse and welcome. But he wants a shoe, poor creature, said Obadiah. Poor creature, said my Uncle Toby, vibrating the note back again like a string in unison. Then ride the Scotch horse, quoth my father hastily. He cannot bear a saddle upon his back, quoth Obadiah, for the whole world. The devil's in that horse, then take Patriot, cried my father, and shut the door. Patriot is sold, said Obadiah. Here S for you, cried my father, making a pause and looking in my Uncle Toby, S face, as if the thing had not been a matter of fact. Your worship ordered me to sell him last April, said Obadiah. Then go on foot for your pains, cried my father. I had much rather walk than ride, said Obadiah, shutting the door. What plagues, cried my father, going on with his calculation. But the waters are out, said Obadiah, opening the door again. Till that moment, my father, who had a map of Sanson's and a book of the post roads before him, had kept his hand upon the head of his compasses, with one foot of them fixed upon Nevers, the last stage he had paid for purposing to go on from that point with his journey and calculation, as soon as Obadiah quitted the room. But this second attack of Obadiah's, in opening the door and laying the whole country under water, was too much. He let go his compasses, or rather with a mixed motion between accident and anger, he threw them upon the table. And then there was nothing for him to do but to return back to Calais like many others, as wise as he had set out. When the letter was brought into the parlor, which contained the news of my brother's death, my father had got forwards again upon his journey to within a stride of the compasses of the very same stage of Nevers. "By your leave, Mons." "Sanson," cried my father, striking the point of his compasses through Nevers into the table end, nodding to my Uncle Toby to see what was in the letter twice of one night, "is too much for an English gentleman and his son, Mons. Sanson, to be turned back from so lousy a town as Nevers. What think'st thou, Toby?" added my father in a sprightly tone. "Unless it be a garrison town," said my Uncle Toby, "for then I shall be a fool," said my father, smiling to himself, "as long as I live." So giving a second nod and keeping his compasses still upon Nevers with one hand, and holding his book of the post roads in the other, half calculating and half listening, he leaned forwards upon the table with both elbows, as my Uncle Toby hummed over the letter. "He's gone," said my Uncle Toby. "Where, who?" cried my father. "My nephew," said my Uncle Toby. "What, without leave, without money, without governor?" cried my father in amazement. "No, he is dead, my dear brother," quoth my Uncle Toby. "Without being ill?" cried my father again. "I dare say not," said my Uncle Toby in a low voice, and fetching a deep sigh from the bottom of his heart. "He has been ill enough, poor lad. I'll answer for him, for he is dead." When Agrippina was told of her son's death, Tacitus informs us that, not being able to moderate the violence of her passions, she abruptly broke off her work. My father stuck his compasses into Nevers, but so much the faster. What contrarieties! His, indeed, was matter of calculation. Agrippina's must have been quite a different affair. Who else could pretend to reason from history? How my father went on, in my opinion, deserves a chapter to itself. Chapter 3. And a chapter it shall have, and a devil of a one too, so look to yourselves. 'Tis either Plato, or Plutarch, or Seneca, or Xenophon, or Epictetus, or Theophrastus, or Lucian, or some one perhaps of later date, either Cardan, or Beaudius, or Petrarch, or Stella, or possibly it may be some divine or father of the Church, Saint Austin, or Saint Cyprian, or Barnard, who affirms that it is an irresistible and natural passion to weep for the loss of our friends or children, and Seneca, I'm positive, tells us somewhere that such griefs evacuate themselves best by that particular channel, and accordingly we find that David wept for his son Absalom, Adrian for his Antinous, Niobe for her children, and that Apollodorus and Crito both shed tears for Socrates before his death. My father managed his affliction otherwise, and indeed differently from most men either ancient or modern, for he neither wept it away, as the Hebrews and the Romans, or slept it off, as the Laplanders, or hanged it, as the English, or drowned it, as the Germans, nor did he curse it, or damn it, or excommunicate it, or rhyme it, or lillibulero it. He got rid of it, however. Will your worships give me leave to squeeze in a story between these two pages? When Tully was bereft of his dear daughter Tullia, at first he laid it to his heart, he listened to the voice of nature, and modulated his own unto it. "O my Tullia, my daughter, my child, still, 'twas O my Tullia, methinks I see my Tullia, I hear my Tullia, I talk with my Tullia." But as soon as he began to look into the stores of philosophy, and consider how many excellent things might be said upon the occasion nobody upon earth can conceive, says the great orator, how happy, how joyful it made me. My father was as proud of his eloquence as Marcus Tullius Cicero could be for his life, and for aught I am convinced of to the contrary at present, with as much reason. It was indeed his strength and his weakness too. His strength, for he was by nature eloquent, and his weakness, for he was hourly a dupe to it, and provided an occasion in life would but permit him to show his talents, or say either a wise thing, a witty, or a shrewd one, bating the case of a systematic misfortune, he had all he wanted. A blessing which tied up my father's tongue, and a misfortune which let it loose with a good grace, were pretty equal. Sometimes, indeed, the misfortune was the better of the two. For instance, where the pleasure of the harangue was as 10, and the pain of the misfortune but as 5, my father gained half and half, and consequently was as well again off, as if it had never befallen him. This clue will unravel what otherwise would seem very inconsistent in my father's domestic character. And it is this, that, in the provocations arising from the neglects and blunders of servants, or other mishaps unavoidable in a family, his anger, or rather the duration of it, eternally ran counter to all conjecture. My father had a favorite little mare, which he had consigned over to a most beautiful Arabian horse, in order to have a pad out of her for his own riding. He was sanguine in all his projects, so talked about his pad every day with as absolute a security as if it had been reared, broke, and bridled and saddled at his door ready for mounting. By some neglect or other in Obadiah, it so fell out that my father's expectations were answered with nothing better than a mule, and as ugly a beast of the kind as ever was produced. My mother and my Uncle Toby expected my father would be the death of Obadiah and that there never would be an end of the disaster. "See here, you rascal," cried my father, pointing to the mule, "what you have done." "It was not me," said Obadiah. "How do I know that?" replied my father. Triumph swam in my father's eyes. At the repartee the attic salt brought water into them, and so Obadiah heard no more about it. Now let us go back to my brother's death. Philosophy has a fine saying for everything. For death it has an entire set. The misery was, they all at once rushed into my father's head, that 'twas difficult to string them together, so as to make anything of a consistent show out of them. He took them as they came. 'Tis an inevitable chance. The first statute in Magna Charta it is an everlasting act of Parliament. My dear brother, all must die. If my son could not have died, it had been matter of wonder, not that he is dead. Monarchs and princes dance in the same ring with us. To die is the great debt and tribute due unto nature. Tombs and monuments which should perpetuate our memories pay it themselves, and the proudest pyramid of them all, which wealth and science have erected, has lost its apex and stands obtruncated in the traveler's horizon. My father found he got great ease and went on, kingdoms and provinces and towns and cities, have they not their periods? And when those principles and powers, which at first cemented and put them together, have performed their several evolutions, they fall back. "Brother Shandy," said my Uncle Toby, laying down his pipe at the word evolutions, revolutions, "I meant," quoth my father, "by heaven, I meant revolutions. Brother Toby, evolutions is nonsense." "'Tis not nonsense," said my Uncle Toby. "But is it not nonsense to break the thread of such a discourse upon such an occasion?" Cried my father, "Do not, dear Toby," continued he, taking him by the hand, do not, I beseech thee, interrupt me at this crisis." My Uncle Toby put his pipe into his mouth. "Where is Troy and Mycenae, and Thebes and Delos and Persepolis and Agrigentum?" continued my father, taking up his book of postcards, which he had laid down. "What is become, brother Toby, of Nineveh and Babylon, of Syzicum and Midalni? The fairest towns that ever the sun rose upon are now no more. The names only are left, and those, for many of them are wrong spelt, are falling themselves by piecemeals to decay, and in length of time will be forgotten, and involved with everything in a perpetual night. The world itself, brother Toby, must come to an end. Returning out of Asia, when I sailed from Aegina towards Megara, when can this have been? Thought my Uncle Toby, I began to view the country round about. Aegina was behind me, Megara was before, Piraeus on the right hand, Corinth on the left. What flourishing towns now prostrate upon the earth! Alas, alas, said I to myself, that man should disturb his soul for the loss of a child, when so much as this lies awfully buried in his presence. Remember, said I to myself again, remember thou art a man. Now my Uncle Toby knew not that this last paragraph was an extract of Servius Sulpicius's consolatory letter to Tully. He had as little skill, honest man, in the fragments, as he had in the whole pieces of antiquity. And as my father, whilst he was concerned in the Turkey trade, had been 3 or 4 different times in the Levant, in one of which he had stayed a whole year and a half at Zant, my Uncle Toby naturally concluded that in some one of these periods he had taken a trip across the archipelago into Asia, and that all this sailing affair with Aegina behind, and Megara before, and Piraeus on the right hand, and sea, was nothing more than the true course of my father's voyage and reflections. 'Twas certainly in his manner, and many an undertaking critic would have built 2 stories higher upon worse foundations. And pray, brother, quoth my Uncle Toby, laying the end of his pipe upon my father's hand in a kindly way of interruption, but waiting till he finished the account, what year of our Lord was this? 'Twas no year of our Lord, replied my father. "That's impossible," cried my Uncle Toby. "Simpleton," said my father, "'twas 40 years before Christ was born." My Uncle Toby had but two things for it, either to suppose his brother to be the wandering Jew, or that his misfortunes had disordered his brain. "May the Lord God of heaven and earth protect him and restore him," said my Uncle Toby, praying silently for my father and with tears in his eyes. My father placed the tears to a proper account, and went on with his harangue with great spirit. "There is not such great odds, brother Toby, betwixt good and evil as the world imagines." This way of setting off, by the by, was not likely to cure my Uncle Toby's suspicions. Labor, sorrow, grief, sickness, want, and woe are the sauces of life. Much good may it do them, said my Uncle Toby to himself. My son is dead, so much the better. 'Tis a shame in such a tempest to have but one anchor. But he is gone for ever from us. Be it so. He is got from under the hands of his barber before he was bald, he is, but risen from a feast before he was surfeited, from a banquet before he had got drunken. The Thracians wept when a child was born, and we were very near it, quoth my Uncle Toby, and feasted and made merry when a man went out of the world, and with reason. Death opens the gate of fame, and shuts the gate of envy after it. It unlooses the chain of the captive, and puts the bondsman's task into another man's hands. Show me the man who knows what life is, who dreads it, and I'll show thee a prisoner who dreads his liberty. Is it not better, my dear brother Toby, for mark how our appetites are but diseases, is it not better not to hunger at all than to eat, not to thirst than to take physic to cure it? Is it not better to be freed from cares and agues, from love and melancholy, and the other hot and cold fits of life, than, like a galled traveler who comes weary to his inn, to be bound to begin his journey afresh? There is no terror, brother Toby, in its looks, but what it borrows from groans and convulsions and the blowing of noses and the wiping away of tears with the bottoms of curtains in a dying man's room. Strip it of these, what is it? "'Tis better in battle than in bed," said my Uncle Toby. "Take away its herses, its mutes, and its mourning, its plumes, scutcheons, and other mechanic aids, what is it? Better in battle." Continued my father, smiling, for he had absolutely forgot my brother Bobby's terrible "No wafer consider, brother Toby, when we are death is not, and when death is we are not." My Uncle Toby laid down his pipe to consider the proposition. My father's eloquence was too rapid to stay for any man, away it went, and hurried my Uncle Toby's ideas along with it. "For this reason," continued my father, "'tis worthy to recollect how little alteration, in great men, the approaches of death have made. Vespasian died in a jest upon his close stool Galba, with a sentence Septimus Severus in a dispatch, Tiberius in dissimulation, and Caesar Augustus in a compliment. I hope 'twas a sincere one, quoth my Uncle Toby. "'Twas to his wife," said my father. Chapter 4. And lastly, for all the choice anecdotes which history can produce of this matter, continued my father, this, like the gilded dome which covers and the fabric crowns all. "'Tis of Cornelius Gaddis, the praetor, which, I dare say, brother Toby, you have read." "I dare say I have not," replied my uncle. "He died," said my father, as asterisk, "and if it was with his wife," said my Uncle Toby, "there could be no hurt in it, that's more than I know," replied my father. Chapter 5. My mother was going very gingerly in the dark along the passage which led to the parlor, as my Uncle Toby pronounced the word wife. 'Tis a shrill, penetrating sound of itself, and Obadiah had helped it by leaving the door a little ajar, so that my mother heard enough of it to imagine herself the subject of the conversation. So, laying the edge of her finger across her two lips, holding in her breath, and bending her head a little downwards, with a twist of her neck, not towards the door, but from it, by which means her ear was brought to the chink, she listened with all her powers. The listening slave, with the goddess of silence at his back, could not have given a finer thought for an intaglio. In this attitude, I am determined to let her stand for 5 minutes, till I bring up the affairs of the kitchen, as Rapin does those of the church, to the same period. Chapter 6. Though in one sense, our family was certainly a simple machine, as it consisted of a few wheels, yet there was thus much to be said for it, that these wheels were set in motion by so many different springs, and acted one upon the other from such a variety of strange principles and impulses, that though it was a simple machine, it had all the honor and advantages of a complex one, and a number of as odd movements within it, as ever were beheld in the inside of a Dutch silk mill. Amongst these there was one, I am going to speak of, in which, perhaps, it was not altogether so singular as in many others. And it was this, that whatever motion, debate, harangue, dialogue, project, or dissertation was going forwards in the parlor, there was generally another at the same time, and upon the same subject, running parallel along with it in the kitchen. Now to bring this about, whenever an extraordinary message, or letter, was delivered in the parlor or a discourse suspended till a servant went out or the lines of discontent were observed to hang upon the brows of my father or mother or, in short, when anything was supposed to be upon the tapis worth knowing or listening to, 'twas the rule to leave the door, not absolutely shut, but somewhat ajar as it stands just now, which, under covert of the bad hinge, and that possibly might be one of the many reasons why it was never mended, it was not difficult to manage, by which means, in all these cases, a passage was generally left, not indeed as wide as the Dardanelles, but wide enough, for all that, to carry on as much of this windward trade, as was sufficient to save my father the trouble of governing his house. My mother at this moment stands profiting by it. Obadiah did the same thing as soon as he had left the letter upon the table which brought the news of my brother's death, so that before my father had well got over his surprise, and entered upon this harangue, had Trim got upon his legs, to speak his sentiments upon the subject. A curious observer of nature, had he been worth the inventory of all Job's stock, though, by the by, your curious observers are seldom worth a groat would have given the half of it, to have heard Corporal Trim and my father, two orators so contrasted by nature and education, haranguing over the same beer. My father a man of deep reading-prompt memory with Cato and Seneca and Epictetus at his fingers' ends. The corporal with nothing to remember of no deeper reading than his muster-roll or greater names at his fingers' end, than the contents of it. The one proceeding from period to period, by metaphor and allusion, and striking the fancy as he went along, as men of wit and fancy do, with the entertainment and pleasantry of his pictures and images. The other without wit or antithesis or point or turn this way or that, but leaving the images on one side and the picture on the other going straight forwards as nature could lead him, to the heart. O Trim, would to heaven thou hadst a better historian. Would thy historian had a better pair of breeches. O ye critics, will nothing melt you? Chapter 7. My young master in London is dead, said Obadiah. A green satin nightgown of my mother's, which had been twice scoured, was the first idea which Obadiah's exclamation brought into Susanna's head. Well might Locke write a chapter upon the imperfection of words. Then, quoth Susanna, we must all go into mourning. But note a second time, the word mourning, notwithstanding Susanna made use of it herself, failed also of doing its office. It excited not one single idea, tinged either with gray or black, all was green. The green satin nightgown hung there still. Oh, 'twill be the death of my poor mistress, cried Susanna. My mother's whole wardrobe followed. What a procession! Her red damask, her orange tawny, her white and yellow lutestrings, her brown taffeta, her bone-laced caps, her bedgowns, and comfortable under petticoats. Not a rag was left behind. No, she will never look up again, said Susanna. We had a fat, foolish scullion, my father, I think, kept her for her simplicity. She had been all autumn struggling with a dropsy. He is dead, said Obadiah, he is certainly dead. So am not I, said the foolish scullion. Here is sad news, Trim, cried Susanna, wiping her eyes as Trim stepped into the kitchen. Master Bobby is dead, and buried. The funeral was an interpolation of Susanna's. We shall have all to go into mourning, said Susanna. I hope not, said Trim. You hope not, cried Susanna earnestly. The mourning ran not in Trim's head, whatever it did in Susanna's. I hope, said Trim, explaining himself, I hope in God the news is not true. I heard the letter read with my own ears, answered Obadiah, and we shall have a terrible piece of work of it in stubbing the Oxmoor. Oh, he's dead, said Susanna. As sure, said the scullion, as I'm alive. I lament for him from my heart and my soul, said Trim, fetching a sigh. Poor creature, poor boy, poor gentleman. He was alive last Whitsuntide, said the coachman. Whitsuntide, alas, cried Trim, extending his right arm and falling instantly into the same attitude in which he read the sermon. What is Whitsuntide, Jonathan, for that was the coachman's name, or Shrovetide, or any tide or time past to this? Are we not here now, continued the corporal, striking the end of his stick perpendicularly upon the floor, so as to give an idea of health and stability, and are we not, dropping his hat upon the ground, gone. In a moment, 'twas infinitely striking, Susanna burst into a flood of tears. We are not stocks and stones, Jonathan, Obadiah, the cook-maid, all melted. The foolish fat scullion herself, who was scouring a fish kettle upon her knees, was roused with it. The whole kitchen crowded about the corporal. Now, as I perceive plainly, that the preservation of our constitution in church and state, and possibly the preservation of the whole world or what, is the same thing, the distribution and balance of its property and power, may in time to come depend greatly upon the right understanding of this stroke of the corporal's eloquence, I do demand your attention, your worships and reverences. For any 10 pages together, take them where you will in any other part of the work, shall sleep for it at your ease. I said, we were not stocks and stones, 'tis very well. I should have added, nor are we angels, I wish we were, but men clothed with bodies, and governed by our imaginations. And what a junketing piece of work of it there is, betwixt these and our 7 senses, especially some of them, for my own part, I own it, I am ashamed to confess. Let it suffice to affirm, that of all the senses, the eye, for I absolutely deny the touch, though most of your barbati, I know, are for it, has the quickest commerce with the soul, gives a smarter stroke, and leaves something more inexpressible upon the fancy, than words can either convey or sometimes get rid of. Gone a little about no matter. Teas for health, let us only carry it back in our mind to the mortality of Trim's hat. Are we not here now, and gone in a moment? There was nothing in the sentence, 'twas one of your self-evident truths we have the advantage of hearing every day, and if Trim had not trusted more to his hat than his head he had made nothing at all of it. Are we not here now, continued the corporal, and are we not, dropping his hat plump upon the ground and pausing, before he pronounced the word, gone, in a moment? The descent of the hat was as if a heavy lump of clay had been kneaded into the crown of it. Nothing could have expressed the sentiment of mortality, of which it was the type and forerunner like it. His hand seemed to vanish from under it. It fell dead, the corporal's eye fixed upon it, as upon a corpse, and Susanna burst into a flood of tears. Now 10,000, and 10,000 times 10,000, for matter and motion are infinite, are the ways by which a hat may be dropped upon the ground, without any effect. Had he flung it, or thrown it, or cast it, or skimmed it, or squirted it, or let it slip or fall in any possible direction under heaven, or in the best direction that could be given to it, had he dropped it like a goose-like, a puppy-like, an ass-or in doing it, or even after he had done, had he looked like a fool-like, a ninny-like, a nincompoop, it had failed, and the effect upon the heart had been lost. Ye who govern this mighty world and its mighty concerns with the engines of eloquence, who heat it, and cool it, and melt it, and mollify it, and then harden it again to your purpose. Ye who wind and turn the passions with this great windlass, and having done it, lead the owners of them, whither ye think meet. Ye, lastly, who drive and why not, ye also who are driven, like turkeys to market with a stick and a red clout, meditate, I beseech you, upon Trim's hat. Chapter 8. Stay, I have a small account to settle with the reader before Trim can go on with his harangue. It shall be done in 2 minutes. Amongst many other book debts, all of which I shall discharge in due time, I own myself a debtor to the world for 2 items, a chapter upon chambermaids and buttonholes, which, in the former part of my work, I promised and fully intended to pay off this year. But some of your worships and reverences telling me that the 2 subjects, especially so connected together, might endanger the morals of the world, I pray the chapter upon chambermaids and buttonholes may be forgiven me, and that they will accept of the last chapter in lieu of it, which is nothing, an't please your reverences, but a chapter of chambermaids, green gowns, and old hats. Trim took his off the ground, put it upon his head, and then went on with his oration upon death, in manner and form following. Chapter 9. To us, Jonathan, who know not what want or care is who live here in the service of 2 of the best of masters, bating in my own case His Majesty King William III, whom I had the honor to serve both in Ireland and Flanders, I own it, that from Whitsuntide to within 3 weeks of Christmas, 'tis not long 'tis like nothing. But to those, Jonathan, who know what death is, and what havoc and destruction he can make, before a man can well wheel about 'tis like a whole age. O Jonathan! 'Twould make a good-natured man's heart bleed, to consider, continued the corporal, standing perpendicularly, How low many a brave and upright fellow has been laid since that time. And trust me, Sussy, added the corporal, turning to Susanna, whose eyes were swimming in water, before that time comes round again, many a bright eye will be dim. Susanna placed it to the right side of the page. She wept, but she courtesied too. Are we not, continued Trim, looking still at Susanna, are we not like a flower of the field? A tear of pride stole in betwixt every two tears of humiliation, else no tongue could have described Susanna's affliction. Is not all flesh grass? 'Tis clay, 'tis dirt. They all looked directly at the scullion. The scullion had just been scouring a fish kettle. It was not fair. What is the finest face that ever man looked at? I could hear Trim talk so forever, cried Susanna. What is it? Susanna laid her hand upon Trim's shoulder. But corruption? Susanna took it off. Now I love you for this, and 'tis this delicious mixture within you which makes you dear creatures what you are, and he who hates you for it. All I can say of the matter is that he has either a pumpkin for his head or a pippin for his heart, and whenever he is dissected, 'twill be found so. Chapter 10. Whether Susanna, by taking her hand too suddenly from off the corporal's shoulder, by the whisking about of her passions, broke a little the chain of his reflections, or whether the corporal began to be suspicious, he had got into the doctor's quarters, and was talking more like the chaplain than himself, or whether, for in all such cases, a man of invention and parts may with pleasure fill a couple of pages with suppositions which of all these was the cause, let the curious physiologist or the curious anybody determine. 'Tis certain, at least, the corporal went on thus with his harangue. For my own part, I declare it that out of doors I value not death at all, not this, added the corporal, snapping his fingers, but with an air which no one but the corporal could have given to the sentiment. In battle I value death not this, and let him not take me cowardly, like poor Joe Gibbons, in scouring his gun. What is he? A pull of a trigger, a push of a bayonet, an inch this way or that makes the difference. Look along the line to the right, see? Jack's down. Well, 'tis worth a regiment of horse to him. No, 'tis Dick. Then Jack's no worse. Never mind which we pass on, in hot pursuit the wound itself which brings him is not felt, the best way is to stand up to him. The man who flies is in 10 times more danger than the man who marches up into his jaws. Looked him, added the corporal, 100 times in the face, and know what he is. He's nothing, Obadiah, at all in the field, but he's very frightful in a house, quoth Obadiah. I never mind it myself, said Jonathan, upon a coach-box. It must, in my opinion, be most natural in bed, replied Susanna. And could I escape him by creeping into the worst calf's skin that ever was made into a knapsack, I would do it there, said Trim. But that is nature. Nature is nature, said Jonathan. And that is the reason, cried Susanna, I so much pity my mistress. She will never get the better of it. Now I pity the captain the most of anyone in the family, answered Trim. Madam will get ease of heart in weeping, and the squire in talking about it, but my poor master will keep it all in silence to himself. I shall hear him sigh in his bed for a whole month together, as he did for Lieutenant Lefevre. And please your honor, do not sigh so piteously, I would say to him as I laid besides him. I cannot help it, Trim, my master would say, 'tis so melancholy an accident I cannot get it off my heart. Your honor fears not death yourself. I hope, Trim, I fear nothing, he would say, but the doing a wrong thing. Well, he would add, whatever betides, I will take care of Lefevre's boy. And with that, like a quieting draught, his honor would fall asleep. I like to hear Trim's stories about the captain, said Susanna. He is a kindly-hearted gentleman, said Obadiah, as ever lived. Aye, and as brave a one too, said the corporal, as ever stepped before a platoon. There never was a better officer in the king's army or a better man in God's world, for he would march up to the mouth of a cannon, though he saw the lighted match at the very touch-hole, and yet for all that he has a heart as soft as a child for other people. He would not hurt a chicken. I would sooner, quoth Jonathan, drive such a gentleman for 7 pounds a year than some for 8. Thank thee, Jonathan. For thy 20 shillings as much, Jonathan, said the corporal, shaking him by the hand, as if thou hadst put the money into my own pocket. I would serve him to the day of my death out of love. He is a friend and a brother to me, and could I be sure my poor brother Tom was dead, continued the corporal, taking out his handkerchief, was I worth 10,000 pounds, I would leave every shilling of it to the captain. Trim could not refrain from tears at this testamentary proof he gave of his affection to his master. The whole kitchen was affected. Do tell us the story of the poor lieutenant, said Susanna. "With all my heart," answered the corporal. Susanna, the cook, Jonathan, Obadiah, and Corporal Trim formed a circle about the fire. And as soon as the scullion had shut the kitchen door, the corporal begun. Chapter 11. I am a Turk if I had not as much forgot my mother, as if nature had plastered me up, and set me down naked upon the banks of the river Nile, without one. Your most obedient servant, madam, cost you a great deal of trouble, I wish it may answer. But you have left a crack in my back, and here's a great piece fallen off here before, and what must I do with this foot? I shall never reach England with it. For my own part, I never wonder at anything, and so often has my judgment deceived me in my life, that I always suspect it, right or wrong, at least I am seldom hot upon cold subjects. For all this I reverence truth as much as any body, and when it has slipped us, if a man will but take me by the hand and go quietly and search for it, as for a thing we have both lost and can neither of us do well without, I'll go to the world's end with him. But I hate disputes, and therefore, bating religious points, or such as touch society, I would almost subscribe to anything which does not choke me in the first passage, rather than be drawn into one. But I cannot bear suffocation, and bad smells worst of all. For which reasons, I resolved from the beginning that if ever the army of martyrs was to be augmented, or a new one raised, I would have no hand in it, one way or t'other. Chapter 12. Upon looking back from the end of the last chapter, and surveying the texture of what has been wrote, it is necessary that upon this page and the 3 following, a good quantity of heterogeneous matter be inserted to keep up that just balance betwixt wisdom and folly, without which a book would not hold together a single year. Nor is it a poor creeping digression, which, but for the name of, a man might continue as well going on in the king's highway, which will do the business no. If it is to be a digression, it must be a good frisky one, and upon a frisky subject too, where neither the horse or his rider are to be caught, but by rebound. The only difficulty is raising powers suitable to the nature of the service. Fancy is capricious, wit must not be searched for in pleasantry, good-natured slut as she is, will not come in at a call, was an empire to be laid at her feet. The best way for a man is to say his prayers. Only if it puts him in mind of his infirmities and defects, as well ghostly as bodily for that purpose, he will find himself rather worse after he has said them than before for other purposes, better. For my own part, there is not a way either moral or mechanical under heaven that I could think of, which I have not taken with myself in this case. Sometimes by addressing myself directly to the soul herself, and arguing the point over and over again with her upon the extent of her own faculties. I never could make them an inch the wider. Then by changing my system, and trying what could be made of it upon the body, by temperance, soberness, and chastity. These are good, quoth I, in themselves they are good, absolutely. They are good, relatively, they are good for health, they are good for happiness in this world, they are good for happiness in the next. In short, they were good for everything but the thing wanted, and there they were good for nothing, but to leave the soul just as heaven made it. As for the theological virtues of faith and hope, they give it courage. But then that sniveling virtue of meekness, as my father would always call it, takes it quite away again, so you are exactly where you started. Now in all common and ordinary cases, there is nothing which I have found to answer so well as this. Certainly, if there is any dependence upon logic, and that I am not blinded by self-love, there must be something of true genius about me, merely upon the symptom of it, that I do not know what envy is. For never do I hit upon any invention or device which tendeth to the furtherance of good writing, but I instantly make it public, willing that all mankind should write as well as myself. Which they certainly will, when they think as little. Chapter 13. Now in ordinary cases, that is, when I am only stupid, and the thoughts rise heavily and pass gummus through my pen. Or that I am got, I know not how, into a cold, unmetaphorical vein of infamous writing, and cannot take a plumb lift out of it for my soul, so must be obliged to go on writing like a Dutch commentator to the end of the chapter, unless something be done. I never stand conferring with pen and ink one moment, for if a pinch of snuff, or a stride or two across the room will not do the business for me, I take a razor at once, and having tried the edge of it upon the palm of my hand, without further ceremony, except that of first lathering my beard, I shave it off, taking care only if I do leave a hair, that it be not a gray one. This done, I change my shirt put on a better coat's end for my last wig put my topaz ring upon my finger. And in a word, dress myself from one end to the other of me, after my best fashion. Now the devil in hell must be in it, if this does not do. For consider, sir, as every man chooses to be present at the shaving of his own beard, though there is no rule without an exception, and unavoidably sits over against himself the whole time it is doing, in case he has a hand in it the situation, like all others, has notions of her own to put into the brain. I maintain it, the conceits of a rough-bearded man are 7 years more terse and juvenile for one single operation, and if they did not run a risk of being quite shaved away, might be carried up by continual shavings to the highest pitch of sublimity. How Homer could write with so long a beard, I don't know, and as it makes against my hypothesis, I as little care, but let us return to the toilet. Ludovicus Sorbonensis makes this entirely an affair of the body. Letter 1F10 Xi Omega Tau Epsilon Rho Iota Kappa Letter 1F74 Pi Rho Letter 1FB6 Xi Iota Sigma, as he calls it, but he is deceived. The soul and body are joint sharers in everything they get. A man cannot dress, but his ideas get clothed at the same time. And if he dresses like a gentleman, every one of them stands presented to his imagination, gentilized along with him so that he has nothing to do, but take his pen and write like himself. For this cause, when your honors and reverences would know whether I writ clean and fit to be read, you will be able to judge full as well by looking into my laundress's bill, as my book. There was one single month in which I can make it appear, that I dirtied 31 shirts with clean writing, and after all was more abuzzed, cursed, criticist, and confounded, and had more mystic heads shaken at me, for what I had wrote in that 1 month, than in all the other months of that year put together. But their honors and reverences had not seen my bills. Chapter 14. As I never had any intention of beginning the digression I am making all this preparation for, till I come to the 15th chapter, I have this chapter to put to whatever use I think proper. I have 20 this moment ready for it. I could write my chapter of buttonholes in it, or my chapter of pishes, which should follow them, or my chapter of knots, in case their reverences have done with them, they might lead me into mischief. The safest way is to follow the track of the learned, and raise objections against what I have been writing, though, I declare beforehand, I know no more than my heels how to answer them. And first, it may be said, there is a pelting kind of the recidical satire, as black as the very ink Tease wrote with. And by the by, whoever says so, is indebted to the muster-master general of the Grecian army, for suffering the name of so ugly and foul-mouthed a man as their sights to continue upon his roll for, it has furnished him with an epithet. In these productions he will urge, all the personal washings and scrubbings upon earth do a sinking genius no sort of good, but just the contrary. Inasmuch as the dirtier the fellow is, the better generally he succeeds in it. To this, I have no other answer at least ready but that the Archbishop of Benevento wrote his nasty romance of the Galatea, as all the world knows, in a purple coat, waistcoat, and purple pair of breeches, and that the penance set him of writing a commentary upon the book of the Revelations, as severe as it was looked upon by one part of the world, was far from being deemed so by the other, upon the single account of that investment. Another objection to all this remedy is its want of universality, forasmuch as the shaving part of it, upon which so much stress is laid, by an unalterable law of nature excludes 1/2 of the species entirely from its use. All I can say is, that female writers, whether of England or of France, must e'en go without it. As for the Spanish ladies, I am in no sort of distress. Chapter 15. The 15th chapter is come at last, and brings nothing with it but a sad signature of how our pleasures slip from under us in this world. For in talking of my digression I declare before heaven I have made it. What a strange creature is mortal man, said she. 'Tis very true, said I, but 'twere better to get all these things out of our heads, and return to my Uncle Toby. Chapter 22. I had escaped, continued the corporal, all that time from falling in love, and had gone on to the end of the chapter. Had it not been predestined otherwise, there is no resisting our fate. It was on a Sunday, in the afternoon, as I told your honor. The old man and his wife had walked out. Everything was still and hush as midnight about the house. There was not so much as a duck or a duckling about the yard. When the fair beguine came in to see me, my wound was then in a fair way of doing well. The inflammation had been gone off for some time, but it was succeeded with an itching both above and below my knee, so insufferable that I had not shut my eyes the whole night for it. "Let me see it," said she, kneeling down upon the ground parallel to my knee, and laying her hand upon the part below. "It only wants rubbing a little," said the beguine. So, covering it with the bedclothes, she began with the forefinger of her right hand to rub under my knee, guiding her forefinger backwards and forwards by the edge of the flannel which kept on the dressing. In 5 or 6 minutes I felt slightly the end of her second finger, and presently it was laid flat with the other, and she continued rubbing in that way round and round for a good while. It then came into my head that I should fall in love. I blushed when I saw how white a hand she had. I shall never, and please your honor, behold another hand so white whilst I live. "Not in that place," said my Uncle Toby. Though it was the most serious despair in nature, to the corporal he could not forbear smiling. "The young beguine," continued the corporal, perceiving it was of great service to me from rubbing for some time, with 2 fingers proceeded to rub at length, with 3 till by little and little she brought down the 4th, and then rubbed with her whole hand. "I will never say another word, and please your honor, upon hands again, but it was softer than satin." "Prithee, Trim, commend it as much as thou wilt," said my Uncle Toby. "I shall hear thy story with the more delight." The corporal thanked his master most unfeignedly, but having nothing to say upon the beguine's hand, but the same over again, he proceeded to the effects of it. "The fair beguine," said the corporal, "continued rubbing with her whole hand under my knee till I feared her zeal would weary her. I would do 1,000 times more," said she, "for the love of Christ," in saying which, she passed her hand across the flannel to the part above my knee, which I had equally complained of, and rubbed it also. I perceived then I was beginning to be in love. As she continued rubbing, I felt it spread from under her hand, and please your honor, to every part of my frame. The more she rubbed, and the longer strokes she took, the more the fire kindled in my veins, till at length, by 2 or 3 strokes longer than the rest, my passion rose to the highest pitch. I seized her hand. "And then thou clapp'st it to thy lips, Trim," said my Uncle Toby, and madest a speech. Whether the corporal's amour terminated precisely in the way my Uncle Toby described it is not material. It is enough that it contained in it the essence of all the love romances which ever have been wrote since the beginning of the world. Chapter 23. As soon as the corporal had finished the story of his amour, rather my Uncle Toby for him, Mrs. Wadman silently sallied forth from her arbor, replaced the pin in her mob, passed the wicker gate, and advanced slowly towards my Uncle Toby's sentry box. The disposition which Trim had made in my Uncle Toby's mind was too favorable a crisis to be let slip. The attack was determined upon. It was facilitated still more by my Uncle Toby's having ordered the corporal to wheel off the pioneer's shovel, the spade, the pickaxe, the pickets, and other military stores which lay scattered upon the ground where Dunkirk stood. The corporal had marched the field was clear. Now consider, sir, what nonsense it is, either in fighting or writing or anything else, whether in rhyme to it or not, which a man has occasion to do, to act by plan. For if ever plan, independent of all circumstances, deserved registering in letters of gold, I mean in the archives of Gotham, it was certainly the plan of Mrs. Wadman's attack of my Uncle Toby in his sentry box. By plan now the plan hanging up in it at this juncture, being the plan of Dunkirk, and the tale of Dunkirk a tale of relaxation, it opposed every impression she could make. And besides, could she have gone upon it, the maneuver of fingers and hands in the attack of the sentry box was so outdone by that of the fair beguines in Trim's story that just then, that particular attack, however successful before, became the most heartless attack that could be made. Oh, let woman alone for this. Mrs. Wadman had scarce opened the wicket-gate when her genius sported with the change of circumstances. She formed a new attack in a moment. Chapter 24. "I am half distracted, Captain Shandy," said Mrs. Wadman, holding up her cambric handkerchief to her left eye, as she approached the door of my Uncle Toby's sentry box. "A motor sand, or something I know not what, has got into this eye of mine. Do look into it, it is not in the white." In saying which, Mrs. Wadman edged herself close in beside my Uncle Toby, and squeezing herself down upon the corner of his bench, she gave him an opportunity of doing it without rising up. "Do look into it," said she. "Honest soul, thou didst look into it with as much innocency of heart as ever child looked into a rarey show box, and 'twere as much a sin to have hurt thee. If a man will be peeping of his own accord into things of that nature, I've nothing to say to it. My Uncle Toby never did, and I will answer for him that he would have sat quietly upon a sofa from June to January, which, you know, takes in both the hot and cold months, with an eye as fine as the Thracian rhodopes beside him, without being able to tell whether it was a black or blue one. The difficulty was to get my Uncle Toby to look at one at all. 'Tis surmounted, and I see him yonder with his pipe pendulous in his hand, and the ashes falling out of it, looking then, rubbing his eyes end, looking again, with twice the good nature that ever Galileo looked for a spot in the sun. In vain, for by all the powers which animate the organ, widow Wadman's left eye shines this moment as lucid as her right. There is neither mote, or sand, or dust, or chaff, or speck, or particle of opic matter floating in it. There is nothing, my dear paternal uncle, but one lambent delicious fire, furtively shooting out from every part of it, in all directions, into thine. If thou lookest, Uncle Toby, in search of this mote one moment longer, thou art undone. Footnote 8.4. Rhodope Thracia tam inevitabili fascino instructa, tam exacti oculus intunes attraxit, ut si in a lam quis insidiset, feri non possit, quin caparetur. I know not who. Chapter 25. An eye is for all the world exactly like a cannon, in this respect, that it is not so much the eye or the cannon, in themselves, as it is the carriage of the eye and the carriage of the cannon, by which both the one and the other are enabled to do so much execution. I don't think the comparison a bad one. However, as 'tis made and placed at the head of the chapter, as much for use as ornament, all I desire in return is, that whenever I speak of Mrs. Wadman's eyes, except once in the next period, that you keep it in your fancy. I protest, madam, said my Uncle Toby, I can see nothing whatever in your eye. It is not in the white, said Mrs. Wadman. My Uncle Toby looked with might and main into the pupil. Now of all the eyes which ever were created from your own, madam, up to those of Venus herself, which certainly were as venereal a pair of eyes as ever stood in a head, there never was an eye of them all, so fitted to rob my Uncle Toby of his repose, as the very eye at which he was looking it was not, madam, a rolling eye romping or a wanton one, nor was it an eye sparkling petulant or imperious of high claims and terrifying exactions, which would have curdled at once that milk of human nature, of which my Uncle Toby was made up, but 'twas an eye full of gentle salutations and soft responses, speaking not like the trumpet stop of some ill-made organ, in which many an eye I talk to, holds coarse converse, but whispering soft like the last low accent of an expiring saint. How can you live comfortless, Captain Shandy, and alone, without a bosom to lean your head on or trust your cares to? It was an eye, but I shall be in love with it myself, if I say another word about it. It did my Uncle Toby's business. Chapter 26. There is nothing shows the character of my father and my Uncle Toby in a more entertaining light than their different manner of deportment, under the same accident, for I call not love a misfortune, from a persuasion that a man's heart is ever the better for it. Great God! What must my Uncle Toby's have been, when 'twas all benignity without it? My father, as appears from many of his papers, was very subject to this passion, before he married, but from a little subacid kind of drollish impatience in his nature. Whenever it befell him, he would never submit to it like a Christian, but would pish and huff and bounce and kick and play the devil, and write the bitterest philippics against the eye that ever man wrote. There is one in verse upon somebody's eye or other, that for 2 or 3 nights together had put him by his rest, which in his first transport of resentment against it, he begins thus: a devil, tease and mischief such doth work as never yet did pagan, Jew, or Turk. In short, during the whole paroxysm, my father was all abuse and foul language, approaching rather towards malediction, only he did not do it with as much method as Ernulphus. He was too impetuous. Nor with Ernulphus's policy, for though my father, with the most intolerant spirit, would curse both this and that, and everything under heaven, which was either aiding or abetting to his love yet never concluded his chapter of curses upon it, without cursing himself in at the bargain. As one of the most egregious fools and coxcombs, he would say, that ever was let loose in the world. My Uncle Toby, on the contrary, took it like a lamb sat still, and let the poison work in his veins without resistance in the sharpest exacerbations of his wound. Like that on his groin, he never dropped one fretful or discontented word. He blamed neither heaven nor earth, or thought or spoke an injurious thing of any body, or any part of it. He sat solitary and pensive with his pipe looking at his lame leg, then whiffing out a sentimental hi-ho, which mixing with the smoke, incommoded no one mortal. He took it like a lamb, I say. In truth, he had mistook it at first, for having taken a ride with my father, that very morning, to save if possible a beautiful wood, which the dean and chapter were hewing down to give to the poor, which said wood being in full view of my Uncle Toby's house, and of singular service to him in his description of the battle of Winnendale, by trotting on too hastily to save it upon an uneasy saddle worse horse, and see. It had so happened that the serous part of the blood had got betwixt the two skins, in the nethermost part of my Uncle Toby, the first shootings of which, as my Uncle Toby had no experience of love, he had taken for a part of the passion till, the blister breaking in the one case end, the other remaining. My Uncle Toby was presently convinced that his wound was not a skin-deep wound, but that it had gone to his heart. Footnote 8.5. This will be printed with my father's Life of Socrates, and see. Footnote 8.6. Mr. Shandy must mean the poor in spirit, inasmuch as they divided the money amongst themselves. Chapter 27. The world is ashamed of being virtuous. My Uncle Toby knew little of the world, and therefore, when he felt he was in love with Widow Wadman, he had no conception that the thing was any more to be made a mystery of than if Mrs. Wadman had given him a cut with a gapped knife across his finger. Had it been otherwise yet, as he ever looked upon Trim as a humble friend, and saw fresh reasons every day of his life, to treat him as such, it would have made no variation in the manner in which he informed him of the affair. I am in love, corporal, quoth my Uncle Toby. Chapter 31. The first 30 pages, said my father, turning over the leaves, are a little dry, and as they are not closely connected with the subject, for the present will pass them by. 'Tis a prefatory introduction, continued my father, or an introductory preface, for I am not determined which name to give it, upon political or civil government, the foundation of which being laid in the first conjunction betwixt male and female, for procreation of the species, I was insensibly led into it. 'Twas natural, said Yorick. The original of society, continued my father, I'm satisfied, is what Politian tells us, i.e., merely conjugal, and nothing more than the getting together of one man and one woman, to which, according to Hesiod, the philosopher adds a servant. But supposing in the first beginning there were no men servants born, he lays the foundation of it, in a man, a woman, and a bull. I believe 'tis an ox, quoth Yorick, quoting the passage, Omicron letter 1 F36, kappa Omicron nu mu letter 1 F72, nu pi rho letter 1 F7d tau iota sigma tau alpha, gamma upsilon nu alpha letter 1 FD6 kappa alpha tau epsilon, beta Omicron letter 1 FE6 nu, letter 1 F00, rho Omicron tau letter 1 FC6, rho alpha. A bull must have given more trouble than his head was worth. But there is a better reason still, said my father, dipping his pen into his ink. For the ox, being the most patient of animals, and the most useful withal in tilling the ground for their nourishment, was the properest instrument, and emblem too, for the new joined couple, that the creation could have associated with them. And there is a stronger reason, added my Uncle Toby, than them all for the ox. My father had not power to take his pen out of his inkhorn, till he had heard my Uncle Toby's reason. For when the ground was tilled, said my Uncle Toby, and made worth enclosing, then they began to secure it by walls and ditches, which was the origin of fortification. True, dear Toby, cried my father, striking out the bull and putting the ox in his place. My father gave Trim a nod, to snuff the candle, and resumed his discourse. I enter upon this speculation, said my father carelessly, and half shutting the book, as he went on, merely to show the foundation of the natural relation between a father and his child, the right and jurisdiction over whom he acquires these several ways. First, by marriage. 2d, by adoption. 3d, by legitimation. And fourth, by procreation, all which I consider in their order. I lay a slight stress upon one of them, replied Yorick. The act, especially where it ends there, in my opinion lays as little obligation upon the child, as it conveys power to the father. You are wrong, said my father argutely, and for this plain reason I own, added my father, that the offspring, upon this account, is not so under the power and jurisdiction of the mother. But the reason, replied Yorick, equally holds good for her. She is under authority herself, said my father. And besides, continued my father, nodding his head and laying his finger upon the side of his nose, as he assigned his reason, she is not the principal agent, Yorick. In what, quoth my Uncle Toby, stopping his pipe. Though by all means, added my father, not attending to my Uncle Toby. The son ought to pay her respect, as you may read, Yorick, at large in the first book of the Institutes of Justinian. At the 11th title and the 10th section, I can read it as well, replied Yorick, in the Catechism. Chapter 32. Trim can repeat every word of it by heart, quoth my Uncle Toby. Pug, said my father, not caring to be interrupted with Trim's saying his catechism. He can, upon my honor, replied my Uncle Toby. Ask him, Mr. Yorick, any question you please. The 5th commandment, Trim, said Yorick, speaking mildly and with a gentle nod as to a modest catechumen. The corporal stood silent. You don't ask him right, said my Uncle Toby, raising his voice and giving it rapidly like the word of command. The 5th, cried my Uncle Toby. I must begin with the 1st, and please your honor, said the corporal. Yorick could not forbear smiling. Your reverence does not consider, said the corporal, shouldering his stick like a musket and marching into the middle of the room to illustrate his position, that 'tis exactly the same thing as doing one's exercise in the field. Join your right hand to your firelock, cried the corporal, giving the word of command and performing the motion. Poise your firelock, cried the corporal, doing the duty still both of adjutant and private man. Rest your firelock, one motion, and please your reverence, you see leads into another. If his honor will begin but with the 1st. The 1st, cried my Uncle Toby, setting his hand upon his side. The 2nd, cried my Uncle Toby, waving his tobacco pipe, as he would have done his sword at the head of a regiment. The corporal went through his manual with exactness, and having honored his father and mother, made a low bow and fell back to the side of the room. Everything in this world, said my father, is big with jest, and has wit in it, and instruction too, if we can but find it out. Here is the scaffold work of instruction, its true point of folly, without the building behind it. Here is the glass for pedagogues, preceptors, tutors, governors, gerund grinders, and bear leaders, to view themselves in their true dimensions. Oh, there is a husk and shell, Yorick, which grows up with learning, which their unskillfulness knows not how to fling away. Sciences may be learned by rote, but wisdom not. Yorick thought my father inspired. I will enter into obligations this moment, said my father, to lay out all my Aunt Dinah's legacy in charitable uses, of which, by the by, my father had no high opinion, if the corporal has any one determinate idea annexed to any one word he has repeated. Prithee, Trim, quoth my father, turning round to him, what dost thou mean by honoring thy father and mother? Allowing them, and please your honor, 3 halfpence a day out of my pay when they grow old. And didst thou do that, Trim? Said Yorick. He did indeed, replied my Uncle Toby. Then, Trim, said Yorick, springing out of his chair and taking the corporal by the hand, thou art the best commentator upon that part of the Decalogue, and I honor thee more for it, Corporal Trim, than if thou hadst had a hand in the Talmud itself. Chapter 33. O blessed health! Cried my father, making an exclamation as he turned over the leaves to the next chapter, thou art above all gold and treasure. 'Tis thou who enlargest the soul, and openest all its powers to receive instruction and to relish virtue. He that has thee, has little more to wish for, and he that is so wretched as to want thee, wants everything with thee. I have concentrated all that can be said upon this important head, said my father, into a very little room, therefore will read the chapter quite through. My father read as follows. The whole secret of health depending upon the due contention for mastery betwixt the radical heat and the radical moisture. You have proved that matter of fact, I suppose, above, said Yorick. Sufficiently, replied my father. In saying this, my father shut the book, not as if he resolved to read no more of it, for he kept his forefinger in the chapter. Nor pettishly, for he shut the book slowly, his thumb resting, when he had done it, upon the upper side of the cover, as his 3 fingers supported the lower side of it without the least compressive violence. "I have demonstrated the truth of that point," quoth my father, nodding to Yorick, "most sufficiently in the preceding chapter." Now could the man in the moon be told that a man in the earth had wrote a chapter, sufficiently demonstrating that the secret of all health depended upon the due contention for mastery betwixt the radical heat and the radical moisture, and that he had managed the point so well that there was not one single word wet or dry upon radical heat or radical moisture, throughout the whole chapter, or a single syllable in it, pro or con, directly or indirectly, upon the contention betwixt these 2 powers, in any part of the animal economy. "O thou eternal maker of all beings," he would cry, striking his breast with his right hand, in case he had one, "thou whose power and goodness can enlarge the faculties of thy creatures to this infinite degree of excellence and perfection, what have we Moonites done?" Chapter 34. With 2 strokes, the one at Hippocrates, the other at Lord Verulam, did my father achieve it. The stroke at the Prince of Physicians, with which he began, was no more than a short insult upon his sorrowful complaint of the ars longa and vita brevis. "Life short," cried my father, "and the art of healing tedious. And who are we to thank for both the one and the other, but the ignorance of quacks themselves, and the stage-loads of chimical nostrums and peripatetic lumber, with which, in all ages, they have first flattered the world, and at last deceived it." "O my Lord Verulam," cried my father, turning from Hippocrates, and making his second stroke at him, as the principal of nostrum mongers, and the fittest to be made an example of to the rest, "what shall I say to thee, my great Lord Verulam? What shall I say to thy internal spirit, thy opium, thy saltpeter, thy greasy unctions, thy daily purges, thy nightly clysters and succedaneums?" My father was never at a loss what to say to any man, upon any subject, and had the least occasion for the exordium of any man breathing. How he dealt with his lordship's opinion, you shall see, but when I know not, we must first see what his lordship's opinion was. Chapter 35. The 2 great causes, which conspire with each other to shorten life, says Lord Verulam, are first, the internal spirit, which, like a gentle flame, wastes the body down to death, and secondly, the external air that parches the body up to ashes, which 2 enemies attacking us on both sides of our bodies together, at length destroy our organs, and render them unfit to carry on the functions of life. This being the state of the case, the road to longevity was plain, nothing more being required, says his lordship, but to repair the waste committed by the internal spirit, by making the substance of it more thick and dense, by a regular course of opiates on one side, and by refrigerating the heat of it on the other, by 3 grains and a half of saltpeter every morning before you got up. Still this frame of ours was left exposed to the inimical assaults of the air without, but this was fenced off again by a course of greasy unctions, which so fully saturated the pores of the skin that no spicula could enter, nor could anyone get out. This put a stop to all perspiration, sensible and insensible, which being the cause of so many scurvy distempers, a course of clysters was requisite to carry off redundant humors and render the system complete. What my father had to say to my Lord of Verulam, opiates, his saltpeter, and greasy unctions and clysters, you shall read, but not today or tomorrow. Time presses upon me, my reader is impatient, I must get forwards. You shall read the chapter at your leisure, if you choose it, as soon as ever the Tristrapedia is published. Sufficeth it at present to say, my father leveled the hypothesis with the ground, and in doing that, the learned know, he built up and established his own. Chapter 36. The whole secret of health, said my father, beginning the sentence again, depending evidently upon the due contention betwixt the radical heat and radical moisture within us. The least imaginable skill had been sufficient to have maintained it, had not the schoolmen confounded the talk. Merely, as Van Helmont, the famous chimist, has proved, by all along mistaking the radical moisture for the tallow and fat of animal bodies. Now the radical moisture is not the tallow or fat of animals, but an oily and balsamous substance. For the fat and tallow, as also the phlegm or watery parts, are cold, whereas the oily and balsamous parts are of a lively heat and spirit, which accounts for the observation of Aristotle, quod omni animal post coitum est trist. Now it is certain that the radical heat lives in the radical moisture, but whether vice versa is a doubt. However, when the one decays, the other decays also, and then is produced either an unnatural heat, which causes an unnatural dryness, or an unnatural moisture, which causes dropsies. So that if a child, as he grows up, can but be taught to avoid running into fire or water, as either of them threaten his destruction, 'twill be all that is needful to be done upon that head. Chapter 37. The description of the siege of Jericho itself could not have engaged the attention of my Uncle Toby more powerfully than the last chapter. His eyes were fixed upon my father throughout it. He never mentioned radical heat and radical moisture, but my Uncle Toby took his pipe out of his mouth and shook his head. And as soon as the chapter was finished, he beckoned to the corporal to come close to his chair to ask him the following question, aside. "It was at the siege of Limerick, and please your honor," replied the corporal, making a bow. "The poor fellow and I," quoth my Uncle Toby, addressing himself to my father, "were scarce able to crawl out of our tents at the time the siege of Limerick was raised, upon the very account you mention. Now what can have got into that precious noddle of thine, my dear brother Toby?" cried my father mentally. "By heaven," continued he, communing still with himself, "it would puzzle an Oedipus to bring it in point." "I believe, and please your honor," quoth the corporal, "that if it had not been for the quantity of brandy we set fire to every night, and the claret and cinnamon with which I plied your honor off, and the Geneva, Trim," added my Uncle Toby, "which did us more good than all, I verily believe," continued the corporal, "we had both, and please your honor, left our lives in the trenches, and been buried in them too." "The noblest grave, corporal," cried my Uncle Toby, his eyes sparkling as he spoke, "that a soldier could wish to lie down in. But a pitiful death for him, and please your honor," replied the corporal. All this was as much Arabic to my father as the rites of the Colchi and Troglodytes had been before to my Uncle Toby. My father could not determine whether he was to frown or to smile. My Uncle Toby, turning to Yorick, resumed the case at Limerick, more intelligibly than he had begun it, and so settled the point for my father at once. Chapter 38. "It was undoubtedly," said my Uncle Toby, "a great happiness for myself and the corporal that we had all along a burning fever attended with a most raging thirst. During the whole 25 days the flux was upon us in the camp. Otherwise what my brother calls the radical moisture must, as I conceive it, inevitably have got the better." My father drew in his lungs topful of air, and looking up, blew it forth again, as slowly as he possibly could. "It was heaven's mercy to us," continued my Uncle Toby, "which put it into the corporal's head to maintain that due contention betwixt the radical heat and the radical moisture, by reinforcing the fever, as he did all along, with hot wine and spices. Whereby the corporal kept up, as it were, a continual firing, so that the radical heat stood its ground from the beginning to the end, and was a fair match for the moisture, terrible as it was. Upon my honor," added my Uncle Toby, "you might have heard the contention within our bodies, brother Shandy, 20 toises. If there was no firing," said Yorick. "Well said, my father," with a full aspiration, and pausing a while after the word was I a judge. "And the laws of the country which made me one permitted it, I would condemn some of the worst malefactors, provided they had had their clergy Yorick, foreseeing the sentence was likely to end with no sort of mercy, laid his hand upon my father's breast, and begged he would respite it for a few minutes, till he asked the corporal a question. "Prithee, Trim," said Yorick, without staying for my father's leave, "tell us honestly what is thy opinion concerning this self-same radical heat and radical moisture." "With humble submission to his honor's better judgment," quoth the corporal, making a bow to my Uncle Toby, "speak thy opinion freely, corporal," said my Uncle Toby. "The poor fellow is my servant, not my slave," added my Uncle Toby, turning to my father. The corporal put his hat under his left arm, and with his stick hanging upon the wrist of it, by a black thong split into a tassel about the knot, he marched up to the ground where he had performed his catechism. Then touching his underjaw with the thumb and fingers of his right hand before he opened his mouth, he delivered his notion thus. Chapter 39. Just as the corporal was humming, to begin in waddled Dr. Slop. "'Tis not 2 pence matter the corporal shall go on in the next chapter, let who will come in." "Well, my good doctor," cried my father sportively, for the transitions of his passions were unaccountably sudden, "and what has this whelp of mine to say to the matter?" Had my father been asking after the amputation of the tail of a puppy dog, he could not have done it in a more careless air. The system which Dr. Slop had laid down to treat the accident by no way allowed of such a mode of inquiry. He sat down. "Pray, sir," quoth my Uncle Toby, in a manner which could not go unanswered, "in what condition is the boy?" "'Twill end in a phimosis," replied Dr. Slop. "I am no wiser than I was," quoth my Uncle Toby, returning his pipe into his mouth. "Then let the corporal go on," said my father, with his medical lecture. The corporal made a bow to his old friend, Dr. Slop, and then delivered his opinion concerning radical heat and radical moisture in the following words. Chapter 40. The city of Limerick, the siege of which was begun under His Majesty King William himself, the year after I went into the army, lies, and please your honours, in the middle of a devilish, wet, swampy country. "'Tis quite surrounded," said my Uncle Toby, "with the Shannon, and is, by its situation, one of the strongest fortified places in Ireland." "I think this is a new fashion," quoth Dr. Slop, "of beginning a medical lecture." "'Tis all true," answered Trim. "Then I wish the faculty would follow the cut of it," said Yorick. "'Tis all cut through, and please your reverence," said the corporal, "with drains and bogs. And besides, there was such a quantity of rain fell during the siege. The whole country was like a puddle, 'twas that, and nothing else, which brought on the flux, and which had like to have killed both his honour and myself." "Now there was no such thing after the first 10 days," continued the corporal, "for a soldier to lie dry in his tent, without cutting a ditch round it, to draw off the water. Nor was that enough, for those who could afford it, as his honour could, without setting fire every night to a pewter dish full of brandy, which took off the damp of the air, and made the inside of the tent as warm as a stove." "And what conclusion dost thou draw, Corporal Trim?" cried my father, "from all these premises?" "I infer, and please your worship," replied Trim, "that the radical moisture is nothing in the world but ditch water, and that the radical heat, of those who can go to the expense of it, is burnt brandy. The radical heat and moisture of a private man, and please your honour, is nothing but ditch water and a dram of Geneva, and give us but enough of it, with a pipe of tobacco, to give us spirits, and drive away the vapours. We know not what it is to fear death." "I am at a loss, Captain Shandy," quoth Dr. Slop, "to determine in which branch of learning your servant shines most, whether in physiology or divinity." Slop had not forgot Trim's comment upon the sermon. "It is but an hour ago," replied Yorick, "since the corporal was examined in the latter, and passed muster with great honour." "The radical heat and moisture," quoth Dr. Slop, turning to my father, "you must know, is the basis and foundation of our being, as the root of a tree is the source and principle of its vegetation. It is inherent in the seeds of all animals, and may be preserved sundry ways, but principally, in my opinion, by consubstantials, impriments, and occludents. Now this poor fellow," continued Dr. Slop, pointing to the corporal, "has had the misfortune to have heard some superficial empiric discourse upon this nice point." "That he has," said my father. "Very likely," said my uncle. "I'm sure of it," quoth Yorick. Chapter 9. My Uncle Toby went to his bureau, put his purse into his breeches pocket, and having ordered the corporal to go early in the morning for a physician, he went to bed and fell asleep. Chapter 10. The story of Lefevre continued. The sun looked bright the morning after, to every eye in the village but Lefevre's and his afflicted son S. The hand of death pressed heavy upon his eyelids, and hardly could the wheel at the cistern turn round its circle, when my Uncle Toby, who had rose up an hour before his wonted time, entered the lieutenant's room, and without preface or apology sat himself down upon the chair by the bedside, and independently of all modes and customs, opened the curtain in the manner an old friend and brother officer would have done it, and asked him how he did, how he had rested in the night, what was his complaint, where was his pain, and what he could do to help him, and without giving him time to answer any one of the enquiries, went on, and told him of the little plan which he had been concerting with the corporal the night before for him. "You shall go home directly, Lefevre," said my Uncle Toby, "to my house, and we'll send for a doctor to see what's the matter, and we'll have an apothecary, and the corporal shall be your nurse, and I'll be your servant, Lefevre." There was a frankness in my Uncle Toby, not the effect of familiarity, but the cause of it, which let you at once into his soul, and showed you the goodness of his nature. To this, there was something in his looks and voice and manner superadded, which eternally beckoned to the unfortunate to come and take shelter under him. So that before my Uncle Toby had half finished the kind offers he was making to the father, had the son insensibly pressed up close to his knees, and had taken hold of the breast of his coat, and was pulling it towards him. The blood and spirits of Lefevre, which were waxing cold and slow within him, and were retreating to their last citadel, the heart rallied back, the film forsook his eyes for a moment. He looked up wishfully in my Uncle Toby's face, then cast a look upon his boy, and that ligament, fine as it was never broken. Nature instantly ebbed again, the film returned to its place. The pulse fluttered, stopped, went on, throbbed, stopped again, moved, stopped. Shall I go on? No. Chapter 11. I am so impatient to return to my own story, that what remains of young Lefevre's, that is, from this turn of his fortune, to the time my Uncle Toby recommended him for my preceptor, shall be told in a very few words in the next chapter. All that is necessary to be added to this chapter is as follows. That my Uncle Toby, with young Lefevre in his hand, attended the poor lieutenant, as chief mourners, to his grave. That the governor of Dendermonde paid his obsequies all military honors, and that Yorick, not to be behindhand, paid him all ecclesiastic, for he buried him in his chancel. And it appears likewise, he preached a funeral sermon over him. I say it appears, for it was Yorick's custom, which I suppose a general one with those of his profession, on the first leaf of every sermon which he composed, to chronicle down the time, the place, and the occasion of its being preached. To this he was ever wont to add some short comment or stricture upon the sermon itself, seldom, indeed, much to its credit. For instance, this sermon upon the Jewish dispensation, I do like it at all, though I own there is a world of waterlandish knowledge in it, but 'tis all tritical and most tritically put together. This is but a flimsy kind of a composition, what was in my head when I made it. The excellency of this text is that it will suit any sermon, and of this sermon that it will suit any text. For this sermon I shall be hanged, for I have stolen the greatest part of it. Dr. Pedigüns found me out, set a thief to catch a thief. On the back of half a dozen I find written, so, and no more, and upon a couple moderato. By which, as far as one may gather from Altieri's Italian dictionary, but mostly from the authority of a piece of green whipcord, which seemed to have been the unraveling of Yorick's whiplash, with which he has left us the 2 sermons marked moderato, and the half dozen of so, tied fast together in one bundle by themselves, one may safely suppose he meant pretty near the same thing. There is but one difficulty in the way of this conjecture, which is this, that the moderatos are 5 times better than the so's, show 10 times more knowledge of the human heart, have 70 times more wit and spirit in them, and, to rise properly in my climax, discovered 1,000 times more genius, and to crown all, are infinitely more entertaining than those tied up with them. For which reason, whene'er Yorick's dramatic sermons are offered to the world, though I shall admit but one out of the whole number of the so's, I shall, nevertheless, adventure to print the 2 moderatos without any sort of scruple. What Yorick could mean by the words lentiment, tenut grave, and sometimes adagio, as applied to theological compositions, and with which he has characterized some of these sermons, I dare not venture to guess. I am more puzzled still upon finding a l'octava alta upon one, con strepito upon the back of another, Siciliana upon a third, alla capella upon a fourth, con l'arco upon this, senza l'arco upon that. All I know is that they are musical terms and have a meaning. And as he was a musical man, I will make no doubt, but that by some quaint application of such metaphors to the compositions in hand, they impressed very distinct ideas of their several characters upon his fancy, whatever they may do upon that of others. Amongst these, there is that particular sermon which has unaccountably led me into this digression, the funeral sermon upon poor Lefevre, wrote out very fairly, as if from a hasty copy. I take notice of it the more, because it seems to have been his favorite composition. It is upon mortality, and is tied lengthways and crossways with a yarn thrum, and then rolled up and twisted round with a half sheet of dirty blue paper, which seems to have been once the cast cover of a general review, which to this day smells horribly of horse drugs. Whether these marks of humiliation were designed, I something doubt, because at the end of the sermon, and not at the beginning of it, very different from his way of treating the rest, he had wrote, "Bravo," though not very offensively, for it is at 2 inches at least, and a half's distance from and below the concluding line of the sermon, at the very extremity of the page, and in that right-hand corner of it which, is generally covered with your thumb. And to do it justice, it is wrote besides with a crow's quill so faintly in a small Italian hand, as scarce to solicit the eye towards the place, whether your thumb is there or not, so that from the manner of it, it stands half excused. And being wrote moreover with very pale ink, diluted almost to nothing, 'tis more like a ritratto of the shadow of vanity than of vanity herself of the two, resembling rather a faint thought of transient applause, secretly stirring up in the heart of the composer, than a gross mark of it, coarsely obtruded upon the world. With all these extenuations, I am aware that in publishing this, I do no service to Yorick's character as a modest man, but all men have their failings. And what lessens this still farther and almost wipes it away, is this, that the word was struck through some time afterwards, as appears from a different tint of the ink, with a line quite across it in this manner, as if he had retracted, or was ashamed of the opinion he had once entertained of it. These short characters of his sermons were always written, excepting in this one instance, upon the first leaf of his sermon, which served as a cover to it, and usually upon the inside of it, which was turned towards the text. But at the end of his discourse, where perhaps he had 5 or 6 pages, and sometimes perhaps a whole score to turn himself in, he took a large circuit, and indeed a much more meddlesome one, as if he had snatched the occasion of unlacing himself with a few more frolicsome strokes at vice than the straightness of the pulpit allowed. These, though hussar-like, they skirmish lightly and out of all order, are still auxiliaries on the side of virtue. Tell me then, Mynheer van der Blonderdonder Judenstronk, why they should not be printed together. Chapter 12. When my Uncle Toby had turned everything into money, and settled all accounts betwixt the agent of the regiment and Lefevre, and betwixt Lefevre and all mankind, there remained nothing more in my Uncle Toby's hands than an old regimental coat and a sword, so that my Uncle Toby found little or no opposition from the world in taking administration. The coat my Uncle Toby gave the corporal. "Wear it, trim," said my Uncle Toby, "as long as it will hold together for the sake of the poor lieutenant, and this," said my Uncle Toby, taking up the sword in his hand and drawing it out of the scabbard as he spoke, "and this, Lefevre, I'll save for thee, 'tis all the fortune," continued my Uncle Toby, hanging it up upon a crook and pointing to it, "'tis all the fortune, my dear Lefevre, which God has left thee. But if he has given thee a heart to fight thy way with it in the world, and thou doest it like a man of honor, 'tis enough for us." As soon as my Uncle Toby had laid a foundation, and taught him to inscribe a regular polygon in a circle, he sent him to a public school, where, excepting Whitsuntide and Christmas, at which times the corporal was punctually dispatched for him, he remained to the spring of the year 17. When the stories of the emperor's sending his army into Hungary against the Turks, kindling a spark of fire in his bosom, he left his Greek and Latin without leave, and throwing himself upon his knees before my Uncle Toby, begged his father's sword, and my Uncle Toby's leave along with it, to go and try his fortune under Eugene. Twice did my Uncle Toby forget his wound and cry out, "Lefevre, I will go with thee, and thou shalt fight beside me," and twice he laid his hand upon his groin, and hung down his head in sorrow and disconsolation. My Uncle Toby took down the sword from the crook, where it had hung untouched ever since the lieutenant's death, and delivered it to the corporal to brighten up. And having detained Lefevre a single fortnight to equip him, and contract for his passage to Leghorn, he put the sword into his hand. "If thou art brave, Lefevre," said my Uncle Toby, "this will not fail thee, but fortune," said he, musing a little. "Fortune may, and if she does," added my Uncle Toby, embracing him, "come back again to me, Lefevre, and we will shape thee another course." The greatest injury could not have oppressed the heart of Lefevre more than my Uncle Toby's paternal kindness. He parted from my Uncle Toby, as the best of sons from the best of fathers both dropped tears, and, as my Uncle Toby gave him his last kiss, he slipped 60 guineas, tied up in an old purse of his father's, in which was his mother's ring, into his hand, and bid God bless him. Chapter 13. Lefevre got up to the imperial army just time enough to try what metal his sword was made of at the defeat of the Turks before Belgrade, but a series of unmerited mischances had pursued him from that moment, and trod close upon his heels for 4 years together after. He had withstood these buffetings to the last, till sickness overtook him at Marseille, from whence he wrote my Uncle Toby word. He had lost his time, his services, his health, and, in short, everything but his sword, and was waiting for the first ship to return back to him. As this letter came to hand about 6 weeks before Susanna's accident, Lefevre was hourly expected, and was uppermost in my Uncle Toby's mind all the time my father was giving him and Yorick a description of what kind of a person he would choose for a preceptor to me. But as my Uncle Toby thought my father at first somewhat fanciful in the accomplishments he required, he forbore mentioning Lefevre's name, till the character, by Yorick's interposition, ending unexpectedly in one who should be gentle-tempered, and generous and good, it impressed the image of Lefevre. And his interest upon my Uncle Toby so forcibly, he rose instantly off his chair. And laying down his pipe, in order to take hold of both my father's hands, I beg, Brother Shandy, said my Uncle Toby, I may recommend poor Lefevre's son to you, I beseech you do, added Yorick, he has a good heart, said my Uncle Toby, and a brave one too, and please your honor, said the corporal. The best hearts, Trim, are ever the bravest, replied my Uncle Toby. And the greatest cowards, and please your honor, in our regiment, were the greatest rascals in it. There was Sergeant Cumber, and Ensign. We'll talk of them, said my father, another time. Chapter 14. What a jovial and a merry world would this be, may it please your worships, but for that inextricable labyrinth of debts, cares, woes, want, grief, discontent, melancholy, large jointures, impositions, and lies. Dr. Slop, like a son of a W, as my father called him for it, to exalt himself, debased me to death, and made 10,000 times more of Susanna's accident than there was any grounds for. So that in a week's time, or less, it was in everybody's mouth, that poor Master Shandy, entirely. And Fame, who loves to double everything in 3 days more, had sworn, positively she saw it, and all the world, as usual, gave credit to her evidence, that the nursery window had not only but that asterisks also. Could the world have been sued like a body corporate, my father had brought an action upon the case, and trounced it sufficiently. But to fall foul of individuals about it, as every soul who had mentioned the affair did it with the greatest pity imaginable. 'Twas like flying in the very face of his best friends. And yet to acquiesce under the report, in silence, was to acknowledge it openly, at least in the opinion of one half of the world. And to make a bustle again, in contradicting it, was to confirm it as strongly in the opinion of the other half. Was ever poor devil of a country gentleman so hampered, said my father. I would show him publicly, said my Uncle Toby, at the market cross. 'Twill have no effect, said my father. Chapter 15. I'll put him, however, into breeches, said my father, let the world say what it will. Chapter 16. There are 1,000 resolutions, sir, both in church and state, as well as in matters, madam, of a more private concern, which though they have carried all the appearance in the world of being taken, and entered upon in a hasty, hair-brained, and unadvised manner, were notwithstanding this. And could you or I have got into the cabinet, or stood behind the curtain, we should have found it was so, weighed, poised, and perpendidargued upon canvassed through entered into, and examined on all sides with so much coolness, that the goddess of coolness herself, I do not take upon me to prove her existence, could neither have wished it, or done it better. Of the number of these was my father's resolution of putting me into breeches, which, though determined at once, in a kind of huff, and a defiance of all mankind, had nevertheless been pro'd and conned, and judicially talked over betwixt him and my mother about a month before, in 2 several beds of justice, which my father had held for that purpose. I shall explain the nature of these beds of justice in my next chapter. And in the chapter following that, you shall step with me, madam, behind the curtain, only to hear in what kind of manner my father and my mother debated between themselves this affair of the breeches, from which you may form an idea how they debated all lesser matters.